떠나간 우크라이나인들을 기리며 우리 시작부터 갑자기 총을 쏘고 있어요. 자, 숨기. 눈을 감고 지금 총을 쏘고 있어요. 공가죽이 생겼다. 자, 홈즈에게로 갑시다.
Stop, Holmes.
Is that you, Watson?
Yes, of course it is. And you almost killed me.
Nonsense. I was aiming for the vases.
Blindfolded?
Watson, quiet please. I'm trying to concentrate.
힘찬 발걸음, 짜증거리는 수가, 경찰. 9번째 계단을 밟지 않음. 고로 레스트레이드 경감이다.
Lestrade. What is it this time?
He can see me. Well, here it is, and it's a good one, Mr. Holmes. A gentleman by the name of Peter Carey, also known as Black Peter, has been murdered.
A sailor, most probably.
What happened here?
Oh, Mr. Holmes, how could you?
It's the only exercise I've had all week. A grateful client from Limoges sent me a vase collection this morning. I couldn't think of a better use for it.
You're out of your mind.
I missed 4 out of 10.
Given you were blindfolded, that was very good. Can I have a try?
Am I the only sane one here?
I suppose that Watson is right, Inspector. A little brain work would be preferable now. Do please tell us more about Black Peter.
Peter Carey, born in 1845 and 50 years old. An ambitious sort, he achieved much success in seal and whale hunting around Scandinavia. Retired in 1884 with a small fortune. He invested his money in a property called Woodman's Lee, near Forest Row in Sussex. It was where he lived for 6 years, and where he was found dead yesterday.
Has the investigation already begun?
Yes and no. In fact, this crime is so mysterious that I would prefer you to join me down there.
Give me half an hour to prepare, Inspector.
Take your time and join me there. I have to go through the yard first. The merry men struck again.
What have they done this time?
They robbed a powder reserve. I'll meet you at Woodman's Lee, Mr. Holmes.
I should help Mrs. Hudson here. I also have several appointments that I must keep this afternoon.
I shall go alone then.
자, 탭으로 사건 수첩을 열어 임무 및 증거 등의 진행 상황을 확인하십시오. 훨씬 좋아졌어요. 보시면 임무가 생겼고, 이거 뭐야? 지도, 증거, 문서, 대화, 기념품, 메아리, 인물 묘사. 피터 캐리 살인 사건을 조사하십시오. 산지기의 별장에서 사건 현장을 조사하십시오. 옷장에서 정장을 꺼내 입고 산지기의 별장에서 레스트레이드 경감과 만나십시오. 자, 우선은 옷을 갈아입어야겠네요. 자, 변장대. 정장으로 갈아입으라 했죠? 머리도 이렇게 변장할 수 있어요. 안경도 쓸 수 있고. 깔쌈하게 검정 정장으로 갑시다. 자, 산지기의 별장. 실시간으로 이동하는 효과가 있어요. 마차. 와.
Mr. Holmes, I'm over here. Come on.
자, 사건 현장에 왔습니다.
Inspector Lestrade, when will you remove my husband's body? It's sacrilegious to leave him here like this.
As soon as we can, Mrs. Carey, I assure you. Allow me to introduce you to Mr. Sherlock Holmes. He's a detective. No doubt you've heard of him. I'll wait for you in front of the cabin, Mr. Holmes.
My condolences, Mrs. Carey.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes.
자, 당일 밤 어떤 행적을 보였는지.
Madam, can you tell me if you saw or heard anything unusual upon the night of the murder?
At 2 o'clock in the morning, I heard a terrible scream. I thought nothing of it then. He would scream all the time when he was drunk.
사건 당일 저녁에 어떤 일이 있었나요?
Can you please tell me what occurred on the evening of the murder?
Well, Peter got drunk in the evening. He was in such a terrible temper. Usually whenever that happened, he'd stay all night drinking in his cabin before passing out.
시체는 언제 발견했습니까?
Do you remember at what time you found your husband's body?
In the morning, at around 7 o'clock, I noticed the cabin door was open, but I didn't go in to take a look, for I knew my husband would not have liked it. At around 10 o'clock, I dared to glance in through the door and... oh dear.
Was your husband accustomed to receiving visitors?
Oh no, I don't think so. I mean, he didn't really have many friends. We lived quite an isolated life here, after his retirement.
자, 한번 이분의 신상을 파악해 봅시다. 자, 장갑이 있어요. 원예용 장갑 3장, 장신구, 묵주, 하나가 뭐가 배어 있을까요? 뿔박새. 자, 위로의 말을 전해 줍시다.
You have indeed suffered a great loss, Mrs. Carey. Nevertheless, I believe it will be less of a burden for you soon.
Yes, life with Peter was never easy, but he was still my husband.
He was different, wasn't he, when you first met him upon your return from Plymouth?
Yes, Mr. Holmes. Oh my goodness, but how do you know about that?
자, 인물의 진술과 모순되는 증거를 선택하여 신문을 이어나가세요. 성지순례가 가깝겠죠?
You undertook a pilgrimage to the Cathedral of Santiago de Compostela when you were young. That much is evident from the rosary in your hand. The shortest route for the pilgrim from England to Spain is from Plymouth. I believe that you met Peter Carey as a young sailor there, and you married him soon afterwards.
That is indeed what happened, Mr. Holmes. How extraordinary.
Thank you, madam. It seems that the garden was well maintained.
자, 지금 보시면 오른쪽 위에 T 모양의 눈 모양이 있는데 이건 어떤 버튼일까요? 아, 이렇게 직감할 수 있는 기능이군요. 오, 발자국과 자, 발자국을
These
조사합시다.
footprints appear to be quite large.
증거 불충분, 증거가 더 필요해요. 자, 문을 엽니다.
The door is locked.
잠겨
Wait
있네요.
just a moment, Mr. Holmes, and I'll open it. I locked it yesterday to ensure that no one should enter the cabin and tamper with the evidence.
Ah, good thinking.
Hello, hello, hello.
What is it, Lestrade?
It seems to me that someone has tried to force it, Mr. Holmes.
Let me see.
자, T를 열면은 문, 열쇠구멍, 그리고 긁힌 자국이 있죠.
These scratches are fresh. You're right. Someone tried to force open the door.
I swear these scratches were not here yesterday.
Our mysterious visitor came here last night.
Well, he's not the man for the job. This lock is not a difficult one.
Perhaps he did not have the right tool.
자, 열어봅시다. 어이야,
What a terrible
꽂혔네요.
way to die.
자, 다른 것부터 조사합시다. 3번.
The tooth of a sperm whale, probably from one of Peter Carey's catches.
선반, 수상한 빈 공간, 먼지 위로 난 윤곽.
This place is not covered
뭔가
with
이
dust.
네모난 상자 같은 게 있었다는 거죠.
An object was taken from here. It was larger than a book, a box or a small chest, perhaps.
자, 지도가 있어요.
Dundee,
던디와
Hammerfest.
함메르페스트. 고래잡이 지도네요. 다음 항해일지.
The ship's logs of the Sea Unicorn for the years 1878 to 1884. Peter Carey was her captain.
요주의 물건이라 나와 있어요. 뭔가 큰 증거가 될 수 있다는 거죠. 이번 작이 상당히 편리한 점은 일일이 안 돌아다녀도 이렇게 다 증거가 이렇게 남아 있다는 거. 이건 편리하네. 저희 그때 막 스페이스바 엄청 연타하면서 찾았잖아요. 그 고생은 안 해도 된다. 자, 작살거리.
Harpoons for hunting whales.
오, 작살이네요. 나무 상자에 뭐가 있을까요? 피터
Peter
장화.
Carey's boots. They look to be a size 8.
8문짜리. 오,
Old navigation instruments. Nothing
항해
interesting.
도구. 증거가 끝나면 알아서 이렇게 돌아가는 아주 좋은 선박의
The
명패.
Sea Unicorn. She was the ship that Peter Carey commanded.
자, 그리고 탁자. 술병.
Rum. A sailor's drink. Someone drank
유리잔.
from this glass recently. It seems that Captain Carey was enjoying a drink before he met his death.
담배주머니. PC.
The initials PC have been crudely burned. A sailor's work.
뭐가 또 있을까요? 열어봅시다. 담배가 있네. 뭐야 이거?
This aroma is familiar, but to recognize it, I must construct my associations in one picture.
오, 깨진 그림 조각들을 움직여 어떤 향기가 남아있는지를 밝혀내십시오. 아, 이렇게 움직이면서. 오, 됐다.
Yes, this is a coarse tobacco, quite strong and very popular among sailors.
자, 좋은 증거를 얻었습니다. 자, 그리고 드디어 올 곳이 왔네요. 자, 웅덩이를 먼저 조사합시다. 수첩.
JHN are probably the initials of the owner of this notebook. The pattern of the blood stain indicates that the notebook was not lying on the floor prior to the crime, but it was dropped into the pool of blood after the death of Peter Carey.
열어볼까요?
These abbreviations mean something, but what? This blood is from the pool underneath the dead body. This wooden handle is plain and solid. Peter Carey tried to defend himself with this knife, but he did not succeed.
홈즈 목소리가 상당히 나긋나긋해졌죠. 자, 이제 시체를 파악해 봅시다.
This man is in his 50s, yet he still looks quite strong. Peter Carey was fully dressed. He was not caught by surprise. It is possible that he knew his murderer. The weapon fully penetrated the body. The force of the blow was immense. Peter Carey was impaled to the wall by a whaling harpoon.
장화로 뭔가 용도를 파악할 수 있고요. 먼지 노란 윤곽으로 누군가를 신문할 수 있습니다. 담배와 정원도 마찬가지죠. 여기 신발 사이즈를 체크할 수 있겠죠. 자, 맞을까요? 아, 달라요.
His boots don't match the footprints.
본인이 아니란 거죠. 자, 증거 불충분입니다. 자, B를 누르면은, 자, 이제, 용의자를 신문하는 게, 이렇게 새로운 기능입니다. 자, 침입자는 준비를 하고 있었다.
Someone was here yesterday. They attempted to force the door to gain entry.
경감과 얘기해볼까요?
Well, Mr. Holmes, what do you think?
I think that we are lucky
And why is that?
because of last night's attempted break-in.
Oof, you've lost me.
It is very probable that whoever came here hoped to find the door open. They tried to force it with a knife blade, but they failed. What will they do? Why, return tonight, when they will be better prepared.
Aha! So what do you propose?
We shall remain on the outside, near the window, where we stand the best chance of catching sight of our visitor. Well, gentlemen, ready your pistols. We have a long night ahead of us.
여기서 용의자를
This looks
잡아봅시다.
like the perfect hiding place.
자, 누군가
Did you
왔습니다.
hear that?
자, 누군가 왔어요.
There's someone there. I'm gonna collar him.
I'll be right behind you.
Police! Hold it right there.
자, 용의자를 찾았습니다. 잡았다, 내 이놈.
All right, my fine fellow. Who are you and what are you doing here?
You're detectives, I suppose. You imagine that I'm connected with the death of Captain Carey. I assure you I'm innocent.
Innocent? And what are you doing in his cabin?
Shall I tell you? You came to retrieve what you had lost after killing Peter Carey, but we were here waiting for you.
What is your name?
John Hopley Nelligan, but I didn't.
Do you deny that you came here yesterday?
No, but yes, it's just that I couldn't.
I'm tired of this. Off we go to the yard. Tomorrow, I'll see that you're put in front of the judge.
What? But you can't. I'm not. It's a terrible mistake.
Enough. You can explain all of that to the judge. You're coming with me to the yard.
But
In light of recent events, it seems evident that your coming
자,
here
이렇게
was
손쉽게
unnecessary.
용의자를 검거했습니다.
All the same.
튜토리얼이라고 좀 쉽나? 바로 이렇게 범인이 나오는
You
건가?
are welcome, Inspector. But please don't be too hard on our young fellow. I would like to question him tomorrow morning.
오, 전작과 달리 경찰 국계의 모습까지 이제 보여지네요.
Good morning, Mr. Holmes. Can I help you?
Good morning, Constable. I would like to speak to the fellow who was arrested at Woodman's Lee last night.
Ah, the young man. He's waiting in the interrogation room. You can go straight through. His belongings are held in the evidence room.
Thank you.
여기는 증거 물품 보관소네요. 여기는 스태프룸. 들어갈 수 있나? 들어갈 수 있네? 넬리건의 소지품.
These are the suspects.
용의자 이름이 넬리건인가봐요. 문구가 있네요.
From R. Dawson. To my friend
나 친구이자
and partner, 1883. Dawson. I've seen this name before. Perhaps my archive holds the answer.
증거품도 가져갔죠.
A handkerchief with the initials JHN. A pocket knife. It was used to force the door of Peter Carey's cabin. The notebook that we found on Peter Carey's cabin floor.
축약자도 아직 증거가 부족합니다. 안에 있네. 여기 안에 있네요. 자, 불지 못할까? 수첩.
Does this notebook belong to you?
Yes. But where did you find it? I did not know... I thought I'd lost it at the hotel.
What do these abbreviations mean?
Oh, no. I beg you, I can't. If I told you, it would only make things worse.
But I will find out eventually, Mr. Nelligan.
칼.
The sea knife was found near Carey's body. Tell me, Mr. Nelligan, did Mr. Carey try to defend himself or to attack you with it?
I don't know. I didn't kill anyone.
안 죽였다고? 금반지.
The police seized this valuable ring from you. Whose is it?
I didn't steal it from anyone. It has always belonged to me.
자, 추리를 해봅시다. 반지의 각인이겠죠?
The ring's date of engraving is many years ago. You would have been a child then, hardly in any position to receive such an item from a partner.
자, 묘사를 한번 해봅시다. 해진 모자, 누더기, 값비싼 진물, 정교한 단추, 짧은 소매, 굳은 살, 흉터. 자기 옷이 아니라는 거죠. 다음에 야윈 목덜미. 반지의 주인.
So, Mr. Nelligan, who is the true owner of the ring?
The ring is mine.
뻥치시네. 아버지의 외투 너다.
No, Mr. Nelligan. I believe that the ring had belonged to your father.
Oh, but how do you know?
The jacket you are wearing is made of an expensive fabric that only a man of exceptional wealth could afford. You do not seem to me to be a rich man, Mr. Nelligan. Furthermore, the garment is ill-fitting. It is quite clear that it belonged to someone else, most probably your father. With your father gone and taking with him the family's wealth, as a little boy you had to find yourself a manual job, and it was most probably cleaning fish. You cut your hands often while working. I can tell from the scars.
I'm speechless, Mr. Holmes. It all happened exactly as you say.
Well, I will see you soon, young man.
Please, let me go. I'm innocent.
침입자가 있었는데 넬리건 수첩이 있었다. 이럴 때 연결되죠. 그러면 수첩을 회수하러 온 거죠. 사건 현장에 침입한 이유는 피 웅덩이에서 수첩을 건져내기 위함이었다. 분명 침입자에게도 혐의점이 있을 것이다. 재빠른 행동에 벽에 꽂혀 있었다. 이는 숙련되지 않는 초보자가 작살로 사람의 몸을 꿰뚫을 수 있는지 실험해 보기로 했다. 별도로 또 실험을 해야 되네요.
I need to stage a reconstruction. I'm sure that Watson would be happy to oblige.
맞아.
A spot of whaling, Watson. Would you care to take part?
Are you serious?
No, but we do need to clarify what happened on the night of Black Peter's murder.
A reenactment, then? Is something bothering you?
The sailor's knife, Watson. Why was it on the floor?
Peter Carey attempted to defend himself?
It is possible, but if that is the case, then it alters many things.
I don't quite follow you.
Tell me, my friend, what is the animal closest to man, morphologically, I mean?
Ah, I see what you're getting at, Holmes. You asked me that once before. On the Ripper case, I believe. Do you want to slit some more pigs' throats?
No.
Thank goodness for that.
I wish to impale one with a harpoon.
Wonderful.
완답송.
Let us pay a visit to our butcher friend in Whitechapel. We require the carcass of a well-fed...
돼지고기로 실험하기로
And
했네요.
the harpoon?
One of the harpoons on the wall of Black Peter's cabin should do quite nicely.
도슨. 신문기사가 맞겠죠? 1883년이었죠. 도슨의 넬리건 파산하다. 더슨앤 넬리건 투자 신탁 파산하다. 넬리건은 실종되어. 코널 지방에 근간을 뒀던 더슨앤 넬리건 투자 신탁은 떠안은 빚을 감당하지 못한 채로 파산을 신청했으며 지분 매각을 통해 빚을 청산한다고 발표했다. 영국 내에서는 23번째로 큰 은행이었으며 기록상으로는 2번째로 큰 규모의 파산 절차라고 전해진다. 코널 지방의 유지들에게는 크나큰 악재가 닥친 셈이다. 은행주였던 조슈아 넬리건은 행방불명 상태다. 노르웨이로의 항해를 준비하던 모습이 마지막으로 목격되었으며 현재 경찰 병력과 채권자들은 그를 뒤쫓고 있다. 이거군요.
Here it is.
그의
Now I
아들이죠.
begin to understand that young man's story, but I am still unclear as to what connects him with the murder. It is time to ask him.
저기 여사님과 좀 더 대화를 나눠봐야 될 것 같습니다. 얻은 증거가 있기 때문이죠.
Is this your husband's tobacco pouch?
I'm not sure. It might be, but he hadn't smoked in a very long time.
담배는 끊었다고 합니다.
The garden is very large and well maintained. Do you employ someone to look after it?
It is true, there is a lot of work, but my husband took care of it himself.
Your husband's private papers. Do you know where they are?
There was a small tin box, barely larger than a book. He kept his papers there. It should be somewhere in his cabin.
Thank you, madam.
일단 작사를 하나
That
빼갑니다.
should do it. Now I am ready for the experiment.
자, 여러분 지금 보이시죠? 왼쪽에 깨알 작살. 와, 작살 챙겼다는 걸 딱 보여주려고 옆에 딱 작살을 딱 놓아져 있는 거. 자, 이렇게 푸주간으로 왔어요. 자, 왓슨과 대화해 봅시다.
Well, here we are in the preparation room. I can't say that I like the smell of it much. What do you intend to do?
To indulge myself in a little experiment. The challenge of lancing a pig's carcass with a heavy harpoon.
A little experiment?
Stand aside, Watson. This might be dangerous. I am not well practiced in this exercise. Yet.
Holmes, you should
아,
aim
저거
for
정확히 맞춰야
in order
되는구나.
to perform the most reliable test.
가자! 오, 꽤 뚫네?
This is the best possible result that I could get. Do you see, Watson? Throwing a harpoon and pinning a man to a wall requires either exceptional strength and training or diabolical luck.
If it was luck, then it was a chance in 1,000 that night.
Well, yes. Let us leave now.
All right. But before we go, I suppose I'll have to pay for all these carcasses you've happily mangled.
Very well, but please hurry.
Of course.
정사는 확실히.
I have heard the story of Dawson and Nelligan, the West Country bankers.
Yes, Joshua Nelligan was my father.
I am aware that it had a bad ending. When the bank failed, it ruined half the families of Cornwall, whereupon Joshua Nelligan disappeared.
My father was under extraordinary pressure. Dawson had retired. I was only 10 years of age at the time, but it was still old enough to feel the shame that befell our family. My father was convinced that he could pay off all his debts if the creditors gave him time. He set sail for Hammerfest in Norway in his small yacht, just a few days before an arrest warrant was issued. He left my mother a list of the securities he was taking. No word was ever heard from him again. We believe that his vessel went down, taking with it everyone and everything on board.
Thank you for the story, Mr. Nelligan. At last, we are making some progress. Interesting. Joshua Nelligan and Peter Carey were both at sea in Norway. There is definitely some connection between Peter Carey and Joshua Nelligan's disappearance.
항해 일지를 조사하라.
1883. That's the one I need. This is the crew list of the Sea Unicorn. Log notes for June. Nothing unusual. Log notes for July. Nothing special. Log notes for August.
어?
These pages have been torn
토니까.
away. Canadian Pacific Railway, CPR, a
채권.
torn piece from a bond certificate. I have seen this abbreviation somewhere very recently. There are 3 ways of discovering what happened in August of 1883 aboard the Sea Unicorn. The first 2 of these will require speaking with a dead man. The last would be to locate vital witnesses, the sailors involved in this whale hunt campaign.
위긴스에게 바다 유니콘의 선한 수색을 맡기십시오. 위긴스는 베기 베이커가 근처에 있습니다.
Something new, Watson. I have the list of sailors who were aboard the Sea Unicorn. We shall soon learn what happened to Nelligan's father. I have only to find them. Let us hope they're still working at the harbour.
I think that if you pretend you're from Scotland Yard,
I doubt it, Watson. And really, I would prefer that all of this remains quiet for now. But I have another solution. I'll call in the specialist.
and who might they be?
The secret police division of Baker Street.
Ah, you mean young Wiggins and his gang?
Yes. Believe me, you'll receive more useful assistance from these little urchins than from a dozen yard detectives. Those children are everywhere. They see and hear everything, and they are cunning. All they lack is organization. I'll summon them.
How will you do that?
There is always a watch beneath our window. I have only to call him.
Wiggins, could you come upstairs, please?
At your service, Mr. Holmes.
Wiggins, I need you to track down certain people for me. I'll give you a list. You can read, can't you?
Big Oliver from our gang. He can, because his father is the coachman of a famous lawyer.
Fascinating. Here is the list of sailors.
Sailors? Easy. Just got to look where the rum and the red lights are.
충실한
Sorry to
일꾼.
trouble you, Mr. Holmes, but the inspector asks that you come to the station as soon as possible.
Thank you. I'll be there shortly.
Mr. Holmes, I'm glad to see you.
As always, what happened?
We have a new suspect, Liam Hurtley. I'm thinking that this case will be resolved very quickly now.
Interesting. Pray tell.
Well, the constable that I left at Woodman's Lee noticed a suspicious individual prowling around during the night.
Do you have him here?
Yes, he refuses to speak with us, but we'll make him talk.
Let us hope so.
Ah, yes, and one more thing. The constable told me that at the time of his arrest, the fellow was writing a letter.
Do you have it?
Of course. It's in the evidence room, at your disposal. Admit that for once, Mr. Holmes, Scotland Yard is a step ahead of you, eh?
Breathtaking. Please escort this suspect for interrogation. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sherlock Holmes. I would like to ask you a few questions.
I've already told the police that I've nothing to say. And you're not even part of the police.
Precisely, and considering your situation, it might be wise to speak with someone who is, shall we say, rather more neutral. You are a suspect in a murder case.
I know. Inspector Lestrade told me. It's ridiculous.
Could you at least tell me who you are, and exactly what happened that you should be brought here?
My name is Liam Hurtley. That I can tell you. But you're not getting any more than that.
Well, we shall see.
자, 신체 묘사를 해봅시다. 흉터. 손수건. 클립 조각. 정원사의 손. 정원사였군요.
That's all for now. These are the suspect's belongings. The stains are fresh. They can be removed with the proper chemicals.
장화.
Liam Hurtley's old boots. They're a size 9.5. A pen, nothing unusual about it. I wonder if these are connected.
아까 CPR이었죠.
Now we have the proof that Nelligan's papers were indeed here. It seems that they have vanished, however. Please escort this suspect for interrogation.
넬리건에게 물어보겠습니다. 자, 침입.
Tell me, Mr. Nelligan, what exactly were you hoping to find inside Peter Carey's cabin?
I was trying to find some information about my father.
뻥치시네. 채권 가져다 놨겠지.
I assume you had another purpose, to retrieve the bond certificates. Am I correct?
Yes. I discovered some time ago that a few of the missing securities had reappeared on the London market. You can imagine my amazement. I spent months trying to find them, and at last I discovered that the original seller had been Captain Peter Carey. These papers, they belong to my family, but I could not find them there.
바로 이 발자국인데 과연 일치할지.
These boots match the footprints exactly.
네, 일치합니다. 침입자가 있었다와 일치하지 않고 정원사가 없다와 일치하게 되는 거죠. 자, 기묘한 행적. 리암 허틀리의 장화는 산치기의 별장에 남아있던 발자국과 일치하므로 그는 현장에 있었다. 주디스 캐리는 그가 정원사임을 부정하고 있다. 주디스 캐리랑 다시 얘기를 해봐야겠죠.
Does the name Liam Hurtley mean anything to you?
No, I don't know anyone by that name.
Thank you, madam.
뭔가 의심은 가지만 편지 내용을 조사합시다.
I need to prepare a chemical agent that is capable of removing fresh ink. For this purpose, the chemicals from the flasks should be combined in a certain order to perform a chain reaction. First condition, all 7 reagents should be used. Second condition, orange reagent should be the third one in the sequence after the blue reagent. Third condition, colorless reagent should be added after the orange reagent.
파랑, 주황 이런 식으로 해야 되는 거죠. 이거 주황 다음에 무조건 무색이 와야 되고.
I need to prepare a chemical agent.
이것도 머리 써야 되는 거네. 파랑, 파랑, 주황이니까. 그 다음에 초록, 파랑, 주황, 그 다음에 색, 그 다음에 주황, 그 다음에 후색.
Done. Now I
참
can proceed
쉽죠.
further.
네.
Let us see if the content of this letter sheds a little light upon the mystery.
전작에서 수많은 고통을 겪었기 때문에 자, 닦아봅시다. 오, 신기해. 우와, 지워진다.
I did as you asked and hid them well. Interesting. How would Hurtley react to this?
자, 리암 허틀리의 편지 내용. 당신 말대로 잘 숨겨뒀어. 하지만 다시 생각해줬으면 좋겠어. 우리끼리 맹세했잖아. 당신을 위해서라면 무슨 짓이든지 할 수 있어. 이렇게 빌게. 자, 이렇게 되면은 리암 허틀리는 피터의 정원사였고 주디스와 리암 허틀리는 눈이 맞았던 걸로 그렇게 좀 의심이 되는 상황입니다. 자, 사건이 이렇게 풀려갑니다. 너 나와.
Please escort this suspect for interrogation.
내가 이렇게 준비할 거라고는 몰랐지? 짠.
Tell me, Mr. Hurtley, what were you doing at Woodman's Lee?
Woodman's Lee? I've never been there.
가본 적도 없다고? 발자국이 일치하는데
The second pair of boots that you had with you when you were arrested perfectly match the footprints found near the cabin where Peter Carey was murdered.
Footprints? That's your proof? How many men have boots like mine? That doesn't make me a murderer.
아, 그래요?
Now that your presence at Woodman's Lee has been proven, would you care to explain it?
I don't remember. What would I be doing there anyway?
왜 갔겠어? 넌 정원사니까.
Because you are the gardener at Woodman's Lee.
I'm not. How did you...
I observed your hands. They told me that you work with the earth. Small fragments of plants snagged to your trousers indicate that you were mowing very recently. But the most obvious clue presented itself in the bird embroidered on your handkerchief. A crested tit, if I'm not mistaken.
All right, you got me. Yes, I am a gardener, and I went there to get my tools.
뭔가 숨겨둔 게 있겠지.
So tell me, Mr. Hurtley, what did you hide?
Hide? What are you talking about?
뭐긴 뭐겠어. 편지.
I did as you asked and hid them well. Should I continue?
My letter? But the ink? That's impossible.
A touch of chemistry, nothing special.
Well, you're a smart one. But it's nothing. If you want to know, I was referring to my tools. It was to do with my work, see?
I will check that, Mr. Hurtley. That's all for now. Hurtley's stories are false leads, but now I know one thing for certain. I must examine the site where the garden tools are
끝까지
kept
감추네.
at Woodman's Lee.
쳐다보지 마요.
Locked.
역시나 잠겨있군요. 문 열어주세요.
Madam, we have information that the valuable stolen papers are hidden amongst the garden tools here at Woodman's Lee. We need to find them.
Oh my. Our tools are kept inside the shed that's right behind me. Here is the key to open it.
Thank you, madam.
자, 너는 스스로 무덤을 파버린 것이요. 자, 짠,
Let's see
짜라잔,
what could be hidden
짜라잔,
here.
짜라잔, 짠, 쿵짝짝, 쿵짝짝. 어디 있을까? 나의 직감으로. 오두막 바닥, 나무 판자. 아기가 맞지 않아요. 고로 조사. 뜯어내야죠. 오호. 이건 뭘까? 열어봅시다.
Let us see what is in this box.
자물쇠 원통을 움직여서 선을 일치시키십시오. 일부는 속임수일 수도 있습니다. 처음이니까 쉽네요. 자, 열렸습니다. 편지꾸러미. 과연 뭘까요? 오, 많다.
A bundle of letters in a woman's hand with the Carey family monogram. Hurtley and Mrs. Carey were in a relationship. That is interesting.
역시 제 예상대로 둘이 눈이 맞은 내용이었습니다. 주디스 캐리의 편지 내용. 내 사랑을 리암, 당신은 처음 만날 때부터 자상했었죠. 주체할 수 없는 행복을 느끼지만 죄책감이 들어 무섭기만 하네요. 앞으로가 걱정이에요. 하나님은 어떻게 마주할는지요. 당신을 사랑하지만 하나님께서 맺어주신 인연을 버릴 수는 없어요. 남편이란 십자가를 짊어지는 것도 그분의 뜻이니까요. 남편에게 받은 상처도 언젠가는 아물겠죠. 제 걱정은 마세요. Don't worry. 자라란 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 짠 쿵짝짝 쿵짝짝. 어디 한번 좀 불어봅시다. 자, 어떤 관계인가요?
Madam, I am aware of your affinity with Liam Hurtley.
What are you talking about?
이래도
Mrs. Carey, we found your letters.
My letters? I asked Liam to return them to me. I wanted to burn them.
Why did Mr. Hurtley put them inside the garden shed?
I don't know. I wanted them back, but I couldn't see him, not after what happened.
Well, here they are.
Oh, this is terrible. Terrible. Liam, how could he? After what he has done.
You believe that he killed your husband?
No, I do not know. I do not know. Leave me alone, please.
훔쳐가는 것 같은데.
Thank you, madam. I wonder if Wiggins has managed to find any sailors.
훔쳐가는 것 같은데. 그리고 리암 허틀리의 편지. 연관성 있겠죠? 자, 악의 없는 외도. 리암 허틀리가 캐리 부인에게 수작을 걸었고 둘은 내연 관계가 되었습니다. 하지만 그 관계는 조용히 편지를 주고받는 수준에 그쳤을 뿐입니다. 이 둘이 만나서 시놉스가 되죠. 허틀리의 결백. 사건 당일 밤 허틀리가 산지계 별장에 찾아간 이유는 주디슨 캐리와의 내연 관계 때문이었고 실제로도 그는 별장의 정원사로 일했습니다. 캐리의 편지와 고백. 아, 이게 이렇게 또 분류가 되네요. 자, 채권과 자, 도둑맞은 채권. 도둑맞은 연철통에는 값비싼 채권들이 보관되어 있었습니다. 자, 이것을 넬리건이 수첩을 회수하러 왔고요. 넬리건은 이 채권을 훔치려다가 걸린 거였습니다. 넬리건과 허틀리가 거짓으로 진술하는 중이므로 함께 치조해야 한다. 두 사람은 공범이다라는 벌써 답변이 나왔습니다. 공범은 아닌 것 같아요. 네. 요번 작품에 좀 참신한적인 이렇게 추리를 하면서 다양한 결론이 나옵니다. 그래서 범죄자를 용의자를 용서할지 아니면 처벌할지 제가 선택할 수 있는 그런 싹박한 기능이 있습니다.
Mr. Holmes, we found the sailors from that list you gave us.
Well done, Wiggins. Let me see.
패트릭 케언즈, 작살잡이. 이 사람인
This
것
man is a
같아요.
harpooner, and his initials are PC, the same initials that were found on the tobacco pouch. Wiggins, could you gather some information on one of the sailors that you found? His name is Patrick Cairns.
잠시 후.
We found Patrick Cairns.
Good job, Wiggins. Where is he?
He lives in a small furnished dump of a room, but he's always at the Sea Witch pub, where he does arm wrestles for money and drinks.
Excellent. Here is your reward. 2 guineas.
Thank you, sir.
자, 이제 선원을 찾았으니 또 찾으러 가야죠. 침입자와 관련이 없고 담배에 관련이 있겠죠. 자, 임무. 패트릭 케언즈의 진술을 받아내라. 담배 주머니가 패트릭 케언즈의 물건이라면 사건 현장에 있었다는 사실이 입증됩니다. 담배 주머니의 주인은 밝혀지지 않은 상태죠. 바로 있네요. 선원 복장. 선원처럼 보이려면은 누가 봐도 선원. 자, 술집에 도착했습니다. 아, 이 사람이군요.
Hello there. Are you Cairns?
What do you want?
We've heard all about the gambling and arm wrestling here. You seem like the likely sort, and I'm up for it.
I start at 10 shillings.
Suits me.
아, 뭔가 저도 뭐 참여해야 될 것 같은 그런. 아, 맞네. 패트릭 해언즈의 표정을 보고 행동, 밀어내기, 버티기, 휴식을 파악한 다음 대응 전략을 세우십시오. 체력에 주의하시기 바랍니다. 알았어. 이럴 때 밀어붙여야지. 지금이야. 지금이야. 지금. 아, 체력 달려. 됐다. 이겼다. 밀어붙여. 아, 깝다. 끝내자. 끝. 아휴.
You were lucky. I wasn't focused. Let's go again.
안 해. 인물 묘사는 합시다. 자, 귀걸이. 낡아 빠진 복장. 억센 완력. 누런 손톱. 문신. 야, 요령 알았으니까. 이제 요령 알았어 이제. 네. 이제 요령 알았어. 죽어. 좀 넘어가라 좀. 한 판 더 이겼고요.
Well, good for you, I reckon. You're stronger than you look. Here's your 10 shillings.
I'd like to buy you a drink.
Good winner as well. That's good. Let's have a drink. You're a good type. Seems you've managed to settle down in life. You've got money, eh?
Not all that much.
Oh, well. At least you're not as poor as me.
실업자 신세.
Why do you say poor? You're not working?
I'm a harpooner. But you see, the whalers are rare. They don't pay much. So, as a result, find myself arm wrestling to pay for my drink.
작살잡이.
A harpooner. Interesting. You've had a lot of adventures, I bet.
Of course. It's been a dozen years since I've sailed. I've seen everything. Old Wallace, damn Black Peter, Great
망할
Roger,
블랙피터라고.
sailed to the Cape of Good Hope.
Black Peter, you say? I've heard rumors about that one.
He was the worst of them all. He was a liar and violent too, swinging those fists of his around. He was a tyrant and not much of a captain. At least, not as good as Great Roger.
I see. Yes. I was told terrible tales about Black Peter.
But you ain't heard the worst.
한 잔 추가요.
Tell me, and let's have another drink.
It was in 1883 that it happened. The August of that year. Peter Carey was captain of the Sea Unicorn, and I was a spare harpooner. We were coming out of the ice pack on our way home. One evening, we saw a little craft that had been blown north. There was only one man on her, and he wasn't a sailor. The crew must have thought that she'd foundered, and they made for the Norwegian coast in the dinghy. I guess they all drowned. We took the man on board.
생존자의 신원.
And who was he?
I don't know. During the crossing, he and the skipper enjoyed some long talks. His baggage was just a tin
오,
box.
양철통.
That's strange enough.
Aye, even stranger was that on the second night he disappeared. Nobody knew what happened to him. And of course, nobody could ask Black Peter about it.
You know what happened, don't you?
I do. I saw the skipper tie his heels and push him over the rail in the middle of my watch on that dark night. 2 days before we sighted the Shetland lights.
Black Peter's a murderer.
Aye. Those that know him wouldn't be surprised to hear it. But all this must stay between us. All right?
Of course. Back in a second. I'm off to the Kazi.
I'll be here with my drink.
주머니에 담배 주머니를 쏙.
Here it is. Have you got any tobacco? I've run out of mine.
Nah, I lost my pouch. I don't know where. Wait a minute. What's this?
Oh, is this your tobacco pouch?
Well, oh, it is.
딱 걸렸어.
Well, I have to go now. I know a captain who's planning an expedition to Cape Cod. Captain Ahab's his name. He commanded the Pequod. He might need good harpooners. I'll tell him about you.
Maybe. If you like, aye.
I'm done here. It's time to leave.
담배 주머니와 패트릭 헤언즈. 이름은 또 헷갈리죠. 사라진 채권과 침입자의 여부. 이러면 또 이제 강한 완력에 대해서도 아니. 아까 신문을 했을 때 넬리건은 채권을 가지러 온 거죠. 고로 넬리건은 용의자가 아닙니다. 아무리 봤을 때 허틀리도 애매하죠. 네. 시정살인이냐보단 그냥 악이 없는 외도였습니다. 자, 현재는 케인즈가 범인인 걸로 얘기가 모아지고 있습니다. 자, 단서도 다 됐죠. 자, 일단 저희가 추리한 결과 넬리건은 잃어버린 도둑맞은 채권을 회수하러 왔기 때문에 넬리건은 결백합니다. 또한 허틀리 또한 피터 캐리의 정원서에 일하면서 우리 부인이었던 주디스 캐리와 악이 없는 외도가 있었지만 굳이 내연관계 때문에 죽이지는 않았을 거라 봅니다. 그로 허틀리도 결백합니다. 또한 이제 또 다른 선원이었던 패트릭은 강한 완력의 작살잡이였기 때문에 강한 완력을 가지고 있었고, 또한 사건 현장에 담배 주머니가 있었고 자신의 물건임을 인정했기 때문에 이번 사건의 범인은 케인즈가 확실한 것 같습니다. 자, 케인즈를 규탄할지 선처를 베풀지 한번 보겠습니다. 케언즈를 규탄할 경우 패트릭 케언즈는 피도 눈물도 없는 살인마다. 피터 캐리의 살해범으로 밝혀졌으므로 처벌을 받아야 마땅하다. 또는 케언즈에게 선처를 베푼다. 패트릭 케언즈가 피터 캐리를 살해했지만 계획된 범죄는 아니었습니다. 인사불성의 주정뱅이에 맞서 스스로를 보호했을 뿐입니다. 선처를 베푼다면 어떻게 될까요?
Good afternoon. I must be at the wrong address. I'd like to speak with a ship's captain, a Captain Ahab. Is that you?
No, my name is Sherlock Holmes.
That detective fella? So, you wanted to see me?
That is correct. We need to talk.
About what?
About Black Peter, who was killed in his own hut with a harpoon.
You know, don't you?
Yes.
How?
The tobacco pouch. You recognized it.
Oh, the sailor. It was you. Unbelievable. Well, fine. I confess. But if you really do know everything, you should also know that I didn't want to kill him. He made me do it.
I know. Did you know about this story with the bond certificates? Did you need money?
Yeah. I just wanted him to cough up a little silver. I'm out of work, and I thought maybe he could help me. Well, he refused outright, and he insulted me. I reminded him I knew all about that murder he committed at sea in 1883. Then he got mad when I spoke about his treasure. I barely just had time to throw the harpoon at him before he could jump at me with his knife. You know the truth. What will you do now?
I ask that you return the bond certificates. Keep some of them. You will need them in your exile. It is better that you leave the country for a few years.
And you won't say anything to the police?
I will not say anything as long as you return the money.
Well, I'll do as you ask. But what about Inspector Lestrade?
I will deal with him. Goodbye.
It's good that you asked me to come, Mr. Holmes. We do need to talk.
About what?
What do you mean? Our case, Mr. Holmes. You sent me a message via your little thug,
His name is Wiggins, Inspector.
telling me that the case is solved. Well, Mr. Holmes, tell me, who is our murderer and where is he?
The morgue.
Eh?
His name is, or rather was, Pablo Coventrao. He was also on the ship with Peter Carey, and he was a harpooner. I'll tell you everything, Inspector, but do calm down. Mrs. Hudson will bring us tea and orange cake.
Orange cake? You're spoiling me, Mr. Holmes. That's my favourite.
Ah, Mr. Holmes. Inspector Lestrade told me that I should thank you for clearing my name. He also said that you were waiting for me here. I came as fast as I could. I cannot thank you enough. It is all because of you that this nightmare is finally over.
I believe that this belongs to you.
My father's securities. Incredible! But how did you get them?
It would take far too long to explain.
Tell me. This is extraordinary. You are a genius.
Then that may serve as an explanation. Goodbye, Mr. Nelligan, and good luck.
Goodbye, Mr. Holmes. And thank you. 1,000 times thank you.
오. 자, 현재 등급은 동정표. 자, 같은 그 방법으로 사건을 해결할 비율은 80%고요. 저랑 같은 도덕적 선택을 한 사람은 61%입니다.
This trip to the countryside will be good for you, Holmes. As your friend and your doctor, I really do recommend that you give yourself a complete change of scene. Fresh air, brisk walks, bird watching, chopping wood.
Sounds intolerable. I mean, certainly it sounds delightful.
But you haven't yet told me who your friend is, the one we're going to visit.
He is a bee lover.
A bee lover? Do you mean that he keeps bees? That must be Mrs. Hudson, bringing the warm cloth that I requested.
There is someone to see you, Mr. Holmes.
I have no time. Send whoever it is away.
Yes, Holmes, I really think we ought to leave now.
Mycroft.
Sherlock.
Oh, Mr. Holmes? Perhaps you don't remember me.
자, 여기서 마이크로프트가 누군지 모르시는 분들을 위해 살짝 팁을 드리자면 마이크로프트 셜록은 셜록 홈즈의 형입니다. 친형.
He does remember you, Watson. My brother remembers everything, and that is why he is so valuable to the government.
We're about to depart for the train station.
I know.
You know?
Sherlock, I need your help. There are people who presently threaten both our country and the Crown itself. You must help us with those methods of yours.
Need? Help? Those are not words I would readily associate with you, Mycroft.
I wrote you a letter, but you did not reply. And this is not about politics. It's about people. People similar to those whom you pretend to defend in your petty detective affairs.
Everything is about politics with you, Mycroft. I'm not interested. Have some of your agents, your spies, or worse, undertake this job of yours. You are defending your people, and they have little to do with the people I choose to help, I can assure you.
That's the point. You think exactly as they do.
Who are they?
The Merry Men. He is talking about the Merry Men, a band of idealistic terrorists.
Sherlock, do please think about it. They are planning something diabolical. Your country needs you.
You need me, Mycroft, and you are not the country. Although if your waistline expands very much further...
배때지에 낀 기름이 한층 두꺼워졌나 보고.
Tea will not be necessary. Dr. Watson, the train conductor, Mr. Parker, is aware that you will be 7 minutes late. You are in the 4th car. The train will be waiting for you. Sherlock, enjoy your time in Staffordshire. And do, please, at least write to me on your return.
역사자비의 복수. 피터 캐리 선장 살인사건이 종결되었다. 신뢰할 수 있는 정보원에게서 증거를 넘겨받은 경찰국은 블랙 피터의 배에서 작살잡이를 했던 파블로 코벤트랑을 살인범으로 지목했다. 하지만 안타깝게도 법적 처벌이 내려지진 않았다. 끔찍한 범죄를 저질렀다는 죄책감을 이기지 못한 용의자가 자살했기 때문이다.
Watson, I'll hold a cab for us. We leave in 5 minutes for the station.
안녕. 일주일 후.
What a gloomy night. It was warmer inside the waiting hall.
Since the station master told us that the train is about to arrive, we should not have to wait very much longer.
Yes, at last.
Attention! The train is arriving at the station. Please stand well away from the platform edge.
I'll take your bags and your blasted archive suitcase.
자, 열차가 옵니다.
But, Holmes, the headlight. It's faded away.
Something is wrong. I can't hear any sound from the incoming train.
Excuse me, sir. Can you explain what has happened?
I don't know. It's as if the train vanished into thin air.
Holmes, say something.
Quick, fetch a lantern and let us take a look.
자, 이 열차가 분명히 오는 소리가 났는데
It's too dark.
사라졌습니다.
Only fog and rails, nothing else.
There is no use in stumbling around here at night. We will come back tomorrow.
다음날 아침, 이른 시각.
Well, here we are again at Evesham Station. We have a full day ahead. Let us begin our investigation.
그때 그 100년 전의 분위기가 그대로 느껴지는 아주 진짜 옛날 역 같다. 발음 주의. 옛날 역 같습니다. 예, 역 같습니다. 철로지도.
This map will be
신기하죠?
useful.
자, F. 자, 상상력으로 현장에서 일어났던 일을 재현하십시오. 증거가 불충분한 상황이라 효과적입니다. 분명히 기차가 이렇게 오고 있었단 말이죠. 근데 사라졌어요.
This is the place where we saw the train vanish last night.
자, 철도 침몰.
Railway sleepers, nothing unusual.
빈병.
Discarded item, possibly thrown from the train.
땅바닥.
There are no tracks or footprints on the ground.
철로.
The rails have not been touched. There's nothing unusual here. There are no signs to indicate that the train ran off the track, nor are there any other traces. There is nothing whatsoever. There are no clues. But then, a negative result is also a result.
Oh, I see what you're getting at. No clues and you're smiling.
Yes, Watson, I do smile on occasion. This mystery appears very promising.
자, 열차가 어떻게 사라졌는지 밝혀내십시오. 사라진 열차에 관한 정보를 찾아내십시오. 자, 역장과 얘기해 봅시다.
Good morning. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
Yes, I remember you. I'm Station Master Everett. You were here last night. So, you are Mr. Holmes, the great detective. Will you be investigating what happened?
I shall indeed.
It is extraordinary that an entire train could disappear like that. And to think of all the poor people inside it, the passengers, the driver.
신체 묘사를 해봅시다. 자, 백발, 훈장, 흑투성이, 결혼 반지.
Could you please give us any details about the train?
Well, there was nothing so very special about it. At least not that I can recall. My memory's not what it used to be. However, if you need it, you can have the train composition report. It's inside my office.
See you later, my good man.
창고죠. 쓰레기 더미.
An old locomotive bell. This part is probably from a locomotive. This place serves as a storage area for the station. This part is probably from a locomotive.
사무실은 이문이군요. 안으로 들어가면 앞과 열차 시간표가 있다 했죠. 전보.
A new telegram.
I think we should meet this Mr. Robinson.
철도역으로 날아든 전보. 해당 역사에 전합니다. 현재 토마스 로빈슨은 브리들링턴역에서 머무는 중입니다. 그리고 열차 현황표.
Here is the train set.
노선은 노팅엄부터 런던까지 가는 런던 북동부 철도 열차고요. 234호. 동력실과 서탕칸, 1등석, 우편 보관실, 특수화물 차량, 토마스 로빈슨이 요청한 특수화물 차량과 2등석으로 구성되어 있습니다.
A telegraph.
역정과 다시 얘기해 볼까요? 특수화물.
According to the train composition report, there was a special wagon. What does that entail?
That's a highly secure car, ordered by a private party. It is generally to carry something of value. Those wagons have iron walls, you know, without any windows, and they're fitted with a complex key lock.
That is important information. Do you know what was inside this particular wagon?
Certainly not. No, that's private, and it's not my responsibility to allot the wagons to whoever.
열차 안의 승객들.
Was there anything exceptional about any of the passengers aboard the train?
What do you mean? Like officials? I wouldn't know. Oh, but now that you mention it, yes, there was something. There was a message from Bridlington station saying that the train had been delayed because of an issue with the passengers. What kind of problem that they didn't say?
That is interesting. You mentioned a problem at Bridlington station. I should like to visit this station. Could you mark it on the local map?
Of course. It's a suburban railway station. You might take a cab there.
See you later, my good man.
브리들링턴역으로 가봅시다. 대합실로 가보죠. 환한 승객.
This is an absolute scandal. It's always the same with these rail companies. No respect for the customer.
인물 묘사. 이거 아까 넬리건이랑 비슷하게 생겼는데? 아까 넬리건 조금 나이 먹은 넬리건인데? 작업복. 표. 결혼했고요. 거친 피부. What's the matter?
Please calm down, sir. What is your concern?
Concern? What is my concern? I'll tell you what my concern is. Last night I were on the train as usual with my colleague, heading home. Then along came this ridiculous ticket inspector, who started arguing that our tickets were invalid. He made us get off the train, and he was extremely rude about it.
Were you aboard the train that vanished last night?
Yes, I heard that it disappeared. But I don't care because we would have stopped before then anyway. Our tickets were valid and no doubt about it. And then, to top it all, the ticket inspector pushed everyone else out too, except for a bunch of rich. Well, of course their type don't need a ticket.
돈 많으신 양반들.
Can you recall anything more specific about this fortunate group?
Well, yes. They were all foreigners. Spanish-looking toffs with snake eyes.
Goodbye, sir.
이 여유 있는 이분이 바로 그 말로만 듣던 로빈슨이군요.
Good day to you, sir.
Good day. To whom am I speaking?
My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is...
Are you a representative of this damned railway company?
말씀
'Cause I have a
씹혔죠.
complaint.
We are not from the railway company. We are...
Well, in that case, Mr. Shamrock Flomes, please excuse me.
Shamrock
but I'm not in the mood
Flomes.
for idle chit-chat at the moment.
되게 비호감이다. 호주 전통 모자. 값비싼 정장. 굵직한 금지 반지. 화려한 구두, 악어 가죽. 로빈슨 씨.
You must be Mr. Robinson, is that correct?
Yes?
I am leading the investigation of the disappearing train. It would help if you could answer my questions.
Ah, well, all right. I have nothing to hide.
특수화물.
I presume it was you who placed the order for the special wagon.
Yes. It was to transport my valuable prototype safely to London. My prototype is a revolutionary device. It is capable of producing electricity. I'm a businessman and an engineer. I had already found several potential customers for my invention, but I was very optimistic about the directors' board who were travelling on the train last night.
많다.
You mentioned a director's board. Which company do they own?
The Chilean Barcazes Company. I had made an appointment with them. Now they are lost, along with the train and my prototype.
What do you know about the Barcazes Company?
It's a large South American company. They showed a great deal of interest in my prototype, and they seemed wealthy enough to do business with.
This revolutionary machine of yours, was it very valuable?
For God's sake, sir, it is priceless. It could change the world we live in, and yet I was selling it for almost nothing. I am a humanitarian, you see. I do not know if I will ever be able to get over this disaster. I cannot believe that it disappeared with that damned train.
Mr. Robinson, could you please clarify? Were you travelling alongside your prototype?
Yes, I was. But I had to step off the train. And all because of this stupid station master.
I received a telegram declaring that an important person, a Mr. Bromsby, wished to see you in the waiting room. I merely informed you of this.
Mr. Bromsby is a wealthy gentleman. His interest in my invention was truly unexpected. So yes, of course, I agreed to see him. Unfortunately, he wasn't there. I thought perhaps he might have been delayed, so I chose to wait a while. But despite my requests, the train left the station without me. Absolutely unacceptable.
The timetable is strict. We cannot wait any longer. The regulations require the train to be on time.
You are an idiot. You will pay for it. I will sue you.
The
불쌍해.
ticket inspector forced all the passengers from the train except for the directors of the Barcazes Chilean Company.
용무원도 한번 알아봐야죠.
Good day to you, gentlemen. How may I help you?
Good day to you, sir. My name is Sherlock Holmes. I am investigating the unfortunate disappearance of last night's train.
I see. I'm Station Master Bertram, but my supervisor has not informed me about this. I do not know if...
Do not worry. I have only a few questions.
줄이는 확인해 볼게요. 승객과의 문제.
Station Master Everett from Evesham told us that you reported a problem with some passengers last night.
Indeed. This train is a regular line for those who work at Nottingham. But yesterday, everyone was asked to get off the train here at my station. I've no idea why, and it delayed the train. But the worst of it is that now I have to deal with 2 furious passengers who are complaining about the company's service. They stayed here the whole night, but people do not usually pay much attention to the regulations, you see. There are very strict and clear rules. Paragraph 234 of Article 2G-43 states that in the event of a complaint, you must...
Yes, thank you. I understand.
인물 묘사. 젊고요. 깔끔한 복장. 지침서. 잉크 자국. 특별한 일은 없었나요?
Apart from the passengers disembarking, did you notice anything else that was unusual last night?
I did, and I mentioned it in my report to our higher management on the matter.
What was it?
Sorry, but I can't tell you. The station master's reports are confidential.
Confidential, you say? How long have you been working here?
I have worked here long enough to be quite capable of managing a railway station.
너 때문이구나.
Let me speak frankly, Mr. Bertram. Your age and your lack of confidence in your position are quite apparent. You cannot deny that you have only recently completed your studies.
I was at the top of my class.
Listen here, young man. I am aware that you wish to protect yourself behind all these regulations, but I represent the law.
And you are obstructing the investigation of an important case. I would suggest that you cooperate with Mr. Holmes. Think of your career.
Ah, that is... Well, I'll tell you everything. First of all, I scolded the ticket inspector, for it was he who asked the passengers to leave the train. It was not his right to do so. He was very rude. And then, later on, I received a most peculiar telegram from my colleague at Chesterfield Station, the next stop along the line.
상황 전보.
What did the telegram say?
Well, that was the peculiar thing. It was almost unreadable. It was full of errors and awfully vague. It was hard to understand if the train had correctly passed that station or not. You can read it for yourself.
We ought to visit Chesterfield Station. We need to confirm if the station master saw the train or not.
또 체스터필드로 가야 됩니다. 체스터필드역에서 보낸 정보. 체스터필드 철도역, 런던 북등뷰 철도 럭얏 1124호 00시 30분에 도착 00시 35분에 출발. 오타 덩어리죠. 자, 바닥 사이의 틈새 종이 뭐죠?
The insurance policy for Robinson's machine. A significant sum.
발명품 보험약관 제25-6458호 토마스 L. 로빈슨의 발명품 자동 전력 생성기를 보험 대상으로 등록합니다. 해당 약관은 시 제품이 송산되었을 경우 손해액의 최대 50%까지 보장합니다. 최대 보상액 5만 파운드, 보장기간 1년, 갱신 가능하고요. 약관에 의거 보험료가 증가할 수 있습니다. 따라단단.
A telegraph.
시제품 손해보험.
According to this document, you have insurance for your prototype.
Oh, thank God. Where did you find it?
Near the telegraph station.
I must have lost it when I tried to send a message, which I was prevented from doing.
I apologize for that, but regulations state that public access to the telegraph is strictly prohibited.
Upon my word, you keep on digging that hole of yours. You have no idea.
너 내가 누군지 알아? 우리나라가 생각나네요.
I see that you kept your gripsack with you. Why don't you leave it in the luggage room?
I've had other things to think about. I lost my prototype. And this idiot station master just stands here doing nothing to help.
Oh, but...
Well, that won't do at all. Station Master, I believe that the regulations state that any passenger luggage should be taken to the luggage room.
I'll do it right away, sir. Sorry, sir.
This Robinson is quite a character. We should learn more about him.
로빈슨의 수화물.
This gripsack belongs to Mr. Robinson.
I think we should open it, Holmes. This is what they call force majeure. I'll keep watch.
Of course.
자, 어느새 공범이 돼버린 왓슨. 이거다. 훨씬 쉽네요. 전작보다. 업무 서류.
Look, Watson, a bundle of contracts. Very suspicious. We should study them carefully.
자, 계약서. 해당 문서는 독점 거래 계약서입니다.
Exclusive sales contract.
자, 해당 시제품의 필요 전력은 자율적인 방법으로 보급해야 한다. 구매자 에머스턴 전기회사는 시제품 그대로 기기를 구매함에 동의하는 바이다. 토마스 앤 로빈스. 판매자는 구매 이후 시제품에서 발생하는 문제에 책임을 지지 않으며 구매 시점에서 쟁점이 발견될지라도 예외는 두지 않는다. 계약 구매자는 계약이 체결된 후 즉시 시제품 판매가의 일하를 선납한다. 또한 나머지 금액은 한 달 내로 납입해야 한다. 다음, 계약서. 해당 문서는 독점거래 계약서입니다. 토마스 엘 로빈스. 또 독점거래 계약서. 일단, 예, 또 독점거래 계약서. 그리고 또 로빈슨.
Well, it is very clear that this Mr. Robinson received prepayments from various people for his machine.
특수화물 아니고 열차. 특수화물과 발명품 손해보험. 고객들과 특수화물. 다른 역인 체스터필드 역으로 가보겠습니다. 체스터필드 역은 상당히 조용합니다. 대합실에 가면
This bin is full of empty bottles.
A fishing advertisement.
낚시 광고. 이 창고는 열려 있습니다. 손수레 바퀴 추.
wheelbase. Interesting. It appears that elements of the same construction were scattered everywhere. Watson, please tell me, do you believe in magic?
Of course not, Holmes.
Then you are of the opinion that a train cannot simply disappear.
Well, we both know that that is obvious. Why are you asking such peculiar questions?
A little patience, Watson. You will understand my point quite soon. So, are you quite certain that you saw the train at Evesham Station?
Yes, of course. We saw it coming. The headlights, and heard the whistle.
But that is it. We didn't see the train itself.
But... Oh, Holmes, I'm a little confused.
그러니까 뻗어 있네요. 모스 부호표.
I had thought that all station masters knew the Morse code, but apparently not.
역장이 또 뻗어 있습니다.
How could he fall asleep at work like this? Excuse me, sir. Wake up. Ah, his breath. He must have swallowed half a distillery.
And that explains the how.
By his sleeping off the alcohol, you mean? Wake up, please, sir.
What? The 18-hour 72 train has arrived?
Good day to you. We are investigating the disappearance of last night's train, and we should like to ask you a few questions.
열차 안의 승객들.
Were there any passengers who got off that particular train at your station last night?
No, nobody, it seems to me. Although I did not leave my office, so...
No doubt you were very busy.
You don't say. You can't ever get any peace around here. Now you have to send a telegram each time a train arrives and departs.
인물 묘사. 달아오른 콧등. 깔끔한 복장. 결혼 생활. 술병. 낚싯줄. 이상한 정보.
The station master Bertram from Bridlington showed me a strange telegram that he received from you last night. It concerned the train, but it was barely comprehensible.
What? He's a fastidious little twerp, that Bertram. I remember everything quite clearly. It was late, and I was tired, but I did my work. So what? There's no need to be so petty.
피곤한 상태로 했다고? 만취했는데?
You were not tired, you were inebriated. Tell me the truth now, or I shall not hesitate to document your state in my report.
My friend means that you will end up by being sacked from your position.
All right. So I was drunk. I don't remember all of yesterday, to be truthful to you. Please don't go harsh on me.
저런 사람이 역장이라고.
Holmes, this man has consumed a considerable amount of alcohol. He's not entirely helpless yet, but...
It will not be long before he is. Obviously, his testimony cannot be trusted.
Ah, will I ever get any peace?
아, 편히 쉬게 해줄까요? 너 일러서 잘라버릴 거야. 역장은 신뢰하기 힘들다. 술에 취했기 때문에 전보는 믿을 수가 없죠. 사라진 열차와 손수리 부품들은 연관이 있을까요? 자, 임무 가짜 열차 실험. 분해된 손수레를 이용하면 수수께끼에 실마리가 잡힐지도 모른다. 손수레를 재조립하여 열차가 사라졌던 상황을 재현해보자. 오, 이런 실험도 있겠네요. 이걸 끄집어냅니다. 자, 톱니바퀴, 똥기계전치 끼우고, 아, 나무 널빤지 여기 있구나. 바퀴, 대동장치 됐다.
So, now here we have the fake train that we saw approaching Evesham Station last night.
Doesn't look much like a train to me.
Be patient, Watson, I haven't finished yet. Try using your imagination. Our train requires only a headlight and a steam whistle.
자, F를 눌러 시뮬레이션 봅시다. 아, 증거가 불충분해요. 오, 존저등, 경적, 또 있다. 장대, 소화기.
The long pole is now attached. It will allow us to connect the headlight. The headlight is attached. The steam whistle is now connected.
Holmes, what can we do to make the steam whistle work?
It is elementary, my dear Watson. We shall need a fire extinguisher. The fire extinguisher. Now let us see what we have here. The steam whistle is ready to be used.
아,
Watson, I do believe that we have created an exact replica of the train that vanished in front of us last night. The criminal mind can be most inventive. I am somewhat in awe.
So such a thing is possible. If someone went to all the trouble of creating this fake train, then it was surely with the intention of stealing the real one.
Ah, Watson, you should not jump to conclusions. In fact, this does not tell us very much at all, except that the train did not evaporate into thin air.
Although you half suspected it.
At any rate, we now need to find where the real train might be hidden. I suggest we use my archives to find a more detailed map of our surroundings.
Well, I hope that justifies our having to load your massive archive suitcase onto the cab. It made us extremely unpopular with our driver.
There is no sense in asking the station master to open it. We shall have to pick the lock.
자물쇠를 땁니다. 됐다. 자, 여긴 뭐가 숨겨져 있을까요? 직감, 바닥, 긁힌 자국.
Bags were recently dragged here.
모래자루를 움직이면 술.
French wine, a remarkable vintage. These bottles are too expensive for a station master's wage. They were likely taken from the parcels.
Shameful.
오호, 술을 훔쳤어요. 공구.
These tools were used quite recently. They are still muddy. We should ask about them. You have quite a number of dirty tools lying around here.
Ah, yes. Well, thank you for reminding me. I should clean them. Although, it might be easier to put them outside. Seems it might start raining soon.
I meant, what were they used for?
Some workers come here and borrowed them from me. They wanted to lift the edge of the railway to one of the stations on the line, so that the water wouldn't come in too close.
인부?
Who were these workers?
Well, they didn't seem to be from the company, but they was fine lads. They invited me to share a drink. And whatever it was, it had a kick to it. They wasn't English. No, I don't believe so. But see, they knew just what a man needed to brighten up his dull evening.
보관 중인 손수리 부품들과 가짜 열차. 한번 추리해볼까요? 이른 시기에 사라진 열차. 열차는 이브샴역 근처에도 오지 못했다. 자취를 감춘 시기는 그 이전이며 체스터필드 역의 모습을 드러낸 열차는 손수레와 그 열차 부품을 이용한 가짜에 불과했다. 서재를 가야 되는데, 아, 여기 있구나. 휴대용 서재. 아.
This suitcase contains my archives. We can consult with it if needed. It is fortunate that we took it with us.
아, 그래서 이 사건 맨 처음 할 때 이 서재 짐 싸고 있는 걸 보여주구나.
Now we have two maps. We must combine them properly.
지도를 펼쳐봅시다. 어느 지도와 일치할까요? 여긴가? 여기다.
Here it is. There is a side branch to the railway. Its first switch is located between Bridlington and Chesterfield stations. There is one more station to be visited. It is located between Chesterfield and Evesham, and there should be a side railway to the nearby quarry. There is a small section of a railway at the end of Evesham station.
자, 총 3군데가 있네요. 자, 새로운 갈 곳이 생겼습니다. 자, 열차가 어떻게 사라졌는지 밝혀내십시오. 철도 건널목에서 갈라지는 외부 철도를 조사하십시오. 체스터필드와 이브샴 사이에 위치한 체스턴 반면의 철도 건너목과 외부 철로를 조사하십시오. 이브샴역 근처의 철도 건너목을 조사하십시오. 이브샴부터 가볼까요? 건물의 잔해.
There was a building here not so long ago.
But I don't understand, Holmes. Why would anyone destroy the shed in such a manner?
It was disassembled in great haste. It is most odd.
건물이 왜 갑자기 무너졌을까요? 자, 직감으로 파헤쳐 봅시다. 다수의 흔적, 바퀴 자국, 차량의 흔적.
Traces. Let's take a closer look. The vehicle would have been heavy, as these tracks are quite deep. The distance between the tracks is about 6 feet 7 inches.
6피트 7인치.
These traces are relatively fresh and were made by a large truck loaded with materials. This road should lead to the town of Evesham.
부서진 창고.
It appears that there was a small warehouse near your station and that it was disassembled. Why is that?
It was burgled overnight about 2 weeks ago. The police have already started their investigation, but I doubt that they'll find anything.
What was inside the warehouse?
Nothing of value. A few 100 feet of standby rails and some spare railway parts. But it wouldn't be easy to steal all of that. Why would anyone want to?
See you later, my good man.
일단 2부 잠은 조사 완료했습니다. 다음 철도역으로 가봅시다. 돈캐스터. 오, 사람이 있어요. 너 뭐야?
A funny character. He looks anxious.
And he is not an Englishman.
담배꽁초.
This scent is familiar to me, but in order to recognize it, I must combine my associations into one picture.
됐다.
A greenish-brown cigar with a strong aroma, a hint of peppermint. Ricardo.
You already know the name of this man? Holmes, you amaze me.
No, Watson, I refer to the cigar. It is a Ricardo Turrent, a Mexican cigar of an excellent quality. Quite an expensive one, too.
냄새로 담배 이름을 맞췄습니다. 대단해. 자, 직감. 재떨이. 불타버린 종이 조각.
This ashtray is full of ash and cigar stubs.
망할 칠레논 뭐 이렇게 써져 있어요.
A
담배꽁초.
greenish-brown cigar with a strong aroma, a hint of peppermint. These ashes and cigar stubs are similar to the one that we found on the floor. Some of the stubs were recently smoked. There are others that appear fairly old.
That means that the fellow spent several days here. Judging by his clothes, he's hardly a traveller or a tramp.
Well concluded, my dear fellow. A man who smoked the Ricardo brand of Mexican cigar spent several long days at Doncaster Station.
종이 조각.
Apparently, there was a conflict between the Mexicans and the Chileans.
재떨이.
This ashtray is full of ash and cigar stubs.
사무용 책상. 경마 잡지.
Newspaper articles on horse racing. Hurdle, steeplechase and flat racing. He is a true enthusiast, Holmes.
오, 막권.
Betting slips for horse racing.
뒤집으면
The sums are quite impressive.
It can be an expensive vice. This man had probably used all his savings.
역장이 있었네요.
Good day to you, sir. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is Dr. John Watson. We are investigating the case of the vanished train.
Is that so? Well, good day, gentlemen. I am Mr. Duff, the station master of this station. I'll be happy to help you in any way I can, but there's not much that I can tell you about last night.
인물 묘사. 우울하고요. 단추가 떨어져 나갔고요. 반지가 있는 흔적이 있었고, 시계가 없음.
Did any passengers leave or board the train last night?
No. I saw no one as usual. I reported the train's passage by telegraph. Just the same as all the other nights.
이 시대는 다 정보를 보내서
I
확인했나 보네요.
observe that you are a gambling man, Mr. Duff. You had hoped that your relocation to this small town might have helped ease your addiction, but it was not to be.
I beg your pardon. Addiction to what?
뻥치시네. 막고는 뭔데?
We found a number of horse racing tickets inside your office. Well, well, we all have our weaknesses. An expensive obsession, surely, for a station master.
It is none of your business. I occasionally attend the races with my colleagues. And anyway, that's my private life.
그러죠.
There was a gentleman of Mexican origin, I believe, in the waiting room. Did you notice him?
What? A Mexican? Here in the back of beyond? Are you quite sure about that?
자, 역을 수색하다 보면 나오겠죠. 뒤지면 나오겠지. 뒤져서 나오면 10원에 한 대.
Holmes, look. There's a flooded area over here.
I believe that the flooded area might be worth checking.
침수된 지역. 일단은 좀 뒤져봅시다. 역장의 가방.
This post bag belongs to the station master.
변호사에게 쓰는 편지. 훔칩니다. 변호사에게 보내는 편지. 코르의 변호사 사무실, 런던, 브롬리, 메인과 BR6-9HJ 번지. 저번에 보내신 경고장에 대해서 답변드립니다. 조금만 기다리시면 변호사님께 지불해야 하는 의료비는 물론이고 개인적인 빚까지 모두 갚도록 하겠습니다. 기쁜 소식을 전하며 에드워드 더프. 아내에게 쓰는 편지.
The station master appears to have found himself in some financial trouble.
돈캐스트 역장의 아내에게 보내는 편지. 노팅엄셔 베스퍼드 알핀 7과 사랑하는 당신에게 이번만큼은 날 믿어줬으면 좋겠어. 곧 주택 융자금을 지불할 만큼의 돈이 들어올 거야. 며칠만 기다리면 돼. 당신이 혼자 살기를 원한다면 그 집에서 계속 살도록 해. 항상 당신을 생각하고 있어. 최근 들어 무심하게 행동했던 남편을 용서해줄 날이 언젠가 오길 바라며 미안한 마음을 담아 에드워드. 하지만 그는 지금 반지를 뺀 상태죠. 일단 침수된 지역을 물어봅시다.
It appears that you may be at risk of some flooding along the line here.
You mean that the whole bloody lake is at our feet?
Quite so. But it is strange, because according to my map there should be a quarry here, and behind that the lake.
How should I know? I only arrived here a few months ago.
And where did you work before that?
경매장이요.
I was working in Nottingham, but I asked for a quieter place, so they transferred me here. Life is cheaper. I can't really complain.
Goodbye, sir. It is obvious that we cannot inspect the quarry.
제석장 가기
Instead,
힘들어요.
we can check the beach area around the flooded lake.
돈캐스트역에서 보낸 정보와 채석장. 아니네요. 철로. 아니네요. 역장. 호숫가로 갑시다.
Here we are at the beach that is located near the quarry and Doncaster station. It doesn't look like a very good place to rest.
차량의 흔적.
These traces were made by carriage. Look. The vehicle would have been heavy, as these tracks are quite deep.
흔적도 차량에 짐이 많이 실린 흔적입니다. 수치를 재볼까요?
The distance between the tracks is about 6 feet 7 inches.
그 흔적과 같습니다. 이르샴역에 있었던 거와
The
같아요.
vehicle pressed this stone into the ground. It would have been quite heavy. These traces are relatively fresh and were made by a large truck loaded with materials. The traces found at the disassembled shed near Evesham and at the lake were from the same vehicle. An abandoned gypsy caravan.
호숫가. 남겨진 잔해. 금속 면패.
A label with the name Las Zarpas.
라스 자르파스. 라스 자르파스 바지선 운송어. 자, 라스 자르파스 바지선은 훌륭한 운송 수단이다. 라스 자르파스 정표는 조선, 발전 및 탐광 분야에서 활약 중인 멕시코 협력체 카라칼에 귀속되어 있다.
Here it is.
운송업이었네요. 예. 체스터필드와 이브샴 사이에 있는 채석장 반면에 철도 건너목과 외부 철로 특별 음성과 채석장 관련 없고요. 자, 바지선. 최근 멕시코인들은 호숫가에 바지선을 이용했습니다. 무거운 물체를 옮겼던 것으로 추정됩니다. 브리들링턴과 체스터필드 사이에 있는 건널목으로 갑시다. 여기에 신호기가 있네요.
The switch is rusted, but it still works.
자, 이쪽으로 가면은 광산이 나옵니다. 안내판.
Mines. This is interesting.
F. 자, 한번 시뮬레이션 상황을 볼까요? 열차는 탄광 속으로 갔을 것이다.
Quite possible for someone to redirect the train towards the mines.
자, 이러면 또 탄광으로 가봐야죠. 탄광.
Here are the mines, Holmes. They appear to be abandoned.
탄광은 이미 해제됐고요.
This is an administrative panel. See what it says.
This is an information sign. It might contain some useful data. We should restore it.
널빤지. 붙여.
Watson, you are a gentleman, and gentlemen tend to carry handkerchiefs. Might I borrow yours?
And where is your own?
I haven't the faintest idea.
Very well. Here it is.
자, 홈즈는 신사가 아닌 것으로. 자, 무슨 컴퍼니죠? 코일. 자, WEA 코일 컴퍼니입니다.
WEA coal. These mines belong to them.
차량의 흔적이 또 있어요.
A lightly loaded vehicle came this way.
여기는 짐이 적어요.
The distance between the tracks is about 4 feet 8 inches.
하피트
There is a
할인치에
wooden beam lying on the rails. A small vehicle with wooden beams went down this way.
This mine has completely collapsed, Holmes.
It is curious, but to be truthful, I am not entirely surprised.
It's difficult to follow you, Holmes.
무너진 탄광을 한번 봅시다. 직감. 빈 공간. 바닥에 남은 흔적. 사라진 철로.
Someone
조임새.
removed these screws, most probably to take down the rails. A few feet of the rails have been dismantled.
철로 일부가 사라졌어요. 이는 갑자기 비가 갑자기 이런 음산한 부금은 왜 나오는 거죠? 사람 무섭게 시리. 마인.
This is the cabin for the mine's security personnel.
열려 있어요. 금고.
This box must be the safe. Let's open it.
또 열어야 돼요? 됐죠?
The Mexican company Caracal and the Chilean Barcazas both want to buy the mines. I need more information. Perhaps Mycroft could help.
신규 보안 지침서 WEA 탄광 경비원들의 신규 보안 지침서. 현재 시점으로부터 바르카자스사의 임원들은 자유롭게 왕래하도록 조치한다. 해당 회사가 탄광을 소유할 가능성이 높음. 또한 카르칼사의 임원들은 출입 금지 조치를 실행하기로 한다. 해당 회사는 초기 입찰 거래가 취소됨. 해당 정보는 급비 사항이므로 외부로 유출되지 않도록 주의하라.
Watson, it seems that both South American companies were involved in the purchase of the mine.
The man at Doncaster who flared our approach, he smokes Mexican cigars. Perhaps...
Yes, Watson.
아하.
We should certainly speak with him.
그렇게 된 거였군요. 여기 또 직감. 붕괴된 탄광, 돌 무더기. 포장지에 쌓인 소포.
This is an unusual kind of paper, stiff and dry. It was used for a specific purpose. Let us look inside.
사그락
Sawdust.
톱밥.
I am almost certain it is a... Watson, could you assist, please? Do you have your pistol? Good. Fire at this package.
빵이야. 오우야. 다이너마이트였습니다.
Dynamite.
폭발로 붕괴된 탄광과 무너져 내린 탄광. 사라진 탄광철로와 채석장은 아니고 멕시코와 칠레의 반목. 뭐구나. 탄광 판매는 철로. 누군가 탄광 판매를 향하는 외부 철로의 일부를 훔쳐갔다. 또 간다, 또 간다.
Please, sir, we would ask you not to leave. We have some questions.
Are you the police?
No, we are employed by the railway company. We are collecting witness statements about the train that disappeared last night.
Lo siento, I'm in a hurry.
Really? It seemed that you were waiting here for someone. Could you tell us if you were at the station last night?
No, I just arrived from South America.
A formidable journey, no doubt. Which country are you from?
De Chile.
칠레네요. 주름살. 사무용 정장. 근육질. 부락부락. 단련된 몸. 여송년.
Chile? But you are Mexican.
No, you are wrong. Why would you think I'm Mexican?
뻔하죠. 너 지금 들고 있는 거.
Because of your cigars.
Sí, cigarrillos.
자, 도전까지 달성했습니다.
Those cigars are the Ricardo brand, from Mexico. It is quite impossible to find them anywhere but there.
Pero not your business.
왜 오셨습니까?
I don't suppose that you are on vacation. What business brought you here?
I was to meet my fellow compañeros. Where did you arrive yesterday? They were on that damn train. I will stay here and hope that the authorities find them, or their bodies. It's now my responsibility to repatriate them.
Who authorized you to do that?
The company I work for.
Could you tell me the name of the company?
It's not your concern.
And what is your name?
Enough questions. Buenas tardes.
안 알려주네.
Not a very friendly man, and he is lying. He said that he just arrived, but we know that he has been here for several days.
자, 정보를 보내서 WEA 최고 회사에 대한 정보를 얻어내십시오. 정보를 보내볼까요?
I asked Mycroft to find out some information on the WEA Coal Company. Here is his reply, and it is an interesting one.
자, WEA 채굴 회사 입찰 대상은 칠레 기업 바르카자스와 멕시코 기업 카르칼이었다. 양측에서는 WEA 탄광을 구매하려는 의사를 표했다. 멕시코 기업 카르칼에서는 조기 입찰하기로 결정하고 서류를 준비하던 중이었다. 하지만 칠레 기업 바르카자스가 정치권 인사들과 손을 맞잡게 되면서 탄광 경영권을 빼앗기게 되었다. 둘이 서로 배틀이 붙은 거죠. 예. 탄광과 이 남성. 멕시코 기업 카르칼은 칠레 기업 바르카자스와 앙숙 관계다. 카르칼에서 먼저 입찰했음에도 불구하고 WA 탄광은 바르카자스의 손아귀에 떨어졌다. 그래서 열받았겠지. 카르칼이 파놓은 함정. 카르칼에서는 바르카자스의 임원들이 열차에 남도록 술수를 부렸다. 다른 승객들을 하차시켰던 장본인 역시 카르칼이었다. 그러면 아까 이거와 연관되죠. 이쪽으로 더 가면은 또 뭔가 뜰 거고.
This railway branch should lead to the quarry. Let us take a look. The switch is rusted, but it still works.
여기도 움직여?
The rail is rusted and looks old, but the railway is still usable.
철로의 끝은
The railway ends here. That is strange.
오호, 이러면 또 이 일이 복잡해지는데? 예비 철로가 여기도 망가져 있다. 이러면은 답이 또 두 개가 되죠. 근데 정황상 보면은 그 채굴 회사의 멕시코와 칠레가 서로 그 수주를 따내는 것 때문에 앙숙이 됐잖아요. 그러면은 이거는 그냥 탄광만 막아놓은 거고 돈키호테는 지나쳤을 거예요. 돈키호테역은 안 지났고 물에 빠졌고 탄광은 습격이고 됐다. 새로운 그러면 물속에 가라앉았고 여기는 우연의 일치로 우연의 일치는 아니겠지. 로빈슨은 피해자인가 그냥? 원한이 있었겠지. 됐다. 자, 모든 이것도 빠져있네? 진짜 로빈슨은 아무것도 아닌가봐요. 진짜 얘는 진짜 아무것도 아닌가봐. 자, 물에 빠뜨린 걸로 해보겠습니다. 자, 멕시코인들이 칠레인들을 물에 빠뜨렸다. 자, 이것도 추악한 장치판으로 가볼까요?
Then the case is solved, Holmes. What do you intend to do?
Well, I shall require assistance for the arrests. There were accomplices.
Ah, but I know that look. You have your own ideas. What are they, Holmes?
On the one hand, we have the local constabulary and advice from our friend Lestrade. The problem we have there is that the authorities seem to be incapable of acting quietly. They rely on brute force. It could result in an international scandal. Our other option is Brother Mycroft and his tedious political games. He will locate the guilty parties without any trouble, but it will be a long and drawn-out process, and possibly with some compromise that will be to Mycroft's benefit. But I think I'd prefer to give Mycroft a chance. We should overlook our personal differences on this occasion.
Let us go home, then. I'd like to begin writing a draft of this story.
I did not say that we had finished here yet.
Well, all right. What did I miss?
Watson, we know that the Barkazas Company directors were drowned in the flooded quarry, along with the train and Robinson's prototype. But we still need to corner the guilty party.
But how do you intend to prove... Oh, no. Please don't tell me we have to dive into the lake.
Huh. You may rest assured that I have a far better idea.
Of course you...
얘기가 길어지는 것도 이게 정답인 것 같은데.
And we shall be heading home. May we have 2 tickets to London, please?
Right away, but... Wait a minute. You've solved the case?
In a manner of speaking, can you believe that the rescue service miraculously saved one of the Chileans who were on board the train? The police have ordered his immediate escort to London on the next train.
He pulled through, then? He's alive?
Yes, by extreme good fortune. His condition is quite serious, and the method of transportation has its risk, but he will be held securely by the doctor and police officers. The gentleman carries some vital information on this case. I am sure of it.
Ah, really?
Your station will be famous, Mr. Duff. The journalists will be here before you know it. Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye, gentlemen.
자, 잠시 후 권총을 두고 누군가 갑니다. 자, 본인 등판.
Gentlemen, You are under arrest.
Caramba! You traitor! You double-crossed me!
권총! 잡아야 돼요. 손!
Good shot, Watson. I always knew
죽이는
you
건
were a
너무하니까
talented marksman.
I
손을
didn't want
때립시다.
another life lost in this case, Holmes.
Oh my god! I thought I was a dead man.
You shouldn't be so glad about it. You'll be up before the judge.
Your testimony will be of great importance to the investigation. I would remind you that your cooperation will be the best way to ease your sentence. By the way, Watson, would you be so kind as to give me some shooting lessons later on?
Yes, but not in our sitting room, and not with you wearing a blindfold.
자, 물에 빠뜨린 게 정답이었습니다. 전부 개입된 사건이었습니다. 멕시코인들은 열차를 물에 빠뜨려 칠레인들을 살해했습니다. 때마침 붕괴된 댐으로 인해 채석장은 침수대기에 이르렀고 뱃사람을 동원한 멕시코인들은 열차를 그리로 이끌었습니다. 이후 해당 위치에 있던 철로를 제거하면서 사건을 은폐하려 했다. 거대 범죄 조직과 전면으로 맞설 수는 없으니 주의를 기울여서 접근하기로 했다. 마이크로프트에게 사태를 해결할 기회를 줬습니다. 자, 결론 제시. 자, 인성수치, 자원봉사자. 자, 동일한 방법으로 사건을 해결한 비율 69%. 자, 동일한 도덕적 선택을 제시한 비율 63%. 많아요, 그래도.
Holmes, what happened?
I feel deathly.
And you look it. Let me examine you. Please don't tell me that you've returned to your old habits.
자, 동공.
The pupil is dilated.
이마.
The temperature appears to be normal.
맥박.
I need to concentrate and count the heartbeats.
하나, 둘, 셋, 넷, 다섯, 여섯, 일곱, 여덟. 10초에 8개?
Around 50 beats per minute. But you're dying, Holmes. Your pulse rate is dropping. We need to get you to the hospital immediately.
The antidote. Give it to me.
The antidote? You mean that you're poisoned?
Now. Please.
Here, drink it all. Don't tell me that you did this to yourself.
Hemlock and datura. I was compelled to.
Holmes, imagine if I'd not returned home when I did. What might have happened?
I knew that you would.
Mr. Holmes, Inspector Lestrade is here to see you.
Mr. Holmes is unable to see anyone at the moment. He is unwell.
A good day, Inspector.
Mr. Holmes, I'm glad to find you.
페이크다!
I need your help. This is a strange one.
페이크다.
We have brought in 2 young bankers from the city, sons of lords, members of the chamber, and so on and so forth. They were found stranded in a rowing boat that was drifting on the Thames.
A romantic escapade with an unhappy ending, Lestrade.
What? Well, yes, they were both in the bath, but... what?
As I said.
And they were tied together.
You are lacking in imagination, Inspector.
Well, no, I'm not. Anyway, there was a banner flapping about in the boat with the RMS Oceanic printed on it and signed by the Merry Men.
The Oceanic? Isn't that the largest steamer ever built?
Yes. And these 2 young banker chaps are sons of the owners of the White Star Line, the company that built it. There are rumours of corruption.
I'm not interested in politics, Lestrade.
I'll keep it then. Here's another one that's a bit more complex and maybe to your liking. It's a murder, but we're unable to find any weapon. We haven't touched anything. It's at the Roman Baths in Strand Lane.
A murder, a vanishing weapon, the Roman Baths. That's for us. Watson, fetch your hat.
좀 그리스 양식의 목욕탕이네요.
beautiful place.
With a dreadful murder. The body of Sir Rodney Bentcliffe is still in the steam room. It has not been touched, per your usual instructions, Mr. Holmes. I shall be waiting for you here, but please hurry.
자, 용의자.
Are you able to identify the men who were with the victim in the steam room?
Yes. The manager of the bath, Sir Gregory Pitkin, a lad from the City Council, Garrow, and an archaeologist by the name of Blinkhorn. I think the plump one, Garrow, did it. He doesn't seem right in the head.
Well, we shall see.
살해 흉기는?
You found no murder weapon?
No, and that's why I called you. All three witnesses and the victim were locked in when the murder occurred, and they remained so until we got here. We even had to pick the lock to enter.
I see. Was there anyone else here, apart from those gentlemen in the steam room?
Yes, a Mr. Phillips. He was the one who called the police. He'll be able to give you more details.
사건을 먼저 목격한 목격자부터 만나봐야겠죠. Phillips.
Good day to you, Mr. Phillips. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my colleague, Dr. Watson. Would you be so kind as to answer our questions?
Certainly, sir.
무슨 일인가요?
Please tell us the chain of events from the start of your day. Everything that you can remember. The slightest detail may be of importance.
Very well, sir. I came in at 6:30 this morning, and I opened the baths. I made sure that the room was clean, and I prepared the towels. The brazier was still burning.
There was a fire burning all night.
Yes, Sir Gregory ordered me to light the brazier yesterday. It takes some time until the room is fully heated. The gentleman had a meeting at 9 o'clock this morning. I wanted everything to be perfect. They'd been in the steam room for 20 minutes when I suddenly heard shouting. I ran to the door, but it was closed. I couldn't open it. So I ran out to the street to call for the police. One constable came up, and then there were others, and they picked the lock. Then Inspector Lestrade came along, and he told us that nothing should be touched.
다른 손님은요?
Did you receive any other visitors this morning?
No one. Until these gentlemen arrived. Sir Gregory was the first. And then, while we were discussing work details, Sir Rodney and Mr. Blinkhorn arrived, and Mr. Garrow followed.
What happened after that?
I waited until they'd all entered the steam room, then I returned to the hall. The changing room door was open, so I should hear if they needed anything.
You would have heard if someone had entered or left the steam room.
Certainly, sir. These doors make a lot of noise.
자, 인물 묘사를 해봅시다. 가볍게 패인 주름살, 풀을 먹인 옷깃, 결백증, 과위로 인한 상처, 혼자서 머리 깎음, 홀로 생활함, 반짝이는 단추, 맨체스터 시티, 오늘 보낸 전복. 한진막은 여기입니다. 예.
The changing room.
탈의실.
The steam room.
오, 건물 진짜 아름답다. 여기가 목욕탕이라고? 샴페인?
Champagne for a special occasion. An ice bucket to keep the champagne chilled. Unopened. It was intended to be enjoyed after the steam session.
잘 끝. 옷이 있네요.
Expensive clothes belonging to one of the men from the steam room.
여기도 옷이.
These clothes belong to one of the suspects from the steam room. Clothes belonging to one of the suspects.
문을 개방합니다. 따라라. 뭐야? 다행히 가렸죠?
Good Lord, Holmes.
Death with a peculiarly Roman piquancy.
Like the one you almost had an hour ago.
Let us forget about that.
자, 여기 한증막이죠. 증기관.
The grid cannot be removed.
증기관을 떼낼 수 없어요. 블링크헌.
It's horrible. I can't talk at the moment.
피킨.
I'm in shock. I don't want to talk.
여기 셋 중에 거짓말하는 사람이 있다는 거겠죠? Get out.
It's horrible. So Rodney, he's dead. Can't we speak about it somewhere else?
잠깐만요. 지금 보시면은 아래를 가리고 있는 가운 중에서 이 사람만 피가 있어요.
Blood traces wiped on the towel.
바로.
The brazier is still burning. The heat here is extreme. It is too hot. I cannot reach into it.
이 녹아버린
I
금속이
will need
뭔지
something to pick up
알아야겠죠?
this melted metal.
예. 안경도 있어요. 안경이 깨져 있어요.
One lens is cracked, probably due to the temperature of the brazier. These lenses are for myopia. The wearer is short-sighted.
그리고 증기 장치.
G. Newell and Sons, steam specialists, Seattle, WA.
증기 장치를 켜봅시다.
With the steam on, I'm unable to see even a few feet away.
피.
I should check this blood sample at Baker Street.
그리고 직감을 보시면 열쇠가 있네요.
This key was covered in blood. I should ask Phillips about it.
오른손은
Some dirt or earth. I'll take a sample.
흙이 있고요. 그리고
Look, Watson. He was wearing a ring. He very likely removed it before the steam session.
만지는 뺐고.
Death is very recent, between 30 minutes to 1 hour ago.
얼굴.
There was only one hit from the weapon. It pierced the right eye straight through to the brain. Death would have been instantaneous.
얼굴 받고 피.
The wound should not have bled so profusely. This pool is rather large.
자, 다 봤습니다.
I think we have found all that we can here, taking into consideration the abysmal lighting. Constable, we have finished with the body.
We don't have many leads here.
What concerns me is that we still have to find the murder weapon.
Mr. Holmes?
Please have the body removed without disturbing anything else in the room.
All right, Mr. Holmes.
I was wondering, Holmes, it's fairly reckless to carry out a murder inside a closed chamber. Why do you suppose they did it?
There are a great many possibilities. The murderer was in a hurry, or he is an artist, or a ghost, or he wanted to ensure that I'd be brought in on the case.
Probably the latter. You are ridiculous. Do you know that?
The weapon is nowhere to be found.
I found him. I touched his shoulder, thinking that he was just asleep.
게로우가 발견을 했고.
If you have to interrogate me, I'd like to be dressed properly first.
얘는 옷부터 입고 싶고.
I can't understand what happened. Am I allowed to leave?
자, 열쇠에 대해서 알아봅시다.
How many people have keys to the steam room?
We have just the one key for now, which Sir Gregory gave to me.
So, this morning you opened the steam room, and then?
I put the key inside my desk, but when they called, I couldn't find it. It had disappeared. I don't know where it is.
I'm or receive any visitors?
목욕탕을 비웠던 적이 있죠. 왜냐? 전보를 보냈으니까.
You are not telling the truth, Mr. Phillips. You left your work this morning, and you went to the post office, where you dispatched a telegram at around 7:30.
But how could you... No,
The telegram was for someone in Manchester.
Mr. Holmes, it's I'll tell you everything. I left the baths at 7:20. My sister wrote to me yesterday, and she needed a reply, or our mother is unwell. I was away for 20 minutes, and I closed the baths on my way out.
Did you receive a reply from your sister?
No, she wasn't meant to. I just told her to pawn my old school uniform so that she could pay for the medication.
Did you check to see if the key was still in your desk when you returned?
No, I didn't. Please, Mr. Holmes, don't tell the police about this. Sir Gregory would give me the sack. I need this job.
I see.
자, 샴페인에 대해서 알아봅시다.
There is a bottle of champagne on ice in the changing room. Do you have any idea who left it there?
There is? Are you quite certain? I didn't pay any attention. Do you believe that it's important?
소지품을 먼저 확인해 보겠습니다. 자, 네 사람의 이거죠. 자, 피킨부터 봅시다.
An embroidered silk handkerchief.
손수건,
A
만년필,
fountain pen with solid gold trim.
명함, 그레고리
Sir
피킨,
Gregory Pitkin's visiting card.
자, 게로우의 소지품. 아까 그 수건이죠.
When Garrow found Sir Rodney dead, he wiped the blood upon himself.
약품,
A phial with herbs. Do you know what it is, my dear fellow?
It's the St. John's wort flower, Holmes. It's commonly used as a drug against melancholia. However, an overdosage might lead to a rash or even hallucinations.
블링크혼의 소지품. 편지. 그레고리 피킨경의 편지. 관리인 그레고리 피킨이 블링크혼 씨께, 블링크혼 씨, 저는 어떻게 하면 목욕탕이 발전할 수 있는가에 초점을 두고 있는 사람입니다. 헌데 현재 당신의 지휘하에 발굴이 이뤄지고 있는 냉욕장에선 뚜렷한 성과가 없는 상황입니다. 유물을 발견하지도 대중들에게 냉욕장을 공개하지도 못하는 상태란 말입니다. 냉욕장은 로마식 목욕탕을 간접적으로 경험하는 데 있어 중요한 요소 중 하나입니다. 2달 후까지 발굴 작업을 완료해 주시기 바랍니다. 그럼 해당 기간 동안 고고학 연구를 마무리 지어주시고 이제 다른 일을 알아보셔야 할 듯 합니다.
An ordinary
연필.
pencil.
벤트 클리프의 소지품.
This ring was most likely the one that Sir Rodney wore. He removed it before entering the steam room.
반지도 살펴볼까요? 문양이 있어요.
An Egyptian symbol. It is a very old jewel. I see the join. This ring was repaired, and quite badly too, with silver.
Why on earth would they wear such a ring?
A very pertinent question.
수첩.
Rodney Bentcliffe's notebook. It may contain something of interest.
오, 그림과
The
찢겨진
last
부분이.
pages were torn out. We must find a way of retrieving Sir Rodney's last lines. Watson, please prevent anyone from entering the room. But first, fetch me a pencil. To begin with,
고전적인
a few
수법을 쓰는 것
strokes of the
같아요.
pencil will be enough. I don't want to damage the traces.
자, 저희가 어릴 때 많이 했던 놀이죠.
And then to gently smudge the leftover pencil marks with a handkerchief. I'm sure that Watson won't mind if I use his.
또 왓슨 걸 씁니다.
Mr. Holmes, the coroner had... But what are you doing? Tampering with the
걸렸죠?
evidence?
I prefer to make them talk. Today, I almost found it. This date will go down in history. Sir Rodney was about to make an outstanding discovery.
Wonderful.
I could retrieve only the final words. The rest of it is lost. Perhaps the autopsy will assist us in that matter.
I'm not sure that I can allow you to inspect the body now.
I am sure that you must, Constable.
Well...
자, 이렇게 또 쇼부를 봅니다. 네, 드디어 발견해냈어. 역사의 길이 남을 1위로군이라는 마지막 글귀. 그리고 부검 결과. 부검 대상 로드니 벤틀클리프. 연령 63세. 곡선형의 칼날에 관통당한 우측 안구가 파열되었다. 칼날은 전두골을 뚫고 들어가서 전두엽을 지나 뇌랑을 찢어냈으며 손에까지 손상을 입은 피해자는 과다출혈로 사망했다. 해당 상처는 피해자의 사망에 직접적인 영향을 끼쳤다. 우측 폐의 상층엽에선 점액으로 둘러싸인 오래된 상처가 발견되었다. 또한 매장지의 대기를 들이마셨을 경우에 발생하는 만성 질환으로 인한 섬유세포 가닥 역시 발견되었다. 해당 질환은 무덤가에 묻힌 부패한 미라나 물기가 없는 상태로 부패한 음식물 등이 원인으로 밝혀졌다. 여타 장기에서는 손상된 부분이 발견되지 않았다. 고고학을 연구하던 인물이었던 것 같아요. 아직 소지품이 남았죠. 자, 동전. 옛날 동전이죠.
An old and rather dirty coin.
동전도 챙겼어요.
A hand-drawn map.
부검을 하러 갈게요. 저기 누워 계시죠?
According to the coroner, there were no cardiac problems nor lung congestion, but there were traces of fungus, possibly contracted from the Egyptian tombs. The coroner observed no stomach nor liver disease, if we're to accept that Sir Rodney was an occasional drinker and 63 years of age.
너무 리얼하다.
Some light bruising caused by a rope. The bruising is in lines. They were caused by a rope around the waist. Sir Rodney was descending somewhere.
An unusual wound, inflicted by a curved knife, which resulted in instant death, as the coroner's report says.
피킨.
Please escort this suspect for interrogation. Good day to you, Sir Gregory. My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm assisting the police with their investigation of the murder that took place this morning. Would you mind answering a few questions?
Tell me, Mr. Holmes, will I need to stay here for very much longer?
성질 보니까 얘가 범인 같다.
You are the manager of the baths, is that correct?
Yes. I'm passionate about archaeology. I wanted to restore the ruins. My ambition is to open the baths to the public. Living archaeology can be a profitable business, although now I'm not so sure.
I see. When do you wish to begin using the baths?
When the archaeological researches are over, I will be free to complete the restoration. It is the usual process.
What was your relationship with Sir Rodney Bentcliffe?
We were not particularly close. He had an unpleasant temperament, suspicious, authoritarian, unkind. People possessed by genius may be forgiven for their nature, but not by me.
Was he obstructive?
Not at all. Everything he did led us to greater success. He helped us increase the potential of the building.
살인사건.
Please tell me what happened this morning.
The test that we performed this morning was a success. The steam was working well. Then, of course, that awful murder.
What did you see?
The steam was too thick to see anything. But ask Garrow. He saw the body first.
이상한 일은?
Had Sir Rodney exhibited any recent strange behavior?
Look, I'm not a suspicious fellow, but I think that he had professional interests elsewhere that he did not wish us to know about.
Why should you think that? Where?
I have no idea. But after all, it was not my business.
왜 이렇게 말이 많아?
How was the work progressing before Sir Rodney's arrival?
Rather slowly, I would say.
자, 늘어지는 중이었습니다. 과연? 편지가 있는데?
Sir Gregory, could you please explain this letter? You expressed the wish to call off the research work at the baths.
It was all about Blinkhorn. He was merrily digging away and taking very little care about it, ruining everything and finding nothing of any value.
But the arrival of Sir Rodney changed your mind?
Sir Rodney's work was extremely promising, and it was good for the bath's publicity. So yes, I changed my mind.
약물 치료.
Are you aware that Mr. Garrow is under a form of medication?
Garrow? No, but I never liked that parasite.
Do you believe him to be capable of murder?
Well, he did have blood on him. Does that make him a murderer?
Champagne.
Did you bring a bottle of champagne to the baths?
Absolutely not. Sir Rodney did, I think.
인물 묘사. 인장이 박힌 반지, 귀족 혈통, 금줄, 캐시미어 조끼, 부유한 집안, 거만한 태도, 입꼬리, 잘난 채. 묘사는 끝났습니다. 자, 다음 블링컨.
Please escort this suspect for interrogation. Good day to you, sir. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and I am assisting the police with their investigation of the murder of Sir Rodney Bentcliffe. Would you mind if I asked you a few questions?
Not at all, Mr. Holmes. My name is Percival Blinkhorn.
What is your occupation?
I'm an archaeologist, specializing in the Roman period. I'm working on several excavation sites at present, including the baths at Strand Lane.
Can you tell me more about the baths?
Well, we're hoping to retrieve a great many interesting artifacts from the site, and to list any items of value before their eventual restoration and exhibition.
And has it been successful?
It has, thanks to Sir Rodney.
What was your relationship with Sir Rodney?
Well, I couldn't say that he was a kind man, no. But he was talented. I felt a great admiration for him, I must say.
Was it your first collaboration?
I had met Sir Rodney briefly once in Egypt, and I'd shared my researches with him. Surprisingly, my work did convince him to come here. He arrived only a couple of months ago.
Surprisingly?
Well, Sir Rodney was a cold man, and so very secretive too. But I learned so much from him. I can't believe that he's dead.
Can you tell me what you saw today?
Well, we entered the steam room and we all went to sit down. The steam was particularly dense, and I didn't see anything much further after that. I just heard Mr. Garrow shouting, but we all ran for the door and bumped into each other. I was very alarmed by this point.
What did you do?
Well, the door was stuck, and with all the steam, it was quite frightening. I was barely able to see my own feet. Garrow was covered in blood.
Do you believe that Garrow killed Sir Rodney?
Oh, no. Garrow couldn't harm a fly.
Can you recall any recent event that would occur to you now as being a little strange?
Well, yesterday we had a small argument.
Is that all?
No. Sir Rodney informed me that he was to attend the London Archaeological Congress with me. Then he advised me of quite the opposite. And rather aggressively, too.
Do you recognize this ring?
Certainly. It's the famous Aswan ring. Sir Rodney brought it back from his last campaign in Egypt.
And he kept it for himself?
Sir Rodney has had his own particular ideas of archaeology.
What can you tell me about Garrow?
Well, he always looks so sad. And he has been acting strangely lately. He complains about voices and visions. I will keep an eye on him because I'm worried.
How well were your researches progressing before Sir Rodney's arrival?
Rather well.
일사천리는 아니죠.
This letter reveals that Sir Gregory was prepared to put a stop to your work.
Yes. But since Sir Rodney's arrival, he had calmed down. He allowed us to work. I'm not sure what they agreed on.
What will happen now that Sir Rodney is dead?
Well, I haven't thought about that. But if it's needed, I will fight to defend Sir Rodney's expectations.
Champagne.
Did you place the bottle of champagne in the changing room?
No, I did not.
샴페인은 아무도 두지 않았습니다. 예의 바른 태도, 정중함. 왜 안 떠? 빈곤한 지갑 사정. 왜 안 떴지? 낡은 멜빵, 해진 작업복, 빈곤한 지갑 사정. 최근에 묻은 흙자국, 발굴 현장에서 일함. 굳은 살. 마지막 Garrow.
Please escort this suspect for interrogation. A good day to you. My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm assisting the police with their investigation of the murder of Sir Rodney Bentcliffe. Would you mind if I asked you a few questions?
I am Tristram Garrow.
What is your occupation?
I am a councillor at the district chamber.
What were you doing at the baths?
Well, I follow the researches. I am interested in archaeology.
You follow them?
Yes. So many things happened and we need to know. Or perhaps it's better hidden.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Garrow.
I meant nothing by that. I apologise.
힘이 얘가 너무 의심되는데 너무 저기 하는데.
What was it like to work with Sir Rodney?
It was like working with a genius. He was a hard man, but then you know this world is hard. There are always people who want to steal from you, and he trusted me. But
are you feeling unwell?
I'm sorry. It is I remember. I feel so sorry.
Do you need anything?
I feel bad. I hear. No, nothing. I'm better now.
Please try to recall what you saw today.
The room was so hot. I had to remove my glasses. I was not feeling so very well in there.
But you found the body.
I saw the knife, you know, flying through the air. I saw the blood. I tried to escape. I don't remember.
You saw the knife? What did it look like?
Everything was as if in a nightmare. It all happened so fast. The knife was shining like gold.
Had Sir Rodney exhibited any recent strange behaviour?
Well, he had been rather secretive these past few days. Last Thursday, for example, I saw him leave. When he returned, it was very late. He showed me some wet coins, Roman coins, and he started to laugh. His ring! Oh, it should be destroyed.
Why do you say that?
It is a cursed ring, digging dark secrets.
Really?
It is after me now. I know it. I shouldn't have worked on it in the workshop. It's too late now. This is the coin that he showed me. It is from the 3rd century.
It must be very rare.
No, I don't know. Thank you. Thank you. This will help me to calm down.
Do be careful with the dosage.
I will.
I mean it. Did you place the bottle of champagne in the changing room?
What? No.
샴페인은 아무도 안 뒀다고 하네요. 희한하네. 인물 묘사. 서투른 면도질. 식은땀. 부어있는 눈. 더러운 옷. 호신용 부적. 파티마의 손. 미신. 미신을
Garrow
믿는구나.
appears to be rather mentally disturbed. Either that or he is a good actor.
일단 신문은 마쳤고요. 일단은 집으로 돌아가서 아까 채취한 표본을 조사해 보도록 합시다. 이번에 또 어떤 편지 내용이 있을까요? 대영 제국의 권위. 시간이 지날수록 대영 제국의 위상은 높아져만 갈지니 어제 멕시코 기업 카르칼이 대영 제국에 협조하겠다는 조약에 서명했다. 해당 조약은 런던을 비롯한 제국 전역의 외교 및 정치적 위상을 진일보시키는 사건이었다. 간추린 소식. 이브샨 철도역으로 향하던 열차 갑작스레 사라져. 완전 사건이 은폐가 됐죠? 표본을 봅시다. 흙을 먼저 볼까요?
selenite,
고
pyrite, otherwise known as fool's gold.
가짜 금이죠. 회백토 조각.
White clay particles. Interesting. According to the color and its composition, I deduce that this sample is white clay. Now, I need to find which area near London this sample belongs to.
G. 여기네요.
The sample of dirt belongs to the White London clay region, located near the city of St. Albans.
혈액.
Let us analyze this blood sample.
초점을 먼저.
This blood has not coagulated well. It seems very liquid. That is strange. Let us see what is inside it. Hydrogen peroxide will bring any foreign matter to the surface.
pen. 뿌려봅니다. 뿌려봅니다.
Water. This blood is heavily diluted with water.
자, 다양한 증거가 보였습니다. 깨진 수첩은 노드닝경의 거짓말, 그리고 기괴한 상처는 울거진 혈액. 아직은 증거가 부족하다. 위험한 비밀, 로드닝경은 무엇을 숨기려 했을까? 그 때문에 사건이 벌어진 게 아닐까? 최근 연구 실적. 로드닝경의 발자취를 쫓아 그가 숨기려 했던 비밀을 밝혀내십시오. 새로운 퀘스트가 생기죠. 증기로 인한 물기와 의식에 사용된 물. 손수 그린 약도와 지도를 한번 맞춰봐야겠네요. 아, 이 지도.
Now we have two maps. We must combine them properly.
어떻게 맞춰? 여기 그 강이죠. 여기다. 여긴데? 여기다.
Watson, pack your bag. We are visiting a location in St. Albans marked on Sir Rodney's map.
자, 세인트 알반스라는 곳이 또 나왔네요. 자, 현재 남은 임무는 범행 현장과 스트랜드 대로 목욕탕 주변에 다시 조사하는 거고요. 사라진 흉기도 찾아내야 되고 연구 실적도 파악해야 됩니다. 여기도 들어갈 수 있어요. 갑자기 냉유통도 들어갈 수 있어요. 한번 볼까요?
This area serves as Sir Rodney Bentcliffe's workshop.
작업실.
Tools used by archaeologists in their research. I will need these tongs.
이 집게로 아까 그 화로에 있던 그 금속을 떼낼 수 있겠죠? 자, 문서. 벤트클리프의 보고서. 이 다공판은 그 자체로도 고고학적 가치가 있지만 거대 유적의 일부로서도 가치가 있는 듯 싶다. 현 상황에서는 어떤 유적의 일부인지는 파악할 수 없다. 다공판.
A shape has been cut in the plate. What should be done with it?
가져가네요.
Archaeological findings. Old clay pots with numbers inscribed upon them.
문서. 로드니경의 원고. 안녕하신가. 다음 달 스트랜드 대로 목욕탕에서 기자 소견 발표를 했으면 좋겠네만 1893년에 이집트에서 이룩한 업적은 놀랄만한 정도였으나 이제는 영국 고고학계에 커다란 발자취를 남길 차례 아니겠나. 국내외 유적지를 발굴해내고 대중에 공개하는 걸세. 기자 소견장에는 최대한 많은 인원의 기자가 참여해줬으면 좋겠네. 물론 글이 대접하는 만큼 좋은 기사도 나와야겠지. 블랙모어경께 도움을 청한 다음 왕립 고고학협회 측에 특별 지원금을 요청했고 로드니 벤트클리프. 신문. 네, 데일리 미러 일간지의 소식이군요. 로드니 벤트클리프라는 이름을 낯설다고 느끼는 사람은 드물 것이다. 그는 엄청난 부와 악명을 동시에 누리는 인물로 영국 내에서는 누구도 따라올 수 없는 열정을 지녔다. 또한 대단한 지적 능력의 버금가는 외모를 지니기도 했는데 유럽 사교계의 아가씨들 사이에서 화제가 된 적도 있다. 상원 의원들과 친분이 있는 터라 정계에서도 큰 영향력을 발휘하기도 한다. 구제불능의 권위주의자라고 비판하는 이들도 있지만 그보다는 강단있는 야심가라고 부르는 편이 맞지 않을까. 로드니 벤트클리프는 나타나는 현장마다 발굴 작업을 성공으로 이끄는 것으로도 유명하다. 또 다른 신문. 목욕탕 발굴 작업 재개. 스탠드대로 로마시 목욕탕의 발굴 작업이 재개되다. 로마시 목욕탕 발굴 작업은 로드니 벤트클리프라는 구원자가 나타나기 전까지 중단될 위기에 처해 있었다. 로드니 벤트클리프 경은 발굴의 지휘권을 넘겨받으면서 거대 유적의 실마리가 될 단서를 발견해냈다. 새로운 소식이 들려오는 대로 독자들에게 전달할 것을 약속드린다.
Archaeological findings. Old clay pots with numbers inscribed upon them.
선반. 상자.
Glass plate negatives. A remarkable method for recording ancient civilizations. A glass plate negative is missing.
하나가 사라졌죠?
It is a glass plate negative of an Egyptian statue.
무엇이 뭔지 알아봐야겠습니다. 뭐야? 인형 뽑기야?
I should analyze this melted metal.
논문 초고화 그리고 녹아내린 금속이 어떤 성분인지 파악하고 넘어가도록 하겠습니다.
This is a piece of metal taken from a brazier. It appears to be silver, but I need to be sure. If it is silver, it will be possible to melt it, since silver's melting point is at around 900 degrees Celsius. Let us compare this sample with a silver penny by testing it with acid. If it changes color to match the result of a reaction with a silver coin, then it is silver.
자,
I
산을
must take a pipette and place
피펫으로
several drops of acid upon
찍은
the
다음에
sample.
떨어뜨려 보겠습니다. 피펫, 산, 은하에 먼저 떨어뜨리고요. 빨갛게 됩니다. 금속 조각. 은이네요.
The reaction is the same red stain. It is silver, Britannia silver quality.
논문 초고니까요. 1893년은 이집트에서의 성과를 집대성한 시기였다. 1893년을 보려면 신문을 봐야겠죠? 여기 있네요. 벤트클리프 경이 발굴한 미라. 벤트클리프 경이 발굴한 미라. 아스완에서 대규모 발굴 작업이 시작된 지도 3년이 지났다. 로드니 벤트클리프 경은 학술 조사를 진두지휘하는 중이다. 이번에 발견된 미라는 안구가 적출된 상태였으며 이제까지와는 전혀 다른 자세를 취하고 있었다. 오른손은 무언가를 붙잡기라도 하려는 듯이 쭉 뻗은 상태였으며 꼿꼿이 선 채로 매장되어 있었다. 고고학자들은 그 독특한 모양새에 빗대어 갈구하는 여인이라는 별칭을 붙여줬다. 관 옆면에는 라틴어로 걸맞지 않은 자의 눈을 뽑아서 벌을 내렸노라 라는 문구가 적혀 있었다. 이후에 해당 미라의 신원은 이집트인이 아니라 로마인이며 무덤가에서 발견된 문양은 미트라를 숭배하는 문양임이 밝혀졌다 라는 신문 내용이네요.
Here it is.
By the eye he was punished, for he saw that he was not worthy. Dreadful.
금지구역이네요.
This archaeological site has been abandoned. Why did Bentcliffe come here?
원래 금지구역은 넘어가고 있는 거죠. 한참 발굴 현장이죠. 네, 발굴이 펼쳐지고 있는 현장이고요. 일단 사무실부터 가볼게요. 자, 덤은 하드리아노. 네. 금속 입방체. 제 예상에는 저 금속 입방체는 나중에 퍼즐로 사용하는 것 같습니다. 문서. 도록터니 단검. 미트라가 토록터니 황소살해 의식 당시 사용했던 단검은 본래 페르시아에서 즐겨 사용했던 곡선형의 칼로 5도에서 15도가량 기울어져 있다. 단검의 명칭은 칼날이라는 뜻의 샴시르라는 단어에서 유래되었다. 의식에 사용된 단검은 완만한 곡선형 몸체를 이루고 있어서 샴쉬르, 시미터, 탈바르, 킬지, 풀바르, 몽골 사브르 등에 파생된 것으로 보인다. 금지 단검은 수수께끼 투성이 미트라 숭배 의식을 설명하는 열쇠이며 기독교의 성배와 동일한 선상의 존재다. 또한 단검에 손댈 자격이 없는 자에게는 핏빛 저주를 내린다는 전설 역시 전해져 내려온다. 네, 미트라에 관련된 전설. 미트라 신앙은 서기 4세기 초에 로마 제국에서 발현한 수수께끼의 유파다. 페르시아 신화에 등장한 미트라는 그리스인들에 의해 미트라스라는 새로운 이름을 얻었으며 이전과는 다른 독창적인 형태로 형성화되기에 이른다. 미트라 숭배자들은 제2적인 형태를 띠는 7단계 입단 계급표를 가지고 있었다. 숭배자들은 미트리아라고 불리는 지하 신전에서 대규모 집회를 벌였던 것으로 밝혀졌다. 미트라에 관련된 상징적인 전설로는 바위에서 태어나 황소를 죽였다는 토록터니 설화가 있다. 또 다른 문서가 있어요. 저주와 신앙. 숭배자들은 속이 빈 코코넛을 이용하여 말발굽 소리를 흉내냈다. 악령은 내쫓은 상태에서 신을 맞이하기 위한 의식인 셈이다. 악령이 자신을 지켜본다고 여겼던 숭배자들은 자신이 가지고 있는 귀중품을 불에 집어넣기도 했다. 사하라 이남의 부족들은 과일을 불태웠으며 부유한 로마 출신 귀족들은 은 조각이나 양철을 불에 던져서 녹여버렸다. 불에 던져버린 귀중품을 잿더미와 함께 버렸는지 후일에 재활용했는지는 아직 밝혀진 바가 없다. 은 조각이나 이런 걸 던져서 녹였다는 것은 화로에 그 은이 녹아져 있는 것과 왠지 연관되어 있는 것 같습니다. 또 다른 책상, 지도가 있어요.
This is the map of the site. We are at the heart of an old Roman city.
현장 지도죠. 또 문서. 근데 이것도 많다. 미트라의 잊혀진 신전. 미트라 숭배자들은 대중들이 보편적으로 숭배했던 주노 및 네튠 신앙과는 달리 은밀하게 움직이는 세력이었다. 미트라의 신전은 주로 다른 신들의 사원 지하에 세워졌다. 전통적인 신들의 힘을 빌어 미트라의 신전으로 가기 위함이라는 설이 존재한다. 프랑스의 디오에 위치한 신전이 대표적인 사례 중 하나인데 신전 입구가 다이아나 조각상의 아래쪽에 위치해 있다. 이러한 입구는 돌과 밧줄을 이용한 장치에 의해 작동된다. 수분의 침식 때문에 장치가 부식되지 않는 한 신도가 아닌 사람이 입구를 발견하기가 불가능하다고 여겨진다. 미트라의 신전은 로마, 오스티아, 누미디아, 달마티아, 영국 및 라인 디비니 계면, 다뉴브 계면 등지에서 발견되며 그리스, 이집트, 시리아에서는 드물게나마 발굴되기도 한다. 시리아.
The door has been left open. Someone did not care or was in haste.
오, 눈이 있어요? 트리클리니움. 네. 첫 번째 에어리어이죠. 가봅시다. 프레스코 벽화네요.
The Cyclops, a one-eyed creature helping Vulcan at the forge.
왠지 눈이 쳐다볼 것 같은데.
Vulcan, the god of fire and metalworking.
세 번째 지역, 템플, 사원이죠.
Construction hooks.
갈고리가 요주의 물건이랍니다.
Construction hooks.
예, 뭔가 사용할 수 있는 아이템이죠. 여기 신상들이 있어요. 자, 우리 절묘하게 가린 우리 넵튠, 포세이돈이죠. 예. 그리스 신화에서는 포세이돈, 예, 넵튠입니다. 그리고 이건 아무것도 아니고 안 나오고 미네르바.
It is a statue of Minerva.
이게 황소인가? 네.
It is a broken statue of a bull.
네, 반토막 나있죠. 자, 게시판. 네, 지도가 있고요. 물소리가 상당히 커요. 도시. 아, 갈고리를 저기다가 뭐 연결하는 그런 것 같아요. 여기서 던져가지고 저기를 맞추는 것 같아요. 자, 두 번째 지역, 비치.
I don't need the ropes for now.
밧줄은 지금 필요 없대요. 구덩이가 있어요. 뭔가 밑에 있습니다. 호미.
Excavating tools, a bucket, shovel, and brush.
호미가 아니라 모종삽이었네요. 이쪽은 철로.
This railway is used to remove rubble from the site.
직감. 자, 이제 뭔가 있어요.
This wall was covered with mud recently. What could be hidden here?
여기에 칼로 긁어냅니다. 사각사각. 자, 여러분 우리 어릴 적 추억에 달고나 긁었던 것처럼 사각사각. 자, 누가 코요테 그거 좀 틀어주세요. 자, 이게 우리 별 모양으로 할까요? 별 모양. 자, 따라다라다따 따라다라다따 자, 됐다. 별 모양. 다 긁었죠? 고대 목욕탕인데.
Frigidarium. It is located at the Roman baths in London. Someone took the time to hide the fresco, but what for? I need to visit this place.
분해된 석궁. 석궁을 만들 수 있어요.
This is a reproduction of an ancient Greek crossbow.
이것도 지금 못 만들어요. 옷이.
The gastrofets were used with ropes and
맞아요. 석궁을 만들어서 밧줄과 갈고리를 연결해서 슝 던지는 그런 거겠죠. 선반. 자, 또 문서가 있습니다. 벤트클리프의 영향력. 블랙모어경계 목욕탕 관리인 그레고리 피키는 애초부터 성가진 사람이더군요. 블랙모어경께서 도와주신 덕분에 큰 도움을 얻을 수 있었습니다. 저들 수준의 사람이야 앞길을 내다보지 못해서 위험한 업적을 발굴하지도 못한 자들이지요. 몇 주 내로 스테랜드 대로 목욕탕에 대해 좋은 소식을 전해드리겠습니다. 고귀한 고고학적 유물을 발견하기 직전인 상태라서 말입니다. 블랙모어경과 비슷한 지위를 갖추셨던 선조들께서 자신의 힘을 증명하고 국가의 위협으로부터 지키기 위해 사용했던 물건을 발굴하고 있답니다. 친절히 감사드리며 러드니 벤트클리프. 가스트라페테스 켈빈. 홉스와 자네는 스스로를 과대평가하는 경향이 있는 듯입니다. 덕킨 여사의 하드리아누스의 문에 대한 논문을 보고 얼어붙었다는 소식에 웃음을 금치 못하게 했더군. 어쨌거나 논문 심사가 코앞이니 어정쩡한 돈반자인 자네들이 말했던 두뇌라는 걸 사용해보게나. 가스트라페테스 그리스 시대의 쇠뇌일세. 자네들이 생각하는 변비 예방용 의료기기가 아니라네. 그 모형은 손대지 말아주게나. 내 말을 어겼다간 원무드 씨에게 지난 2년간의 행적을 낱낱이 고할 생각이니까 말세. 추신. 홉스의 참치 샌드위치는 내가 먹었다네. 맛있게 야무지게 먹어야지. 주영틀을 맞춰봅시다. 오늘 제가 이것 때문에 이거 하다가 짜증나서 끝낼 수도 있을 것 같아요. 이렇게 맞춰보는 이런 겁니다. 위에 모양이 이렇게 삐죽 나와 있으니까 움프 파인 걸로 해야겠죠? 야, 이게 어렵구나. 야, 이게 튀어나온 거였네. 이렇게 되는구나. 오케이. 여기가 벽면이 3면이 이렇게 딱딱딱 돼 있는 거 보니까 여기가 맨 위쪽 같아요. 위쪽이고, 그리고 이거는 이쪽이 벽이겠죠. 그러면은 위쪽에는 이 삼각형 모양으로 푹 들어간 이게 있어야 됩니다. 그러면은 얘가 여기겠네요. 끝.
It is a mold, and it is ready for casting. The mold is prepared for casting. We just need to fill it with certain material. Sir Rodney has made a reconstruction of the mythical golden knife. He seemed unafraid of maledictions, and yet...
주형 틀에
Half a glass of water should be enough to create a plaster solution.
물을 넣고 섞어줍니다. 오, 야 이거 섞이는 연출 보소. 자, 부어주세요.
Now let us see what we have here.
칼을 이렇게 아까 문서에서 읽었던 곡선형의 칼, 황소를 그 제물로 바치는 의식 때 쓰이는 그 단검이네요.
This knife is very similar to that described by the coroner as the weapon that killed Sir Rodney.
You should not leap to any hasty conclusions, Watson.
금속과 안경, 기괴한 상처와 주형 틀, 발굴 작업과 피킨의 불만. 나와.
Please escort this suspect for interrogation.
자, 미트라에 대해서 알려주렴.
The paintings in the baths are focused on Mithras, I understand.
Yes, they are what make this place remarkable.
And that is why Sir Rodney came here?
He believed that the golden knife, which is an ancient ritual item, was hidden somewhere around the baths. I admit that it would be wonderful if it were true.
And you are not concerned by the reputation of this artifact?
You mean the curse? Before someone is dead, it is a blessing. After they are dead, well, then it becomes a curse.
녹아내린 은 조각.
Some melted silver was found inside the steam room brazier. Do you know where it came from?
Silver? No.
블링크온.
Please
너 나와.
escort this suspect for interrogation.
똑같이 알아봅시다.
What can you tell me about Mithras?
Oh, so much. It was the core of our work. Why do you ask?
Were you seeking the golden knife?
I see you are an amateur. Yes, the golden knife was our grail. It is said that it bears the only text explaining the ritual of the cult of Mithras.
I understand. I read something about immortality.
A myth. The knife would provide immortality only to the worthy one, and yet it is cursed, and it would kill you if you are not initiated.
금제 단거.
Did you expect to find the golden knife at the baths?
Well, Sir Rodney thought that it might be there. Did you observe the knife representations there? They are so extraordinary, and we had hoped that... It is a tragedy that he has passed away, taking all of his secrets with him. As soon as I've been released, I will continue Sir Rodney's researches in his memory.
녹아내린 은 조각.
We discovered some melted silver in the brazier. Did you put it there?
No. Silver, you say? No, I don't know how it got there.
Please escort
자,
the
한번
suspect for
바뀌어볼까요?
interrogation. Perhaps you could explain the cult of Mithras to me.
No, there is nothing to say. We are not the worthy ones.
But Sir Rodney believed that he was?
He was wrong. I have visions. The golden knife, the mummy. Oh, it's all my fault.
Calm down, Mr. Garrow. We discovered some melted silver in the brazier. Did you put it there?
It didn't help. The power is too strong.
쟤랑은 대화가 안 되네, 잘. 왜 물이 생겼을까요? 피에. 일단 의식 쪽으로 가봅시다. 그리고 게로의 병력과 게로의 나약함, 우울증 환자인지 아니면 저주에 걸렸다는 그런 문제인지. 제가 봤을 때는 게로우는 그 몸에 부적을 차고 있었거든요. 이런 미신을 믿고 있었기 때문에 아마 이 감박강염 때문에 그러지 않았을까요? 예. 자, 은재 흉기를 사용했을 가능성이 있고요. 주영토로 만든 복제품이 있습니다. 은재 상금을 만드는 겁니다. 아하, 요런 은재 복제품 만들어내는 퀘스트가 또 있습니다. 다시 만들어 볼까요?
Let us try to create an object from silver by using the mold. It will take a minute to melt the silver with my gas burner.
은이 녹았죠?
Now I can proceed further. The mold is hot. I should wait for it to cool down. Done. Now I can proceed further.
불 안 꺼? 자나깨나 불조심 몰라? 짜잔. 오.
A homemade silver knife. Excellent. We have created a knife with the silver that we found. It could have been used to kill Sir Rodney.
It was extremely clever to create a weapon that could dissolve at the scene of the crime.
아, 그러면은 그 녹아버린 은이 흉기네요, 흉기. 아, 그 녹아버린 은이 흉기였어요. 예, 여기가 내용장이었죠. 자, 문이 열립니다. 오. 야, 분위기가 투구.
Perhaps I could find some clues by active.
아, 여기도 퍼즐인가 보다. 아, 그런가 보다. 아, 지금 프레스코 벽화가 외눈박이잖아요. 그럼 아까 외눈박이 누르고 넵튠이니까 삼지창 누르고 미네르바니까 투구 누른가 보다. 아, 잠깐만. 아, 요거구나.
A hidden symbol.
아, 알았다.
A hidden sign.
아, 여기 표식이 있었구나.
A symbol. Now I have all the clues to help me find where these symbols are leading. All I need is imagination.
아, 시뮬레이션. 이게 뭐야? 아, 이걸 맞추는 건가 보다. 이게 하나로 맞추는 건가 봐요. 쉽네. 네, 이렇게 하고 얘를 이렇게 탁 해주면 짠.
The signs are pointing to this bust.
이렇게 또 여기 흉상이 비밀의 문이었다. 이야, 기가 막히다. 오, 여기 생겼어요. 밧줄 타고 내려갑시다. 이게 또 풀린다. 전작에 비해서 난이도가 그렇게 어렵진 않다. 좀만 눈썰미가 있으면은 금방 풀 수 있다.
What is this place?
I am unsure, Watson, but everything points to the fact that it was the last place visited by Sir Rodney Bentcliffe. We are approaching the end of this mystery.
이게 소금이 있어요.
A broken glass plate. What is it doing here? I should examine it at Baker Street.
자, 유리 깨졌고요.
How very peculiar. An ice maker.
Why would Sir Rodney have
얼음
put such a
제조기.
device here?
등불. 벽화들이 있어요. 프레스코 벽화.
Mithras, the god, clothed in Anatolian costume and wearing a Phrygian cap, killing the bull. This fresco resembles either a ladder or a hierarchy.
계급표가 또 있어요. 기둥. 뼈로 만들어진 기둥이에요. 불쏘시개. 파이어.
The fire casts a shadow upon the floor.
황소.
It resembles a bull.
황소 머리예요. 여기도 불 켜나? 오, 생겼어요. 삼지창. 여기는 기둥이 무너졌고, 여기 빠이야. 오.
That is the symbol of Neptune, the god of the sea. It is very similar to the face of Mithras. The pillar collapsed a long time ago.
또 상상력을 더합니다. 이렇게 세워졌을 거라 생각하고, 그러면은 이렇게 아치형 구조물이 생긴다.
This shadow seems to represent a bridge. The shadows show us the way to go. We will find Mithras after Neptune, the bull, and the bridge.
넵튠, 황소, 다리를 지나가야 됩니다. 자, 갑시다.
A sack of crude salt.
아, 또 맞춰야 돼. 이게 여기고, 이게 여기고, 이게 여기.
Done. Watson, could you please use this negative and your photographic equipment to process the photograph? Thank you, Watson. Now I must use reagents to develop the photograph.
연출 신기하다 진짜.
Ice cream in the desert? We are indebted to the Romans who developed the technique. The pyramids of Giza in Egypt. Another archaeologist, most probably. Ice cream.
Ice cream.
Salt.
Salt.
Ice.
Ice.
Ice. Sir Rodney.
So that's it. Salt and crushed ice may help to create ice cream.
결빙 실험. 누군가 로마 시대 결빙 방법을 재현하고자 했다. 이것도 실험하겠네요. 얼음 단검을 만들어라. 아, 은재가 아니라 얼음으로 죽였구나. 그래서 녹아서 그게 물이 들어간 거구나. 아, 이걸 챙긴 이유가 있었구나.
If I wish to shape the ice knife, then I need to pour water inside the mold.
뭔가 방법이 있나 봐요. 물 붓고.
Ice, salt, and then the mixing. It should be elementary. We need to reach minus 20 degrees Celsius to fully freeze the water inside the mold. Before beginning, I must remember that I have enough ice and salt for no more than 4 attempts.
아, 4번 안에 온도를 낮춰야 돼요. 자, 얼음 송곳으로 콕콕콕콕콕.
Holmes, look. The temperature is reducing.
그 다음에 소금을 차이. 그 다음에 다시 온도 오르기 전에 콩콩콩콩 붓고 다시 소금을 차이.
Excellent.
Okay.
Now we must check to ensure that it is adequately frozen.
Ta-da!
An ice weapon for a cold-blooded murder.
이걸 만들어서 죽일 생각이었어.
A surprising and yet a very brilliant idea.
It's the perfect weapon. It enables one to kill a man and then it melts. The only trace it leaves is a small puddle on the ground.
이야, 발상이 와. 그래서 샴페인이 있었구나. 와, 샴페인에 얼음이 있으니까. 그럼 이건 은재가 아니라 얼음 흉기예요, 얼음 흉기. 예. 이거는 얼음입니다. 일단 흉기는 알아냈어요. 그럼 이제 바뀌잖아, 이제. 예. 갈고리 생기고, 아주 생기고, 여기는 이제 휙 던지겠지. 아, 요거를 이제 탁탁탁 거는 거구나.
We should use these metal rings to help us reach the bridge pillar. There might be something behind these leaves. I'll have to find a way of getting there.
이거를 알고 나서 이걸만 조립해야겠죠. 석궁을 조립해 봅시다.
Use the appropriate object here.
후에는 장치를 연결하고 여기다가 활을 차. 됐다. 아, 이게 가스트라 테크스군요.
Those wings on the bridge.
자, 조준하시고, 자, 준비하시고. 와, 야, 이거, 와, 현실성 보소. 자, 조준은 숨 참고 발사. 됐고. 됐다.
The bridge is ready. Now I must cross it.
설마 이걸 건너나요? 와. 앞으로 나아가기. 왼쪽 오른쪽. 유격 자신 유격 자신 유격 자신 유격 자신. 오와. 여기서 또 유격 훈련 할 줄이야. 오, 야, 유격, 유격. 오, 안 돼! 다 왔는데! 와, 어렵다. 와, 진짜 어렵다. 하나. 한 두 발자국만 더 가면 되는데. 야, 여기서 또 빠져요. 좀만 더. 됐다.
Are we inside the hidden temple of Mithras, Holmes?
I am not sure. We had better be careful.
설마 저기 다시 오는데 또 밧줄 타야 되는 거 아니죠, 설마? 넵튠 황소 다리를 지나간다 했죠. 예.
I saw this symbol in the tunnels underneath the Frigidarium.
Which way should we go, Holmes?
There ought to be some clues here. Let's take a look around.
아, 이 계급대로 가는 거구나. 잠깐만요. 저희가 지금 여기죠. 여기니까 지금 저 모양 고 카레낫하고 모자뿔 카레낫 모자뿔 카레낫 모자뿔 이거거든요. 지금 여긴데. 이상 소리 나는데. 문이 막혀 있고요. 물이 올려진 타짜가 있어요. 이게 뭐야? 아, 무게 맞춰야 되나 보다. 5개를 동시에 누르게끔 됐네? 갸꿀. 뭐 나온다. 뭐 나온다. 어머. 뭐야 이게? 이야. 멋있다.
Look, it's the golden knife. But how to get it?
저걸 뭐 또 문을 열어야겠죠?
This lamp is not old. The oil is still fresh. Perhaps Sir Rodney passed by here.
No, I do not think so. Remember, he went no further than the catacomb underneath the Frigidarium. The murderer left this lamp.
아, 이름 돌리는 거구나. 아.
Watson, I need your help.
이렇게 돌리고 마스터로 바꿔서 가는 거구나. 어디로 가야 돼? 이쪽에 이걸 돌리고 그러면은 얘가 다시 빼고 이 세 개는 뭐? 얘는 오른쪽. 열렸다. 다시 바꾸고 그 다음에 여기 두 개. 확률은 반. 왼쪽. 홈즈가 이걸 빼고 밖으로 나간 다음에 눈앞에 있고 얘가 다시 여기를 돌려주면 문이 열리고 그 다음에 다시 홈즈로 가서 이걸 빼면 되죠.
The golden knife of Mithras. A long-lost relic has resurfaced. Watson, it is time to conclude this case.
다쳤어.
Excellent. Now, we should find another way of getting out of here.
다시 문 열고 홈즈가 열어주고 이거 풀고 첫 번째는 뭐지? 아, 첫 번째가 얘기하는 거구나. 오케이. 두 번째는 오케이 알았다. 여기는 왓슨이 가야 되는구나. 얘가 문 앞으로 가서 잡고 홈즈가 다시 첫 번째 해주고 왼쪽 오른쪽 아 오케이 그리고 가서 왔으니 이거를 열어주면 문이 열린다. 생각보다 어렵진 않았네. 그렇게 잡고 있어. 금지당한 검 직계진 수첩. 자, 일단 모든 단서는 다 얻었습니다. 이제 추리를 해야죠. 진기한 비밀. 로드니 경은 엄청난 유적을 발견했다. 말 그대로 대박이 난 셈이죠. 자신의 명성과 업적에 도전하는 이들에게 한방 매길 수 있는 수단으로 쓸 모양이었습니다. 일단 얼음으로 죽였죠. 금제 단검을 알고 있는 유일한 사람이 블링콘이에요. 제 생각에는 블링콘, 얘가 범인인 것 같습니다. 지금 게로는 오히려 그죠, 환자겠죠. 블링콘이 뭔가 있을 것이다. 살해 동기 복수. 블링콘은 업적을 가로챌 위기에 처했다는 사실을 깨달았다. 그는 학계에서의 입지를 드높일 일생일대의 기회를 놓치고 싶지 않았다. 그래서 죽여버렸다. 자, 블링콘이 범인이다. 블링콘은 발굴 실적을 가로채려던 로드님 경을 살해했다. 재정적인 문제를 타파하고 고고 학계에서의 입지를 다지기 위함이었다. 살해 흉기는 미테라의 금제 단검을 복제한 얼음 단검이다. 선처를 베풀지 규탄할지, 제가 첫 번째나 두 번째는 다 용서를 해줬거든요. 착한 사람이 돼야 되나? 제 성격에 막 이렇게 죽일 수는 없을 것 같습니다. 용서합시다. 자, 과연 제 선택은 맞았을지.
Mr. Holmes, what happened?
This.
Is that the golden knife? How?
I also like to dig, you see, Mr. Blinkhorn. One never knows what one might find. Occasionally, remarkable rarities, such as this. The thrill of the discovery, and one's own enhanced reputation. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, are you suggesting that...
I am not suggesting anything. I know. You found the knife. You are an intelligent man. The ghost knife shall remain one of the most ingenious constructions I have seen in my career, I do assure you.
I don't understand.
Yes, you do. I am praising your performance, your perfect murder.
What? Wait, are you accusing me of murder? No, I deny it.
Mr. Blinkhorn, it is no use to deny it. I know the truth. You had no choice. Because it was you who found the golden knife, and therefore you had to be the murderer. Sir Rodney was determined to receive all the credit for the find, when in fact it was your work. He would have crushed you to be sure that you could never tell the truth. But I uphold the truth, and I will tell it.
What do you mean? That you will save me?
What I mean is that you deserve a second chance. I shall be following your career with the keenest interest, Mr. Blinkhorn. Farewell.
자, 피해 묻은 목욕탕. 블링컨은 미테라의 금지 단검을 발굴해내는데 평생을 바쳤는데 벤트 클리프에게 업적을 빼앗기 위기에 처했습니다. 벤트 클리프의 부정을 폭로하려 들었다가는 저명한 인맥과 권력을 가진 그에게 굴복당할 게 뻔했기 때문에 블링컨은 수제 얼음 제조기를 이용하여 금제 단검의 복제품을 만들었고요. 샴페인이 담긴 얼음 양동이에 숨긴 채로 한증실까지 들고 와서 벤트 클리프를 살해한 그는 얼음 단검을 바닥에 떨어뜨려서 녹아내리게 만들었습니다. 자신이 발굴해냈다는 사실을 입증할 수만 있었다면 벤트 클리프를 살해하는 일은 없었을 것입니다. 과연 제 결론은 맞았어요. 이번엔 맞았습니다. 예, 블링컨이 범인이 맞았습니다. 자, 인성수치, 착한 사마리아인. 자, 사건 통계. 이 게임을 한 유저 중에서 저와 같은 방법으로 사건을 해결한 비율은 75%. But 저랑 같은 이렇게 선처를 베푼다는 입장은 겨우 31%에 불과했습니다. 다 처벌이 마땅하다고 생각했나 보죠. 예.
The game is afoot, not a word. Into your clothes and come. I'll wait for you in the sitting room.
비몽사몽이죠.
I've just received a note from Inspector Lestrade, a letter from the suburbs. He is in need of my presence. Whenever he has asked for my assistance, it has always turned out to be entirely justified. I fancy that every one of his cases has found its way into your collection.
Yes, they all seem worthy of...
However, I regret your fatal habit of looking at everything from the point of view of a story instead of a scientific exercise.
Oh, Holmes, you...
I beg your pardon, I digress. It would be much better to examine this letter than to try to convince you.
자, 어떤 편지 내용일까요? 자, 블링컨의 후회. 안녕하신가. 이제서야 짧게나마 펜을 들었네. 예전부터 자네 생각이 아른거려서 이리 편지를 쓰는군. 중죄를 저지른 것을 후회하면서도 진실을 밝혀준 자네에게 고마워하는 중일세. 삶의 교훈을 얻었다고 해도 무방하다네. 무방하더네? 어타죠? 네, 무방하다네. 사회에서 지탄받지 않고 명예로운 삶을 살아갈 수 있도록 기회를 줘서 고맙네. 감사를 담아. 버시벌 블링턴. 네, 깨알 오타. 무방하더네.
I can tell from Lestrade's handwriting that he was in a hurry when he wrote this letter.
221B Baker Street, London, Sherlock Holmes. 봉인을 뗍니다.
A wax seal with the monogram E.B.
E.B.
The Brackenstall family coat of arms.
경감의 편지. 켄트주, 마르샴, 에비그런지 저택, 오전 3시 30분. 친애하는 홈즈씨. 흥미로운 사건이 발생했으니 이리로 와서 도와주셨으면 합니다. 홈즈씨의 취향과 딱 맞는 사건입니다. 브레이큰스톨 부인을 풀어드린 다음 현장을 그대로 보존하는 중입니다. 하지만 서둘러 주십시오. 유스터스 경을 이 상태로 내버려 두기도 힘든 노릇이니까요. 이만 줄이겠습니다. 레스트레이드 경감.
So, what is it, Holmes?
Promising, as always, it appears to be a case of murder.
So you believe that Sir Eustace is dead?
I should say so. Lestrade wouldn't have sent for me for less. His writing shows considerable agitation, and he is not an emotional man. These people belong to high society. The quality of the writing paper, the EB monogram, their coat of arms. The crime was committed before midnight.
Holmes, how can you possibly tell?
Well, it is all thanks to Lestrade. He wrote his letter at 3:30 in the morning. Imagine the chain of events before that. The local police had to be called in. Scotland Yard was notified. Lestrade himself had to make haste there, and finally compose the letter he sent to me. All of that makes for a fair night's work.
It makes sense. Lestrade also speaks of the woman he released.
That seems to indicate that she had been held somewhere during the crime. Much time has been wasted. Let us find a cab and go to Abbey Grange immediately. I live in hope of an interesting morning.
Ah, Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson, here you are. I'm very glad that you have come, but perhaps I should not have troubled you after all.
And why is that?
Lady Brackenstall has come to her senses, and she has given so clear an account of the affair that there is not much left for us to do. You remember that Lewisham gang of burglars?
What, the three Randalls?
Exactly. The father and two sons. It's their work. They stole a silver service, which is of great value.
Sir Eustace Brackenstall is dead, then?
Yes. His head was knocked in with his own poker.
A violent act of aggression.
Yes, the poor lady. She has had a most dreadful experience. She was assaulted and tied to a chair. But I think that you had best see her and hear her account of the facts. She's in the morning room with her maid to raise her right.
Where is the body of the deceased?
In the dining room. We haven't touched anything.
All right. I'm going to examine it.
Very good, Watson. Baron Lyndon Brackenstall. Lord Ramsay Brackenstall. Lord Brigham Brackenstall.
지방 가문의 초상화죠.
Sir Warthen Brackenstall. Ladies, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm assisting Inspector Lestrade in this investigation.
Mr. Holmes, I am the wife of Sir Eustace Brackenstall. We were married only a year ago.
I am sorry for your loss. Please accept my deepest condolences.
I suppose that it is no use my attempting to conceal that our marriage has not been a happy one. I fear that all would tell you that. even if I were to attempt to deny it.
눈탱이가 밤탱이 됐죠?
Can you describe to me the events of yesterday evening?
Is it really necessary? I have already told Inspector Lestrade all that happened.
Yes, madam, it is.
I will tell you then. Sir Eustace retired about 10:30. I sat in this room until after 11, absorbed in a book. Before I went upstairs, I entered the dining room to fetch a candle and... oh God.
Please, go on.
As I approached the French window, I found myself face to face with an elderly, broad-shouldered man who had just stepped into the room. Close behind the first man, I saw two others. One of them struck me a savage blow with his fist and felled me unconscious to the ground.
And then?
When I came to myself, I found that they had secured me tightly to a dining room chair. It was at that instant my unfortunate husband entered the room.
He fought with the intruders?
Yes, I think he had heard them, for he was holding his stick. But they were three, and he eventually succumbed. One of them, the elder one, struck him a terrible blow with the poker. I fainted once more. When I opened my eyes, they had withdrawn. Then my brave Teresa came to my assistance.
Did these three villains steal anything?
Yes, I found that they had taken the silver from the sideboard, but you can see for yourself in the dining room.
인물 묘사. 자, 가장 눈에 띄는 눈탱이 밤탱이. 헬쑥한 얼굴, 숭근 브로치, 캥거루 애묘새, 어조 출신, 품위 있는 복장, 결혼 반지, 오래된 멍자국.
You mentioned that your marriage was not a happy one. Was there anything specific that was troubling you?
He was not a nice man when he was drunk, and he suffered from dark moods, but nothing else.
멍자국이 있는데요.
The bruises on your hands are at least 1 week old. Your husband caused those bruises?
Oh, do you... Yes, he did. He was very angry at the time. Out of control. Again. Sir Eustace was a drunkard. To be tied to such a man for life is worse than death.
Your ladyship?
자, 현재 목표는 에비그레인지 저택 살인 사건을 조사해야 되고요. 브레큰스톨 부인이 휴식을 취하던 방을 조사해야 되고요. 식당의 범행 현장을 조사해야 합니다. 탁자를 조사합시다. 타임지가 있네요. 자, 타임즈. 가족 범죄단이 기승부리다. 랜들 일가의 귀환. 약 2주 전 랜들 일가로 알려진 악명 높은 강도단이 시드넘 지역의 저택을 무단 침입하여 강도 행각을 벌였던 것으로 밝혀졌다. 경찰이 추적하는 중이지만 기밀 수사인 관계로 피해자의 이름은 파악할 수 없었다. 목격자가 3인방의 모습을 정확하게 진술해준 덕분에 범행을 저지른 일당의 신원을 파악할 기회가 생긴 것으로 보인다. 본 기자는 친애하는 독자들에게 극악무도한 강도단의 귀환을 알리고 현재 파악할 수 있는 모든 정보를 기고하기로 마음먹었다. 랜들 강도단은 수차례에 걸쳐 범죄를 일삼아 왔으며 아버지와 두 아들로 구성되어 있다. 아버지 잭 랜들은 40대로 희끗희끗한 머리와 평균적인 신장 및 체격을 지녔다. 강도단의 두목으로서 생김새가 극명하게 다른 두 아들을 부하로 삼고 있다. 맏아들 윌리엄 랜들은 키가 크고 건장한 체격이며 그에 걸맞지 않은 작은 머리가 특징이다. 둘째 아들 멜빈 랜들은 말라 비틀어졌다고 표현할 정도로 왜소한 체격을 지니고 있다. 용의자들은 다수의 강도 및 무단 침입 외에도 영국으로 귀환하는 선박을 무단 탈취했던 혐의로 수배 중이다. 독자들은 귀중품을 도난당하는 일이 없도록 주의하기 바란다. 네, 가족 강도단이 돌아왔다는 뉴스죠. 그림. 탁자 위에 사진.
This photograph of Lady Brackenstall and her maid Teresa was taken at a port, but which one? So the lady and her maid came from Australia a year and a half ago on this ship.
네, 지브롤타에서 찍은 거네요. 갑자기 직관 버튼이 떴다는 거는 뭔가 있다는 거죠. 자, 그림. 긁힌 자국.
These scratches are most definitely made by the picture frame.
움직일 수 있나 보네요.
This is Sir Eustace's safe. There may be something important inside. I must ask Lady Brackenstall to open it.
여주의 물건. 하늘을 만나볼까요?
Teresa, I would like to hear your testimony.
Certainly, sir. As I sat by my bedroom window, I saw 3 men in the moonlight down by the lodge gate. But I thought nothing of it at the time. If I'd known...
And then?
I went to bed, and it was more than an hour after that I heard my mistress scream. And down I ran, to find her tied to the chair and him on the floor with his head smashed. That's all I know.
인물 묘사. 깊게 패인 주름살. 걸레, 식초 냄새, 보이는 돌봄, 전속 하녀, 커피 자국, 고된 노동의 흔적. 자, 금고의 행방에 대해서 물어볼까요?
Lady Brackenstall, could you open this wall safe?
No, it is my husband's safe. I do not know the combination.
We have to open it.
You should examine the body of Sir Eustace Brackenstall.
자, 직감이 또 활성화됐어요. 벽난로 장식. 자, 잘려나간 노끈.
It appears that the bell rope was cut by someone taller than me.
누군가 호축의 노끈을 잘라갔어요.
A fur trader's cabin.
시신을 조사합시다.
So, Watson, what have you learned from examining Sir Eustace's body?
Well, I can confirm that the death was instant. Sir Eustace was facing his attacker when he received the blow to his head. There are no other apparent injuries.
Barefoot. He had therefore been in bed and did not have time to fully dress. Quite a large stick, a formidable weapon. That must be the murder weapon. The head was cracked with the force of the blow.
오, 3살
It
때
is covered
피가.
in blood. Sir Eustace might have struck his head upon it while falling from the blow. That is one possible explanation. This candlestick is valuable. It is interesting that it was not also stolen. These wine bottles are expensive and mostly from France.
여긴
An
포도주고.
empty silverware box. It appears that the intruders have stolen the contents.
아, 빈
A
공간.
bottle of wine is missing here. The criminals did not thoroughly ransack the house. They only took a little silverware.
유리잔.
A decanter standing next to the open bottle. An inseparable pair indeed. There is beeswing at the bottom, as if the wine had not been decanted before being poured. This glass has some wine traces, but no visible beeswing.
세 사람 중에 2사람만 먹었죠?
This glass has some wine traces, but no visible beeswing. It is rather strange that only one of these glasses has dregs of beeswing inside it, while the other 2 are clear. Chateau Calon Ségur, French wine, Grand Cru.
자, 또 다른
This
문이.
door leads to the upstairs bedrooms. Apparently the criminals did not venture there.
여긴 안 가도 되는 문이군요. 의자에 호출기가 여기에 있어요.
Sailor's knots. That's interesting. This rope was handled by the murderers. We need a scent hound to follow their trail. I will take it with me. This is the chair that Lady Brackenstall was tied to.
자, 식당을 조사했습니다. 이제 토비를 찾아가야 되죠. 부인과 좀 더 얘기를 나눠봅시다.
There are 3 glasses on the dining room table. I was wondering if...
Oh, I forgot. When I came to myself the first time, each of them had a glass in his hand. They might have been a father and his 2 sons. They talked together in whispers, and then they left.
자, 지금까지 모아진 증거를 볼까요? 상당히 많아요. 새살대와 시체, 랜드 일당과 용의자, 유리장과 건더기, 시체와 부직갱이. 자, 범인이 몇 명인지, 랜드 일당의 소행인지 아닌지, 불행한 사고인지, 정말 부직갱이에 의해 죽었는지, 이거는 좀 더 증거가 필요합니다. 자, 토비 안녕.
Come on, Toby. We need the best nose in the British Empire on this case. Search, Toby.
자, 현재 지금 개의 시선이죠. 그리고 개의 그 시력에 맞게 지금 색깔이 뿌옇게 보이고 있습니다. 아, 이렇게 향기를 쫓아는 거군요. 이쪽으로 도망갔구나. 자, 냄새를 맡따라 갑니다. 오, 정원 이쁘다. 냄새가 정원 분수를 건너 창고로 향합니다.
The intruders entered the shed for some reason when they were making off with the silverware.
쪽으로 다시 돌아서 우물이 있는 쪽으로 간 것 같습니다.
The scent leads to the well. I should check it.
우물에서 이쪽으로 빠져나왔고요. 담장을 타고 넘어갔군요.
The intruder's trail is lost behind this wall. The criminals left the house through the French window. They walked to the shed, then across to the well, before fleeing by climbing over the wall. I wonder why they chose such a winding route.
왜 바로 도망치지 않고 이렇게 굳이 돌아서 나갔어야 됐을까요? 좀 더 조사해봐야 될 것 같습니다. 우물 먼저 덮개를 열어보고 내부를 살펴봅시다.
There's something glittering at the bottom there, but how can I reach it?
아, 여기에 뭔가 끼우고 내려가야 되는 거죠.
The wheel handle is old and rusty. It seems to be used infrequently. This hook might be useful. Bags of seed. Some empty bags were recently moved. Small gardening tools. Nothing of great interest.
그리고
This
여행
old
가방.
suitcase sounds hollow. It must be empty.
그러면 아까 갈고리로 그 반짝이는 물체를 꺼낼 수 있겠죠. 이건 무엇인지.
Silverware. This is hardly a coincidence.
그 훔쳐간 음식기가 여기 있네요.
The Brackenstall coat of arms. It appears that we have found the stolen silverware.
그러면 랜드 일당이 가져간 게 아닐 수도 있다는 거네요. 굳이 이 정원을 뺑뺑 돌면서 결국에는 은식계를 놓고 갔기 때문에 그 가족 그 일당들이 아닌 것 같습니다. 다시 집으로 가서 이 은식기 찾았다고 알려줘야 될 것 같습니다.
Inspector, I have recovered the stolen silverware.
You are a wizard, Mr. Holmes. And where is it?
In the garden well.
Excuse me?
Unique, isn't it?
Rather absurd. What is the point of stealing silverware and then throwing it down into a well?
Perhaps it was used as a temporary hiding place, or simply the thieves wanted to get rid of it. It is up to us to solve this mystery. We found your silverware, Lady Brackenstall. It had not been taken very far.
Is that true? I am very thankful to you, Mr. Holmes.
We found your mistress's silverware.
Oh, that's good news. You really are as clever as they say.
Indeed. Let us try to open this safe. This safe can be cracked. I only have to pay attention. The dial will vibrate when it is set to the correct number.
맞는 숫자에 하면은 숫자가 떨린답니다. 한번 볼까요? 천천히 볼까요? 자, 일단 15, 17. 의료 소견서. 유스터스경. 유체 및 정신건강이 심히 우려되는 바입니다. 간장 대상부전의 증세를 확인했습니다. 진찰 결과 두 눈은 충혈되고 피부는 누렇게 뜬 상태였습니다. 숨결에는 악취가 섞여 있었는데 이는 간이 손상되었음을 의미합니다. 폐 농양 역시 의심되는 상황입니다. 최근에 다리에서 일어났던 경련은 잦은 알코올 섭취로 신경계에 문제가 생겼다는 신호입니다. 발작이 발생할 수도 있습니다. 지난 검사를 통해 간이 딱딱해지고 있다는 사실을 확인했으며 이는 간 경화 때문으로 추정됩니다. 부풀어른 위 주변으로 복강에 액체가 생기는 현상이죠. 복수가 차올랐습니다. 왼쪽 갈비뼈의 고통은 췌장 질환으로 인한 현상인데 급성 췌장염으로 발전할 경우에는 치명적일 수 있습니다. 여타 환자들보다 훨씬 심각한 상태입니다. 과도하게 알코올을 섭취한다면 자가 조절 능력이 떨어지며 폭력적인 성향이 두드러질 것입니다. 다양한 치료법을 준비해뒀으니 제가 치료를 전담하도록 하겠습니다. 이번 사건의 피해자 유스터스경은 아주 그냥 간도 문제 있고 췌장도 문제 있고 폐도 문제 있고 건강이 아주 그냥 걸어다니는 종합병원이었습니다.
It is common practice to keep one's valuables in a safe behind a painting. It should not really pose a challenge for a criminal.
도둑들은 돈을 전혀 손대지 않았어요.
Antique coins, possibly of value, but they're scattered without care. Sir Eustace's doctor speaks of his violent behavior.
Yes, Sir Eustace was an extremely violent man. A detestable human being, to be more precise. It is true that he once threw a decanter at me, and all because I dared to stand up to him in defence of my mistress. Sly devil. God forgive me that I should speak of him so now that he's dead. But a devil he was, if ever one walked the earth. We met him only 18 months ago. She'd only just arrived in London. Yes, it was her first voyage. She'd never been from home before. Wonder with his title and his money and his false London ways. If she made a mistake, she has paid for it, if ever a woman did. She doesn't have any friends here, so it was specially hard for her.
What do you know about Sir Eustace, Inspector? What was his reputation?
A charming man when sober, but an absolute demon when he was drunk. In such moments he was apparently capable of anything. Why, once he splashed fuel on Lady Brackenstall's dog and set it alight. Another day he threw a decanter of wine at Miss Wright's head.
The alcohol seemed to madden him.
To the point that we were forced to intervene several times to avoid a scandal.
용의자와 은식기, 용의자가 은식기를 안 가져갔기 때문이죠. 사생활과 호주 출신, 경감의 진술과 가장학대.
Let us see how the rope was cut. The fibers at the end of the rope are smoothly cut. Let us try to find out what tool was used to cut the rope.
자, 가위일지, 칼일지, 절단기일지. 자, 가위로 먼저 잘라봅시다.
The fibers from this cut appear to be different.
자, 다음은 칼.
If I cut the rope with a knife, it matches the original.
칼이었군요. 자, 끈은 칼로 잘라진 것이었습니다. 자, 호축의 노끈은 날카로운 칼에 의해 잘려 나갔으며 뱃사람들이 즐겨 쓰는 형태로 매듭진 상태였습니다. 선원 출신의 침입자가 있었던 것 같습니다. 또한 유스터스 경은 아내를 폭행했고요. 바로 도망치지 않고 정원을 뺑 돌아갔고, 또한 훔쳐갔던 은식기도 우물에 버리고 그냥 도망간 걸로 보아 강도단은 아닌 것 같습니다. 그럼 이것 또한 도둑질이 아닌 위장된 범죄가 있었죠. 그리고 이건 불행한 사고라기보다는 누군가 처리를 한 것 같습니다. 부인이 지브롤터의 바위에 서는 거 아는 사이였을지. 왜냐하면 저희가 아까 탁자에 있는 사진에서 지브롤터의 바위라는 사진이 있었기 때문이죠. 그래서 아마 이 선원과 뭔가 있지 않았을까 싶습니다. 증거를 일단 완성시켜야 되나? 살인을 저지른 방문자, 어젯밤에 저택을 방문한 사람이 유스터스 경을 살해하고 브레컨스터 부인은 포박했습니다. 키가 크고 건장한 인물로 추정됩니다. 그리고 선원을 수색해야 되죠. 자, 선원 출신의 용의자를 찾으려면은 다시 베이커가로 가야 됩니다. 선박 지브롤터의 바위에 도착하다. 여기 있네요. 애들레이드, 사우샘프턴, 런던 노선의 화물선, 지브롤터의 바위가 인도, 뉴질랜드, 호주를 거치는 6개월간의 항해 끝에 런던으로 돌아왔습니다. 호주에서 대지와 광산을 소유 중인 프레이저 가문의 상속녀 마리 프레이저 역시 런던에 도착했습니다. 마리 프레이저 영예는 켄트주의 부호인 유스터스 왜 이렇게 발음이 안 돼? 브레큰스톨 경과 약혼한 사이입니다. 아, 이렇게 연관됐군요. 이걸로 이제 다시 신문하면 되겠습니다.
Interesting. It must be the place where they keep the records, including the one for the crew of the Rock of Gibraltar.
I think that if you pretend you're from Scotland Yard, they'll give it to you without any problems.
But I have another solution. I'll call in the specialist.
위긴스를 부르면 됩니다.
Wiggins, could you come upstairs, please?
At your service, Mr. Holmes.
I need a register, my young friend. If you could borrow it, there will be half a guinea for every one of you. I need the crew list of the Rock of Gibraltar in 1893 and their current employment.
I'm straight on it, Mr. Holmes.
Do you really think they'll find it, Holmes?
My secret police is better than the Yard in many ways.
자, 3시간 만에 찾은 것 같죠? 대단해.
Here it is, Mr. Holmes. But we can't take it back. It's too risky.
Put it on the table. I'll take care of it. Good work, young Wiggins.
책상 위에 올려놨으니까 명부를 확인합시다.
This list shows the senior officers of the Rock of Gibraltar, on which Lady Brackenstall and her maid made their voyage. Lady Brackenstall does not know anyone in England. This must mean that someone on this list is our mysterious visitor. And these are the lists of the senior officers of the Adelaide, Southampton, London Line ships. Let us find out who was in London upon November the 7th.
자, 살해일자는 1894년 11월 7일이고요. 지브롤터의 바이라는 선박은 호주 애들레이드를 1893년 3월 16일에 출발해서 영국 런던에 5월 23일에 도착했고요. 여기 이쪽 면부에서는 5월 6일 출발해서 11월 12일에 도착한 걸로 되어 있습니다. 그럼 여기서 겹치는 사람을 찾으면 되겠죠? 이 사람이군요. 네, 이 사람도 빼고요. 찰스도 있습니다.
This officer was on a ship that sailed half a month ago. He wasn't in London at the time of the crime.
토마스 워커 10월 23일에 출발했기 때문에 런던에 없습니다.
This officer is still at sea. Therefore he cannot be involved.
네, 하버트도 마찬가지죠.
Still at sea. Therefore he cannot be involved.
윌리엄도 마찬가지죠.
Was on a ship that sailed half a month ago. He wasn't in London at the time of the crime.
때문에 단 한 사람만 남게 됩니다.
Mr. Jack Crocker was in London upon the date of the crime, and he is due to depart in 2 days. Captain Jack Crocker is our mysterious visitor. He was the only one around at the time of the murder.
This Crocker, do you think...
It would be interesting to meet him. Our young friend should be able to find him.
자, 용의자를 찾았고요. 선장과 맞다이를 뜨겠습니다.
Wiggins, could you find a way to bring this Captain Crocker here to us?
Here? Holmes, that could be dangerous.
No problem, Mr. Holmes.
잠시 후 그가 왔습니다.
Mr. Holmes, I was informed that you were looking for me, and I'd like to know why.
Yes, it is important that we talk. You will soon understand why. You are acquainted with Lady Mary Brackenstall, are you not?
Yes, I think I do remember her, from when I was first officer, but I still don't see...
It seems your relationship went beyond that of mere passenger and first officer.
How dare you?
Indeed, how reckless a feeling is love, particularly if one is prepared to commit a murder in its name.
Explain yourself this instant.
You are aware that the murder made the headlines of the morning press. You read the newspaper report, but to your dismay, found it much fabricated. Once you learned that I wanted to see you, you came straight away. You needed to know what I had found.
You... and what do you know?
That evening, you were with Lady Brackenstall.
부인이 바람 폈구나.
I'm not afraid, Mr. Holmes. Besides, all of this is just guesswork.
You would be right if there was no evidence.
What then?
인물 묘사. 강직한 이목구비, 정직함. 근육질. 신문 잉크. 깨끗한 장화. 선원용 칼.
Lady Brackenstall was tied to a chair on the night of the murder. And it was you who tied her up.
You call that evidence?
과연 그럴까? 매듭 있는데?
Yes, as she was tied with a sailor's knot. Your handiwork.
So, it's a sailor who's done it. That proves nothing, Mr. Holmes. I'm not the only sailor in London right now. Your theory is flawed anyway. On the night of the murder, I was aboard the Sharp. I was supervising the repair of a porthole.
At night?
It was an emergency. There was a leak. You can ask the ship's carpenter. He can confirm.
I'm sure that he can.
Perfect. In that case, we have nothing more to talk about. Good evening, gentlemen.
Holmes, what should we do now? Would you like to check his alibi?
No. There is no doubt that these men will testify in his favor, and there will be no way to check.
So, what then?
So, we must work with what we have. We have all the puzzle pieces.
Now I understand why you dissected the bell rope.
개입을 해서 선장이 범인이라고 지금 이렇게 추려지는 케이스가 있고요. 누가 봐도 얘가 범인이다. 예. 사건 당일 밤 유스터스 경은 저택을 방문했던 남자에게 살해당했습니다. 부인을 구하려다 발생한 사건이므로 정산 참작의 여지가 있습니다. 살해범은 키가 크고 재빠르며 고위 선원으로 보입니다. 자, 체포할지 선처를 베풀지. 워낙에 유스터스 경이 술만 먹으면은 개가 돼서 부인을 후드를 깠기 때문에 어쩔 수 없이 선장이 부인을 보호하기 위해 처리한 것 같다고는 여겨집니다만 선처를 베풉시다.
Wiggins, could you ask Mr. Crocker to come here again, please?
Right away. Why did you make me come here again, Mr. Holmes?
It is over. I know that it was you who killed Sir Eustace Brackenstall.
What?
I know, because of the height at which the rope was cut. The knife used was a sea knife. The knots were sailor's knots, and not least the sheer force that was put behind the killing blow. And because you are the only one who knows Lady Mary Brackenstall in London. And because you love her.
It's true.
It is time for you to tell us the whole truth.
I admit that I loved Mary madly from the first day that I met her. But I never did come to visit her, for I believed that she was in a happy household.
네, 저 눈빛 때문에 도저히 처벌을 할 수가 없겠어요.
I was insane.
눈빛이 무서워.
I was due to set sail for 6 months away. I wanted only to see her again. But it turned into a damnable nightmare when he barged in. He dared raise his hand to her. He was not even worthy of licking her boots. Oh, I regret nothing. I admit I killed the monster out of love for her. She will forgive me if she is able.
Lady Brackenstall already forgave you. She said nothing.
Mary.
네, 제가 선처를 하려는 이유는 바로 여기 때문입니다. 네. 부인이 감싸줬기 때문이죠.
Mr. Holmes.
You would not have managed to protect her.
Till I die, do you hear me? Here is a letter that sets everything clear, and it is the one that should be disclosed to the police. I am the only culprit. Mary had nothing to do with it. Now it is time to end this.
Please forgive me, Captain Crocker. I wished only to test your sincerity, and your words and deeds have far exceeded my expectations. See here, Captain Crocker, we'll do this in due form of law. You are the prisoner. Watson, you are a British jury. Captain Crocker, the evidence shows that you acted without premeditation and used reasonable force to protect an innocent victim from her husband's brutality. Your devotion pushed you to attempt to kill yourself in order to protect the one you love. Now, what say you, gentlemen of the jury?
Not guilty, my lord.
Vox populi, vox Dei. You are acquitted, Captain Crocker. So long as the law does not find some other victim, you are safe from me.
Mr. Holmes.
It is a great responsibility that I take upon myself, but I will give Lestrade an excellent lead, and if he can't avail himself of it, I can do no more. Come back to your lady in a year, and may her future and yours justify us in the judgment which we have pronounced this night. Inspector, I'm afraid that the murderers have escaped us.
What? Do you mean to tell me that you failed? Never thought I'd live to see the day.
I mentioned the murderers, not the case. It is obvious that the crime was committed by 3 criminals who cannot be the Randalls.
You really think so?
You only need to find a gang of 3 thugs wandering around. I can trust you to do that.
If they exist, I'll catch them.
You'll find someone, I have no doubt of it. Goodbye, Inspector.
오, 홈즈가 예 덤탱이를 씁니다. 역시 선처를 해야 됩니다. 예. 조금 아몰랑 재판이었지만 예 결론은 선처를 베풀었습니다. 자, 이걸로 결론 제시합시다. 자, 저의 인성은 대인배로 올라갔고요. 저와 같은 방법으로 사건을 해결한 분들은 전체의 93%, 그리고 저처럼 선처를 베푸신 분들은 전체의 65%였습니다. 이거 좀 들어볼까요?
Holmes, for heaven's sake, whatever's going on?
Oh, hello, Watson. You're early. Did you kill all of your patients?
What? Holmes, where have all these wretched bees come from?
I increased the temperature of the room so as to prevent them from hibernating. I needed to take a sample of honey. But it worked, Watson. We will have honey all year round.
Ridiculous and dangerous.
They're domestic bees, Apis mellifera, such industrious workers. Anyway, Watson, I am sorry, but I must leave you. I'm in rather a hurry.
You have a new case?
Yes, but nothing as thrilling as this experiment. A theft of plants at the Royal Botanic Gardens in Kew. I'm helping a minister who's an old friend of mine. You can join me if you like.
Well, I'll admit that I'd far rather accompany you than remain alone here with these workers of yours. Besides, you'll need a helping hand with the flowers you're intending to bring back.
Watson, however did you guess?
For the great Sherlock Holmes to bother with the theft of plants. Come on, admit that you're planning to spoil your little bees with some rare pollens.
Since when did I become so transparent? Let us go.
과연 잭은 어떤 편지를 남겼을지 봅시다. 브레이큰스톨 부인의 고백. 홈즈 씨, 이제서야 편지를 쓸 용기를 냈네요. 홈즈 씨께서 베풀어 주신 은혜에 어떻게 감사를 표해야 할까요? 당시에는 제 인생이 끝장났다고 생각했건만 결국 진정으로 사랑했던 사람을 찾게 되는 계기가 되었답니다. 홈즈 씨께서도 알다시피 잭 크로커라는 사람이에요. 그의 사랑으로 살아갈 힘을 얻었어요. 평생을 함께하진 못하더라도 진정한 사랑을 알게 된 셈이죠. 감사를 담아 마릭 브레이큰스톨. 부인이 대신 보내줬네요.
Well, Holmes, here we are at the Royal Botanic Gardens.
아,
There's no
식물이
doubt that this place
도난당했구나.
is beautiful. But are you really intent on investigating the theft of the plants?
Yes, of course.
Don't touch anything else, is that clear? Just go and get a bucket of fertilizer. And without turning it over this time.
눈매 봐.
Good day to you, gentlemen. How may I help you? If you are here for a visit, please do come back on Sunday.
I am afraid that it cannot wait. My name is Sherlock Holmes, and this is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson. We are investigating the theft of plants that took place here 5 days ago. A remarkable collection, I believe.
So you're the one in charge, eh?
A small favour for a friend. Now, to whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
I am Martin Hamish. I am the Deputy Director of Kew Gardens. And that fellow yonder is Albert. He works here.
I am delighted to meet you. What can you tell us about the plants?
They were rare and exceptional plants. We presented them at our last exhibition. We haven't removed the stand yet. It is still in the large glass house. We only learned of their disappearance the evening after the exhibition, and nobody saw anything.
No doors were forced?
No, but I would imagine that for a thief it would be fairly easy to gain entry, for there are no guards here.
Well, if you don't mind, we will take a look. Now, you say that it is in the large glass house.
Yes, the one just behind me. Just a second, since Albert has nothing else to do. Albert, show these gentlemen where the exhibition was held.
How many people work here?
Only myself, but occasionally 2 students, Albert, whom you have met, and Miss White.
Here it is. This is the place where the stolen plants were exhibited.
Thank you. Is there something the matter?
Yes, there is. All right, the plants were valuable and rare, but it seems to me that the tragedy that took place here only 2 days ago has been entirely forgotten already.
What tragedy are you referring to?
The director of Kew Gardens, Mr. Montague Dunn, he died here just 2 days ago.
We're very sorry. We were not aware. The two of you were good friends?
He was my father.
Oh dear. Our condolences. We should not be troubling you. Please do excuse us for the intrusion.
You say that he died here, in the large glass house?
Holmes?
Yes. Just here, near the door to the Colonial Collection. He suffered a heart attack. Just like that. So suddenly. It was terrible. Excuse me, gentlemen, but I cannot remain here. If you need me, I'll be in the reserve. That's the room next to the front of the large greenhouse.
Of course, we understand.
자, 몬테규 던의 사망 현장을 조사합시다. 식물일락.
Here is a list of the stolen plants.
아, 저렇게 많이 틀린 거야?
Do not touch.
Do not touch.
The plants were here. All of them were stolen. According to Albert, this is where his father, Montague Dunn, was found dead.
자, 직감을 볼까요? 발자국이 있네요.
The traces are thinner in some places. These boot marks are fresh. It appears as though someone was dragging their feet. The footprints reveal that someone staggered here.
파편도 있네요.
Fragments of a flower pot. It fell down here.
직감.
Soil.
흙이 있어요.
It should have come from a flower pot. Soil. It should have come from a flower pot. This sign is broken. Something heavy was dropped upon it.
집안도 부러져 있고, 피가 있다.
Blood. Someone fell violently against this sign, and they were injured in the clash, most likely a head wound. This pot was broken fairly recently.
부서진
A
화분을
flower
다시
pot recently
조립했죠.
fell down from these shelves and was misplaced. The door was smashed at shoulder height. This door handle is new. It was recently changed. The esconson was breached near the handle. The door was forced from the inside of the Colonial Collection room. The handle was changed afterwards.
I think we need to inspect the Colonial Collection.
All the clues around here are quite suspicious. I need my imagination to make sense of it all.
자, 조사를 완료했고요. 한번 상황을 재현해야 됩니다. 문을 부셨다. 자, 문을 부셨고 화분을 떨어뜨렸고 쓰러졌겠지. 그러면은 꽝 해서 첩석하고 콱 했을 것이다.
This reconstruction reveals a disturbing fact. Montague Dunn damaged the door of the Colonial Collection room.
He was in a panic, or the door was locked. Was it an accident, or a murder then, I wonder?
These plants come from all the territories of the British Empire.
아, 이때는 다 영국의 식민지였죠. 뉴질랜드, 수단, 벵갈 다 영국의 식민지에서 가져온 그거네요. 이제 이해되겠다.
Very
사진도 있고.
strange. Half of the Colonial Collection is absent.
이쪽이 지금 텅 비어 있죠.
According to this, they have light and moisture control in some parts of the building. The smell is strong. It is a detergent.
누가 왁스를 발랐나봐요. 돌 조각.
This broken fragment was the result of a heavy blow. A fragment of marble, most likely chipped from a statue or sculpture.
또 뭔가 남아있을까요? 창틀 유리?
These windows were perfectly cleaned. Part of this greenhouse was emptied and thoroughly clean.
이쪽만 딱 청소를 했네요. 유리가 아주 깨끗하죠.
Dry tropics.
여기는 열대 식물관입니다. 오, 아무것도 안 뜨네. 그냥 지나가는 거. 화분.
These flower pots are beautiful. They are in. The symbol is not from Kew Gardens.
다른 데서 가져온 건가?
There is a smell of burning.
타는 냄새가 나는 쪽으로. 여기 뭔가를 태웠어요. 그러니까.
The remains of a picture frame. The plants were set alight fairly recently. Some have not completely burned. A broom handle was half burned.
왜 이런 걸 굳이 탄 흔적을 남겼을까요? 정돈면도 있어요.
A protective mask. Someone set it alight, but it did not burn.
물구덩이, 부서진 화분. 아래 인장은
The symbol is not from Kew Gardens.
그것도 다른
A
문
door
손잡이도.
handle. Why would anyone throw such a thing in the fire? The door handle to the colonial collection and that of the fireplace are made of the same material.
지도가 있고.
Colonial collection.
저희는 지금 여기 있죠? 여기가
Ventilation system.
환기장치. 앞으로 가면은
Seed house.
종자 보관실. 아까 저희가 지나간
Dry
곳은
tropics.
열대식물관. 그 옆에 사건이 일어났던
Water
곳은
lily greenhouse.
수상식물관. 그리고 식민지 식물관 봤고요.
Palm house.
그 옆은 온실이고요.
Nursery.
묘목장,
Director's office, cloakroom, and laboratory.
사무실이 있군요.
Reserve.
묘주의 물건이란 거 보니까 뭔가 이 지도를 사용하는 것 같습니다.
A ventilation system. It should regulate the temperature of the staff buildings.
이 또한 여주의 물건이다. 나중에 뭔가 쓰겠죠?
A water tank.
자,
Seed
종자 보관실
house. Locked.
들어갑시다. 잠겨 있어요. 이쪽이 묘목장.
Nursery.
Nursery.
Locked.
잠겨 있고요.
Albert told us about the tragic death of Mr. Dunn, the late director of Kew Gardens.
Tragic indeed. His heart attack was quite unexpected.
누군가한테 죽음 당한 게 아니라 심장마비네요.
Would you unlock the doors for us?
Do you expect to find the stolen plants there? I am sorry, but those rooms are private.
인물 묘사. 값싼 근시용 안경. 더럽혀진 먹깃. 싱글이고요. 정원사의 손.
Thank you, Mr. Hamish. We shall continue our investigation.
여기 좀 있네요.
Can I help you, gentlemen?
Do you work here?
Yes, but part-time only. For I'm also studying botany at the University
눈물
of
난다.
London.
비정규직이랍니다.
Following in your father's footsteps, then that is commendable.
Well, even if botany is not my strongest suit, there are people who say that I could be a good manager.
인물 묘사. 충혈된 눈, 눈물을 흘림, 비통에 잠긴 상태. 잠 못 자서 그럴 수도 있는데. 면도 상처. 깨끗한 선.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon.
시체를 부검해야 됩니다. 몬테규는 시체를 부검해야 됩니다. 정황이 의심스럽습니다. 억지로 문을 열었던 이유는 뭘까요? 그리고 신무관문은 왜 비어 있었던 걸까요? 부검돼야 됩니다. 우선은 집에 가서 서재를 뒤져보겠습니다. 이번 작품도 부검인 너 저분 취향이구나.
Someone should take Toby for a walk. Have you found something interesting?
딴 얘기하죠. 희귀식물 제4권 맹독. 맞네요. 해당 식물들은 공통적으로 독성을 띠며 그 정도는 각각 다르다. 다이오니아 카니보러스, 카를리나 이네브리아, 플로렘 디아볼리카, 크로몰레나 오도라타, 파라너스 세로니타, 헬리안포어스 데퓨이스, 비블리스, 제니시아 바이올라키아, 달링토니아, 크라코카스 세팔로터스. 처음 언급한 세 종류의 식물은 인체에 치명적이며 특히 플로렌 디아볼리카의 경우 특정 조건을 만족해야 한다. 즉 주변에서 공격적인 반응을 감지하는 경우에만 맹독 호자를 뿜어낸다. 기호미사징. 여기 있구나. 식물 숭배를 도모하는 학술적 신성 연구에 해당 단체 조직원들은 위대한 존재 트리완을 숭배한다. 그들은 정신적인 안정을 얻고 물질주의에서 벗어나는 데 가치를 두고 있으며 때문에 기부 문화가 활성화되어 있습니다.
Here it is.
하나
The
나왔죠?
Divine Syndicate is not a supplier to Kew Gardens. Besides, there is no address here.
세이머 원예용품점, 원예용구 공급처, 본 업체는 목초지 및 정원, 살림에 필요한 물품들을 판매하는 전문 공급처입니다. 모래, 토양, 뿌리덮개, 화분을 비롯한 물품들을 폭넓게 공급하고 있습니다. 런던 빌러튼 3번가.
Here it is.
런던 경찰국에 가서 시신을 부검합시다.
I asked Inspector Lestrade to take Montague Dunn's body to Scotland Yard.
It's ready for autopsy then.
피해자의 물품을 봐볼까요?
This watch is of great value.
시계, 명함.
A membership card for the London Crest Club. A beautiful feather pen of a good make.
연필, 편지. 외인에게 보내는 편지. 받는 사람, 외인일까? 인쇄업소의 소유주, 안녕하십니까? 큐 왕리 신문원에서 개최하는 전시회 홍보용 벽보는 훌륭했습니다. 허나 전 직원의 이름을 언급한 필요는 없지 않겠습니까? 제 이름만 표기해 주시기 바랍니다. 몬테규 던. 단단 다라단 단단 다라단 단단 다라단.
First of all, let us carry out an external examination.
외적인 부검을 시작해볼까요? 얼굴.
There is an injury to the skull, most probably caused by the fall in the water lily greenhouse. The vessels and the pupil of the eye appear quite normal. The air from the lungs carries a faint floral aroma.
꽃향기를 맡았다 그래요?
There are no suspicious marks upon the chest. Let us finish our external examination so that we can proceed with the autopsy.
오른쪽
No
손
redness, stings or bruises.
말짱하고요. 왼쪽.
Nothing suspicious here. Now, let us examine the internal organs.
자, 이제 내부를 보겠습니다. 휘파람 무엇? 심장.
The heart's blood vessels show no pathological signs. The heart tissue shows no visible pathological signs.
심장마비가 아니라는 거죠. 심장에 아무 이상 없어요.
The lungs are congested and edematous. The tissue on the inferior lobe of the right lung is damaged, most probably caused by toxins from an unknown plant.
간.
The liver is enlarged. It would seem that he was suffering from an alcohol addiction. The liver tissue is brown. There are no visible pathological signs.
간은 말짱하고요. 위.
The stomach tissues show no visible pathological signs. There is a small amount of content. It appears that he breakfasted lightly, only a short while before his death. My suspicions have been substantiated. Montague Dunn, the director of Kew Gardens, died from poisoning. Plant poisoning, to be more exact.
You mean...
Yes, it is murder.
We should inform Lestrade.
심장마비사가
Yes,
아니죠.
but do remember, Watson,
사건입니다.
that I discovered the murder. The challenge is mine.
The challenge, Holmes?
We need to locate that deadly plant. Such a perfect murder appeals to me.
Murder of any kind appeals to you. Is that all we need to do?
No. We also have the people working at Kew Gardens. Martin Hamish and the son of the victim, Albert Dunn.
And also Miss White, of whom we spoke with Mr. Hamish. Should we bring them all here for interrogation?
No. A few innocuous questions at Kew will suffice, as well as a discreet delve into their personal affairs. Yes, Watson, it is time now to open the doors.
Even those in the staff building? I suppose that is necessary.
We should also be concerned with the victim himself. After all, we don't know very much about Montague Dunn.
You're enjoying this already, aren't you?
More than a little.
비어있는 식민지 신문관.
Mr. Hamish, can you explain to us what happened to the colonial collection? It seems somewhat depleted.
But, most likely maintenance work, tidying up.
You're not sure, then? But you're the deputy director.
Well, I am busy. I cannot be everywhere at once.
어쭈.
As deputy director, how was your relationship with Montague Dunn?
To be honest with you, Mr. Holmes, it could have been better. You see, every Tuesday he would carry out his inspection of the gardens, but it was solely to make an impression, great pretense that he cared at all. He would give out absurd orders, ignoring anyone else's opinion. He would then disappear for the rest of the week. He was what some might call a man of action. I'd say rather he was overzealous and chaotic. So after all, it was no wonder, perhaps, that he ended up like that, if you take into consideration his kind of lifestyle.
원장의 생활은 어땠습니까?
You mentioned that Mr. Dunn led a particular lifestyle.
Well, it's no secret that he enjoyed, celebrating, shall we say? He was a member of the London Smart Set. He was
카사노바였구나.
famous for it. That
And?
He had an eye for the ladies, to put it mildly, Mr. Holmes.
열쇠 주세요.
Mr. Hamish, can you tell us who holds the keys to the locked greenhouses?
That would be Albert, Mr. Dunn's son. Yes, Albert keeps all the keys, and one can only imagine why.
What do you mean?
Well, he was never interested in Kew Gardens before, and now all of a sudden he is trying to act as if he owns the place. I think he wants to take over the management here. He'd do better to leave that to me. He has no experience. No, none at all.
되게 조금 안 좋게 보고 있죠.
What is your opinion of Albert as a student of botany?
He's useless. I often tell him so, and I can only give him cleaning tasks. Botany is not his life's work, and his father well knew it. He was furious about it.
He was?
Oh, yes. He forced his son to work here, and he never missed an opportunity to criticize him publicly.
Are you able to elaborate on that?
Well, for example, with our last exhibition here, Mr. Dunn had Albert make a presentation speech. But then, while the lad was speaking, Mr. Dunn interrupted him, asking him difficult questions, making him look like a failure. It was with the intention of making a fool of him, Mr. Holmes.
That must have been terribly humiliating.
Yes, he was crushed, and he had to leave. Everybody was making fun of poor Albert. That is, except for Miss Margaret White, who is such a nice lady and who always takes pity on Albert.
마가렛 화이트?
You mentioned a Miss White. Would you tell us more about her?
She is a student who works here part-time. She is quite charming indeed. She possesses a great talent for botany. You should take a look at some of her experiments that she carried out in the laboratory. Ah, if only she were not so naive.
Why naive?
The way she used to flutter around Mr. Montague Dunn. And why, he couldn't help but be flattered by all her attention. How could an intelligent woman such as Miss White not see through his game? I can only scratch my head and wonder.
Tell me, Mr. Hamish, do you grow the more deadly variety of plant here?
You mean insectivorous? Yes, but nothing larger than that.
Are you aware of the Divine Syndicate?
The Divine what? Is this a joke?
No, I am quite serious.
What a ridiculous name. Anyway, I have never heard of this syndicate.
Who is Miss Margaret White?
Ah, she is the young lady who studies with me. She visits here sometimes to help out with the greenhouses. In fact, she should be here today. She wanted to work at the seed house. That's the small greenhouse across from the large glass house.
여기도 용의자가 3명이네요. 아, 참.
We noticed that a part of the colonial collection has been cleared.
Ah, at the moment I'm just dealing with the storage room. I don't know much about the other rooms.
I imagine that your relationship with your father may have been a strained one.
Yes. I cannot say that he was a kind man, for he never listened to me at all. He forced me to work here. But now, after his death, I've been pondering it over. Perhaps he wasn't so wrong about me after all. I have to follow his path, and I have to manage Kew Gardens, and I can do it. I can be as good as any other who works here.
Would you please tell us about Martin Hamish, the Deputy Director?
Well, I have to tell you that Mr. Hamish is not and has never been the Deputy Director of Kew Gardens. My father would not have tolerated it.
Indeed? That is most interesting. He told us that he was.
Yes, because he believes that the management should be passed down to him now that my father is dead. But in actual fact, Mr. Hamish only has the honour of being the garden's longest-serving employee. In fact, if we are to think logically at all, it should be me who takes over the management of Kew Gardens.
Do you not have a good relationship with Mr. Hamish?
I suppose so. But we have very little in common. Mr. Hamish loves his plants and Kew Gardens, and I cannot say that I share his passion.
I see. And how was his relationship with your father?
Oh, he hated my father. It was obvious. He would be furious whenever my father boasted of Kew Gardens in the newspapers or at conferences. He was convinced that my father was stealing all of the credit for himself. But my father treated Mr. Hamish in the same way as he treated anyone. Dismissively. With indifference.
Tell me, have you ever heard of the Divine Syndicate?
No, I cannot say that I have.
Yes, 해주세요.
Do you hold the keys to all of these locked doors?
Yes, you can have them. But I cannot give you the keys to the cloakroom. The employees' effects are private. I am sure you understand.
Thank you, young man. We shall see you again soon.
Look, Holmes, this charming lady must be Miss White. She's entering the seed house.
Hello.
Good day to you, miss. You have some very beautiful plants here.
Why, thank you, sir. And good day to you, too. But...
Oh, I do beg your pardon. My name is Dr. John Watson. This is my good friend, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
I am honoured to make your acquaintance, gentlemen. My name is Margaret White. Excuse me, but are you Sherlock Holmes, the great detective?
Yes, I am he.
What a pleasure to see you here at Kew Gardens. Are you working on a case?
식물도둑.
Yes, a theft of plants that took place here a few days ago after their most recent exhibition.
Oh yes, of course. I quite forgot about that.
Oh, it's quite understandable that you might forget about the theft of the plants, miss, after the tragedy that took place here.
Yes. The director was a truly good man. It is such a terrible misfortune.
어휴.
Would you happen to know why part of the colonial collection was cleared?
No, I have never been there.
Do you work here?
Part-time only. I am a biology student at the London University. I attend the same classes as the son of Mr. Montague Dunn. That is how I found my chance to work here for part of my thesis, you see. It is a great honor.
How well did you know Mr. Montague Dunn?
He was a master, a great leader. I saw him almost as a spiritual father.
He had an exceptional nature?
Oh yes, indeed. He was always so active and so optimistic, and very nice to me. Although he could behave harshly towards his son.
Why so?
He loved his son dearly and wanted the very best for him. It made him extremely demanding. Albert, who is naturally shy, suffered because of it.
The Divine Syndicate. Does that name mean anything to you, by any chance?
Not at all. But it is a very pretty name.
Most of the doors in Kew Gardens are locked. Do you have a key to this room?
Oh, yes. Albert gave me a set of duplicate keys. He agreed I might carry out my studies without disturbing him. It is only temporary.
인물 묘사. 값비싼 향수. 손이 뻘게, 붉은 문적. 헬라그라 백력, 가난한 집안. 미혼.
Thank you, miss. None of the 3 people who work at Kew Gardens know why half of the colonial collection was cleared. So, someone is lying. It is obvious. From here, we are unable to see the interior of the colonial collection room. A book about ships. Nothing at all to do with plants. These leather gloves are new and of good quality. They do not appear to have been used. Materials for college study. They belong to Albert. This place serves as Albert's office. The seeds of plant species are stored here.
아, 또 있었다. 홍상.
It is a bust of Montague Dunn. I am curious if the marble that we found will fit this place. Here it is. The
흉상으로
marble
때렸구나.
fragment that we found in the colonial collection room is what they have in common.
여기는 업무용 책상.
A glasses case. It is empty. A thesis written by Martin Hamish. This area serves as Martin Hamish's office. This poster is for an exhibition that Martin Hamish was directing, but it had nothing to do with Kew Gardens. This certificate belongs to Martin Hamish. He won a horticultural competition. We can see the interior of the colonial collection room from this window.
자, 사무실로 들어왔고요. 연구실 책상, 물기가 남은 유리병 자국.
There was a bottle here. It left behind a trace of the substance that pervaded the laboratory. Several drops of the substance were spilled. Someone carried this bottle around. Several drops of
Gold dust? Good heavens. What's it doing here?
the gold is almost immune to chemical attacks, so it may be a valuable auxiliary for various experiments.
But why would anyone perform such experiments in a botanical garden?
The bottle is no longer here, but it is possible to detect a faint scent. We need a good nose.
아, 이렇게 또 터비를 또 데려오려고 합니다.
This is a table for experiments. It resembles my own.
Only this one is kept in good order, Holmes.
깨알 왓슨 디스.
A phonograph used for voice recording. Remarkable.
Yes, this is quite a modern laboratory.
245S라서 돌려봅시다.
And it seems clear from these multiple experiments that plants to respond to their environment and have a form of consciousness. Margaret White, February 1895. Report number 245.
Study report.
논문 기록이고요. 821S.
Martin Hamish's perception of plants. The notion of communication in the plant world has long been considered marginal, yet I remain convinced that some plants do indeed transmit chemical signals in the event of attack.
A study report by Martin Hamish. Chemicals. A sufficient quantity for some serious experiments.
약 교과서.
A botany book. This student's book belongs to Albert.
보호 장비가 빠져 있죠.
It appears as though the protective equipment is missing from here. Such masks are generally worn when dealing with toxic chemicals. Gloves, waterproof aprons, everything one might need for self-protection.
Do they grow dangerous plants here?
Locked.
Holmes, Albert Dunn didn't give us the key to this door.
It does not matter. We will open it.
자물쇠 딴데요. 자, 됐다.
Open. The employee's cloakroom. Miss White's locker. A draft of the letter that Miss White sent to her parents.
부모님께 떨리는 펜 끝을 주체하지 못하고 이렇게 편지를 씁니다. 학비와 임대료가 생각했던 것 이상으로 비싸기만 하네요. 혼자 힘으로는 오래 버틸 수 없을 것 같아요. 과거에 서로 다툼이 있었던 건 사실이지만 학비 때문에 학업을 포기해야 하는 딸 자식을 가만히 놔둔 만큼 매정하시진 않겠죠? 마가렛.
Apparently, Miss White is a capable student. These jewels must be worth a small fortune. A vanity purse. It is of high quality.
마가렛에게 편지를 받고 놀랐단다. 우리와 연락을 끊고 살아간 지도 수년이 지났는데 돈을 달라고 말할 생각이 들더냐? 대학에서 어떻게 지내는지조차 알 길이 없었건만 이제 와서 우리 도움이 필요하다고? 내 친구들처럼 상류들 집안이 아니었던 가족을 부끄러워했던 게 아니었더냐? 우리들이 대단할 것 없는 사람들이면 맞다만 집안에서만큼은 가족을 최우선으로 생각해도 되지 않았느냐? 우리들은 내 상사인 몽테규 던 씨에게 알랑거릴 만큼 호락호락할 사람들이 아니란다. 부탁은 거절하마, 마가렛. 결국 전부 네가 자체한 일이로구나. 이만 줄이마. 마가렛 화이트에게 보낸 알버트 던의 편지. 마가렛 양에게 최근 들어 재정적인 문제 때문에 심려가 크시다고 들었습니다. 제가 봉착한 문제를 해결할 수 있게 도와드리겠습니다. 저는 부유한 집안 출신이니 큰 부담은 느끼지 않으셨으면 합니다. 언제나 그대의 편인 알버트가 1544 응애.
Martin Hamish's locker. Martin Hamish studied chemistry. Interesting.
마틴 해미쉬의 야망. 서 기장님께 큐 왕립신문원에서 벌어진 일련의 사건들을 수습하려면 서 기장님께서 경영권 인계 허가서를 갱신해 주셔야 합니다. 일전에도 말씀드렸다시피 저야말로 관리직에 어울리는 사람이지 않습니까? 몬테규 전 씨가 살아있을 무렵에는 제가 무리하게 요구했던 사실은 인정합니다. 정당한 선택이셨고 결국 저 역시 기꺼이 따랐죠. 허나 현재 신문원은 엉망이 되어버린 상태입니다. 이리 놔둘 수는 없는 노릇 아닙니까? 책임감조차 없는 아들의 손에 신문원을 맡겨둬서야 되겠습니까? 해당 업무를 기꺼운 마음으로 수행할 테니 최대한 빨리 결정을 내려주셨으면 합니다. 좋은 소식이 들려왔으면 좋겠습니다.
A review on rare and exotic plants. Martin Hamish has written several pieces. Father and I, Kew Gardens. Albert's Locker. Specialist articles on shipyards and ship construction. Albert Dunn has a great passion for shipbuilding and the sea. A rejection letter from the British Royal Naval College.
영국 해군이 보낸 불합격 통지서. 영국 해군사관학교 소속 런던 지역 신병 모집소. 안녕하십니까. 입학시험에서 훌륭한 성적을 거뒀음에도 불구하고 영국 해군사관학교에 진학할 수 없게 되어서 안타깝게 생각합니다. 부친이신 몬테규 던 씨께서 큐 왕립신문원의 관리직을 맡기고 싶다는 의사를 표명하셨습니다. 해군 훈련 과정을 수료하게 허락할 생각이 없으신 모양입니다. 큐 왕립신문원에서 훌륭하게 가업을 이어나가시길 바랍니다. 진심을 담아 J.M. 마르샤.
A picture of Miss White and Albert in front of the University of London.
And they seem to get along.
Locked. Champagne. Montague Dunn had good taste. French wine. A remarkable vintage. Newspapers discussing Kew Gardens.
새로운 식물종을 발견하다. 큐 왕립신문원 소속 학자들이 냉기에 대한 저항력을 지닌 식물종을 포함하여 새로운 희귀식물을 자생시키는 데 성공했다고 발표했다. 또한 해당 식물을 시베리안 희귀종이라고 명명했다. 희귀식물을 접붙이는 데 성공한 마틴 해미씨는 다음 주 월요일 아침에 해당 식물종에 대한 언론 소견회를 가지기로 했다. 불화. 친애하는 화이트 양에게 지난번 대화를 통해 자네가 큐 왕립신문원을 떠나는 편이 좋겠다는 결론을 내렸네. 자네는 더 이상 지원이 필요 없다고 내게 직언했잖나. 어디 한번 혼자 힘으로 살아보게나. 자네에게 자유를 줄 테니 마음 내키는 대로 살길 바라네. 몬테규 던.
A photograph of Montague Dunn and Reynold Hamish.
안녕하신가. 편지를 받고 실망감을 감출 수가 없었다네. 자네에게 일을 맡겼던 이유는 날 보호하기 위함이지 고발하기 위함은 아니잖나. 큐 식물원은 왕국의 비호를 받고 있네. 우리에겐 세상을 돌아보며 희귀하긴 그지없는 식물종을 찾아서 보호할 의무가 있는 셈이지. 본 식물원은 터무니없는 곳에 식물을 이용하는 자들로부터 해당 식물종을 지켜내고 있다네. 신성연구회라는 조직은 희귀식물을 소유할 권리가 없는 곳일세. 1889년 6월 14일 사건을 떠올려 보게나. 그러니까 해당 식물종이 큐 왕립신문원의 소유라는 증서를 다시금 공증해 줬으면 좋겠네. 서류는 월요일에 보내도록 하지. 추신. 화요일에 부들스에서 만났습니다. 탄원서. 몬테규 던 원장에게 마지막으로 전하도록 하겠소. 빌려간 식물들을 당장 돌려놓으시오. 댁의 소유가 아닌 이상 식물에는 숨겨놓을 수 없는 노릇이잖소. 허가를 받았다느니 떠들어댔던 것도 전부 거짓말이었거늘 어찌된 게 거짓부렁뿐이요. 자세히 얘기 안 해도 잘 알 거요. 1889년 6월 14일 사건 당시에도 언론에 거짓말을 뿌려댔잖소. 혐오스럽게 그지없는 상황이요. 식물들을 잃어버리지 않았길 바라는 마음뿐이라오. 잃어버렸다면 후회를 장담할 수 없을 테니까 말이요. 신상정구회.
I suggest that we don't tell Miss Margaret White about this document.
아, 마가렛과 관련된 내용입니다. 개인 융자. 몬테규 던에게 대출받은 마가렛 화이트의 부채. 옥스퍼드가의 2인실 임대료, 런던 대학교 학비 지원금, 해밀턴 은행에 신설한 추가 융자금과 재단사 레디건 하우스 및 고급 보석상, 베어드 일가위의 다수. 뭘 이렇게 대출했대?
Mr. Hamish, was someone from your family connected with Kew Gardens?
Family? No. I'm the only one with a passion for botany.
뻥치시네. 사진 있는데?
I do not think so. This photograph of you and your father at Kew Gardens suggests the opposite.
But you have no right to.
Do tell us more about your father.
He was, indeed, the greatest botanist of his time in the British Empire. He worked together with Montague Dunn until the end of his life. He brought me in at the age of 12.
Did he get on well with Mr. Dunn?
No, I couldn't say that. They expanded Kew Gardens together, that was all. And it was all my father's work, for Dunn always lived the high life.
So Mr. Dunn was not helping your father?
Oh, yes, he provided the financial support. And as far as he was concerned, that fulfilled his role. But the worst of it was, he declared himself as the master of Kew Gardens. Fame meant nothing to my father. So it was easy for Mr. Dunn to take all the credit.
얘 되게 웃기는 애다.
There is a bust of Montague Dunn in the nursery.
A bust? Oh, that old thing. Further proof of that outrageous ego of his.
But why in that room in particular?
Oh, I don't know. It has always been there.
원래부터 거기 있다니. 무슨?
It is strange, because I recovered a fragment of the bust inside the Colonial Collection Room.
Really? Oh, well, so I am mistaken. It ought to have been removed during the cleanup. This room is so small.
Do you know who moved it?
I have no idea. Surely Mr. Dunn requested it. Do you have any more questions like this? Because fragments of rock are not my responsibility.
Evidently.
아, 얘 무조건 범인
Thank you,
몰아야겠다.
Mr. Hamish. We shall
말하는
continue
게
our
뭐야.
investigation.
얘 무조건 범인 몰아야겠다. 말하는 게 영. 꼴보기 싫어.
I perceive that you are passionate about the Royal Navy.
Passionate? No, not really. I like ships, that is all.
Are you quite sure? You do not seem to be so interested in plants.
It's difficult, that's all. My future is here. It has never been about anything else.
너의 꿈이 아닐 텐데. 잠깐만. 정리님하고는
And yet,
해보이잖아.
I know that the Royal Naval College rejected your application.
You truly are as clever as they say. Yes, that's correct. And in fact, my father was strongly against the idea. He did his best to ruin my plans, although I almost did succeed. But my dreams were shattered, Mr. Holmes.
일단 신문에서 1889년 이거죠. 논란의 대상이 된 신성연구회 칼리톤대로 그로브너 48가에 위치한 신성연구회는 위대한 존재 트리완을 숭배하며 나무를 비롯한 식물의 수호자를 자처하는 집단이다. 최근에는 행정조사를 받는 중이다. 사법부에서 행정조사를 명한 이유는 수뇌부의 탈세 혐의로 인한 것으로 추정됩니다. 정치적으로 서로 맞섰던 권력가들이 신성연구회에 가입되어 있는 터라 사법부의 조치에 무리가 있음을 주장하는 목소리가 커져가고 있습니다.
Here it is. And here is the Divine Syndicate's address. Perfect. It is time to find out what they have against Montague Dunn.
신성연구회도 한번 찾아가야 돼요. 신인 신부론장과 해머씨의 분노가 있겠죠. 넌 아심. 갈기면 되겠지. 몬테교는 중독되었고요. 이건 확실한 사실이죠. 해미씨의 동기 마틴 해미씨는 몬테교 던이 자신과 아버지의 삶을 망치고 공로를 가로채갔다고 생각합니다. 그래서 죽이기로 마음먹었을 수도 있고, 알버트는 아들의 그 해군의 꿈을 망쳐놨죠. 그래서 죽이고 싶었고, 도둑과 살해범은 큐 왕립 신문에서 개최된 전시회 당시에 희귀 신물을 훔쳐간 도둑입니다. 화이트의 상황. 화이트는 몬테규한테 대출받고 있었죠. 그리고 불화가 일어났죠. 아직까지는 증거가 더 필요합니다.
Come on, Toby. We have some work for you to do. Let us go to Kew Gardens. Let us take Toby to the laboratory. He will pick up the scent of this mysterious substance. Search, Toby. Search.
토비 킁킁. 분명히 말씀드리지만 지금 이 속도는 지금 토비가 뛰고 있는 속도입니다. 외곽을 삥 돌아서 어디로 가는 걸까요? 열심히 파고 있죠.
Congratulations, Toby. Now let us see what you have found.
숨겨진 유리병.
This is the bottle that was used in the laboratory. It was buried here. There is still some liquid remaining in the bottle, with gold flakes. A tiny caterpillar. Not surprising to see one in a garden, but at the bottom of a bottle.
신성연구회로 가보겠습니다.
If I go there, Toby will wait for me in the cab.
This place is beautiful, Holmes. Its atmosphere is remarkably soothing.
Let us find someone who could help us.
저기 세천년 건강체조 하시네 여기. 문짝은 도리인데. 구루상.
Good day to you, sir. My name is Sherlock.
I am exalting the sap. A while can you wait? From the trace of elements and moreover from the quality of the ambient geotropism it depends. Therefore, please, mind my gravitropism. Its balance. Do not disturb.
Disturbed is most definitely the word.
There. Completed is the symbiosis. Welcomed you are. To introduce myself, I shall. I am the Green Grand Mystic.
The Green Grand Mystic himself.
This is me. Who am I speaking to?
We are two gentlemen who are extremely interested in the vegetation philosophy that is advocated by this establishment.
Listening to you, I am.
We should like to take a look around, to immerse ourselves in the wisdom that emanates from here.
It is a school of anastomosis, the divine scholastic syndicate for vegetation veneration and meditation. You may say, the divine syndicate, glory to the eukaryotic. Only true devotees, those whose hearts are ready to spermatophize in sharing of knowledge, are permitted to physically enter our vegetable kingdom and its wisdom. And to be permitted, you must earn it. Yes.
We visited Kew Gardens, and we found your symbols on their flower pots.
Coincidence, I am thinking. They would scavenge our refuse. It would not surprise me.
It was merely an observation.
인물 묘사. 문신. 손끝에 굳은 살. 상처. 화상. 과학적 소양. 준비됐습니다.
Green Grand Mystic, we are ready to become devotees. and gain access to your temple.
What is the name of our Lord, our God King?
트리와.
Our God King's name is Triwa, Green Grand Mystic.
Oh la, good, I like you. Here is the holy key to the wisdom place. Holy donation can you make whenever you so wish.
Thank you so much.
I pray you to taste our fertilizer substance. From the burdens of life it helps to free.
But of course.
Raw sap, it is called. It is near the entrance.
야, 이거 그 코미디 빅리그에 나오는 그거 징 아닙니까? 징 그거. 그리하여 비룡의 여행이 시작되는데 화분 조각.
A fragment of a flower pot.
쿵딱.
Fragments of a flower pot. It fell down here.
덮개. 화분이 있네요. 밑에는
The Kew Gardens symbol.
안에 또 사람이 있어요. 야, 이게 또 제 이거 후원자의 이제 함버리님의 이름이 여기 보시죠. 여기 미스 Sir 함브로이. 예, 함버리님께서도 이제 저희 후원자 목록에 올라가셨습니다. 축하드립니다.
The list of plant friends and benefactors, lawyers, well-known manufacturers, political leaders.
저기 또 문이 따로 있고요. 탁자.
That should be the raw sap that the Green Grand Mystic spoke of.
먹습니다.
It is rather delicious and of an excellent quality.
My word, Holmes. Their sap is like a form of cocaine.
네, 맛있다고 코카인을 먹었죠.
These three plants are identical to the ones shown at the exhibition. I shall take them.
자, 훔쳐갑니다. 자, 식물 절도. 애벌레?
Caterpillars. They are raised as food for certain plants. Let's take them. This door is locked, but I can try to open it.
뒤에 사람 있는데 문 따? 뭐 일단 문 따봅시다. 따.
These instruments are used for smoking opium.
아피언. 아편을 만드는 곳이네요. 보니까.
A vast amount of opium.
예, 아편 만드는 곳이었다.
That would be enough to perform the most difficult of chemical experiments. This cabinet is full of chemicals. They are the same as the ones we found in the laboratory at Kew Gardens. Do you have friends at Kew Gardens?
None. Not worthy there.
뻥치시네. 인장이 있는데?
Nevertheless, we have seen Kew Gardens flower pots in your yard. How could they happen to be there?
What? Our sacred place you permitted yourself to search? Sacrilege.
No, really now. There was a theft of plants at Kew Gardens a matter of days ago, and we believe the pots we found here may be connected with it. Please tell us, were you involved?
No. Those plants were ours. They had stolen them from us.
How so?
Their director, Dump, I believe.
Done.
Yes, that's what I said. He borrowed from us 3 of our sisters for the exhibition at his green fly-infested gardens. But he never gave them back to us. Excuses and imbecility. So we went in and saved them.
I see. So, if you stole those rare plants from them, then it means... Ah, I get it. Bravo, Holmes. I think the case is solved.
No, we did not steal. We saved.
Well, as a matter of fact, we were unable to find our 3 plants.
I beg your pardon. And yet you took all of the exotic plants from the stand.
They had disappeared. It was the least we could do. They stole our sisters, and so we stole theirs.
예, 금세 태극을 배운 거 봐.
This green grand mystic fellow seems rather suspicious, Holmes.
Let us
액체를
determine
조사합시다.
just what we have found here. Let us pour liquid from the bottle into a test tube to perform an analysis. This is the bottle that we found hidden at Kew Gardens. Let us use a pipette to take a sample of the liquid and fill a test tube.
피펫을 꺼내서 액체를 뺍니다. 여기를 붓고요.
A colorless, water-based liquid. Quite a strong floral aroma.
Holmes? What are you doing?
It has a bitter taste.
What if it's poisonous?
Did you ever see poison stored in enormous jars like that? Anyway, there is a doctor nearby.
So what do you think it is?
It is some kind of organic compound. Let us vaporize the liquid and see what happens.
되게 담담하게 먹는다. 아까 코카인도 그냥 먹고 이것도 그냥 먹고 손에 닿는 건 다 먹네요.
Let us determine just what we have found here.
뭐지?
Small colorless crystals. Colorless, tiny crystals that are soluble in water, with a floral smell and a bitter taste. Watson, could you pass me that small bottle, please?
Of course. Here you are. Holmes, do you know what it is?
Wagner's reagent. There was a label on the bottle that you passed to me.
No, Holmes, I meant the bottle that we found.
Let me add the reagent and see if there is any sediment, and then I shall tell you.
피펫에 넣어드리면 빨개졌죠?
Red sediment, just as I suspected. This liquid is of organic origin. It contains some alkaloid. Most likely it is unstable, and that is why there is a quantity of gold dust to prevent contamination. This mixture is probably a fertilizer. Someone was carrying out unusual experiments in the garden's laboratory.
중독사와 수상적인 성분, 인증 연구에서 도둑과 사라진 도둑 만듦 맺을 신부. 실험을 진행하라. 연구실에서 발견한 식물성 연기와 애벌레를 이용하여 맹독 식물에 관한 실험을 진행하세요.
According to the deadly plants information, in order to perform our experiment, we will need fertilizer and food. Caterpillars should do nicely. This substance is an alkaloid, the same as in the bottle we found in the bushes at Kew Gardens. Perfect, Watson. We can begin our experiment.
맹독 식물을 실험합시다.
I imagine that one of these plants would be capable of releasing a toxic vapor. I need to find out exactly how it could be done. I shall begin now. Watson, if you are at all optimistic to have dinner this evening, then I'd recommend that you put on the gas mask. A prickly plant. A carnivorous plant.
식충과 가시와
This is a strange and unusual plant.
얘는 뭔지도 모르겠죠. 똑. 잡혀요.
This plant becomes inactive after being drenched with alkaloid.
얘도 잡혀요.
This plant becomes inactive after being drenched with alkaloid. It appears to open after being soaked with alkaloid.
얘는 오히려 애벌레를 먹입시다. 오!
How interesting. What a strong and effective defensive mechanism. I find the behavior of predators utterly fascinating. It closed again. I believe I saw a small cloud of gas. I wonder what secrets this plant is hiding. Perhaps if we agitate it to a greater extent whilst it is opened, it will reveal a little more. I am interested in what might occur if the prickly plant should shoot at it.
아, 얘가 가시를 쏘니까 그래서 이게 가져가기가 있는 거구나. 그다음에 여기를 넣으면 타타타타타타 빠.
Toxic gas with spores. Extraordinary. The plants would be capable of killing only if they were directly next to the victim and stimulated at precisely the right moment.
Let us take our caterpillars to the Colonial Collection Room. We may see things more clearly there.
It is too early, Watson. Our suspects will be there. Let us investigate Kew Gardens one more time and ask some questions. Can you tell me if you saw Mr. Montague Dunn on the day of his death?
Yes, of course. I met him, and we went to see Albert, his son, at around 9:30. He appeared quite calm.
What were you doing on the morning of the accident?
After paying multiple visits to Albert, I had a little talk with Miss White. Then I returned to my desk to complete some paperwork. Suddenly I observed that Mr. Dunn was not feeling well, so I ran immediately to fetch Albert. I clearly remember that it was around 10:30, for I was late that morning.
Your father's death does seem highly suspicious. What were your movements here on that day?
Suspicious? Well, I was working in the seed house, taking care of something, or Lear Pontus, or... No, wait.
라이시 보시기와
These
레오콘
Latin
거시기.
names. I spent so many hours trying to memorize them.
Did you see your father that day?
Yes. He came here with Mr. Hamish for his weekly visit. There was nothing unusual about that.
And then?
Nothing. They stepped out to the backyard. It was perhaps 20 minutes before 10 o'clock. Then about 10 minutes later, I saw my father heading for the dry tropics room while Mr. Hamish returned here.
And Mr. Hamish and Miss White, what were they both doing that morning?
Mr. Hamish visited me a couple of times. I also saw him returning from talking with Miss White, and that was at 10 minutes past 10. But then he ran back here to me to tell me that my father was feeling unwell. We hurried across to the water lily room, and I found my father lying dead on the floor. Oh my God.
Can you tell me what Mr. Dunn was doing upon the day of his death?
I can, but there is nothing very special to say. I was in the laboratory when I saw Mr. Dunn heading towards me. Tuesday is the day of his weekly visit. It was supposed to be at 9, but he was 10 minutes late, as usual.
And then?
Well, he came in to say good morning. Then I saw him spend 2 or 3 minutes by the plants outside the laboratory. After that, he ran out in the direction of the nursery, where Mr. Hamish was working. He was always in a rush during the inspection, you see. I would pity anyone who stood in his way.
And that was the last time you saw him?
Yes. I stayed in the laboratory until 20 minutes to 11, when I heard the cries of Albert and Mr. Hamish from the large glass house. I joined them as soon as I could, for I knew that something must be very wrong.
What exactly were you doing in the laboratory?
I was recording an experiment for my thesis. I only stopped my work once when Mr. Hamish visited me briefly around 10 o'clock.
You say you were recording an experiment when the tragedy occurred. Might I listen to the roll?
Oh, certainly. Please do. You will find it in the laboratory. It is number
320번.
320.
또 이거 200 아까 320번이었나요? 그거 들어보라 했는데.
Here it is. Cylinder records.
These plants, classified as shrubs or grasses, have adapted to their arid environment due to a system of underground roots.
This recording seems very long. It is unnecessary to listen to all of it. Miss White was in the laboratory, as she told us.
화이트는 입증이 됐습니다. 연구실에 계속 있었어요. 호자를 들이마셨고 흉상으로 때린 게 아니라 흉상이 있었는데 떨어진 것 같네요. 그 다음에 빠져나갈래 했고 으악 해가지고 떨어뜨리고 도망치려 했고 까지.
When Montague Dunn was standing close by the plants, the caterpillars were released and caused the deadly spores to activate. Panicking, and likely already half asphyxiated, Montague Dunn started back and knocked over the bust. He rushed to the door, but it was locked. He had to force it open with his shoulder. We already know the outcome. Montague Dunn collapsed and died not far from the pool. Well, it is time to perform our experiment on the ventilation system.
그럴 수도 있겠네요. 환풍구를 열어놔가지고 이쪽으로 애벌레가 떨어져서 그럴 가능성이 있겠네요.
The caterpillars could only fall from the ventilation duct. Our caterpillars are in place. I'll activate the ventilation system so that they fall down. Watson, stay here and observe.
All right, Holmes.
자, 우리 애벌레 많은 왓슨. 여기?
This is one of the outlets of the ventilation system. The power is on. The engine cannot be started whilst the transmission is active. The engine has started. The ventilation system is working.
여기 스위치가 있네.
Excellent. This ventilation fan is working. Let us see if I can activate the other one.
저기다.
Perfect. Now I just need to find Watson to check the result.
It works perfectly, Holmes. Now, if you could just help me to get rid of these caterpillars.
어떡해.
Perfect. Now we know how the murder of Montague Dunn was carried out, by activating both Albert's and Mr. Hamish's fans.
But only from Mr. Hamish's workplace would it be possible to see
아,
when
머리
Montague
얘기.
Dunn entered the Colonial Collection Room.
치밀한 계획과 환기장치. 마가렛의 경우도 있고요. 그리고 맹독신물을 준비했던 게 또 치밀한 계획이죠. 해미쉬의 기회. 마틴 해미쉬는 식민지 식물관에 놓여있는 맹독신물을 자극할 수 있었다. 생물학자였던 그에게 방법을 알고 있었을 것이다. 신성 연구에는 관련이 있는 것과 없는 것, 관련이 없다고 해야 되나? 아, 이러면 해미쉬가 범인인 것도 나오구나. 마틴 해미쉬가 살해범일 가능성이 있다. 몬테규 던을 가둔 다음에 식물을 훔치고 맹독식물을 자극할 기회가 있었기 때문이다. 바로 마틴 해미쉬를 체포하라. 마틴이 범인이었군요.
Let's go to Scotland Yard.
Inspector, I believe that Martin Hamish is guilty of the murder of Montague Dunn.
Aha! I knew it. I'll send the lads around to arrest him.
Very good. I shall wait to hear from you.
잠시 후.
Inspector, I came here as quickly as I could.
Martin Hamish is in the large glass house. There's no need to hurry.
왜 표정이 안 좋아?
Holmes, my God!
Yes, we found him like that.
Our messing around with the ventilation system didn't go unnoticed. Mr. Hamish realized that we knew.
Inspector, could you arrange the body, please? I should like to examine it.
Holmes, don't look at me like that. I don't know what to think about all this.
조사합시다.
The mark around the neck is very visible. He died instantly.
마틴 해미시의 후회. 지옥 같은 삶을 살게 되었다. 견디기 힘들어진다. 몬테규 더는 죽어 마땅했지만 손에 피를 묻힌 스스로를 용서할 수가 없다. 해미시 일가는 항상 비극적인 상황의 희생양일 뿐이었다. 나 역시 마찬가지다. 지금 이 자리에서 이제까지 일을 속죄하고자 한다. 안녕히 계시게. 얘가 죽인 게 맞다는 거네.
Holmes, his left shoe is unique. This anomaly is often a characteristic of...
A club foot. Bravo, Watson. That is the key element of this case.
내반족. 백서. 해미시는 단독범인가? 마틴 해미시는 내반족으로 한 정강이 깃들림 때문에 뛸 수가 없었습니다. 식민지 식물관의 문을 잠그고 환기 장치를 작동시킬 만한 여유가 부족했던 것이다. 공범이 있었을 것입니다. 아, 공범이 있구나.
Something about this rings very oddly.
Why do you say that, Mr. Holmes?
Why? Because of Mr. Hamish's club foot. Oh, I deserve to be kicked from here to Charing Cross. I should have noticed it.
But, Mr. Holmes, I can't see why.
No, I don't suppose you do. You must recall that Mr. Dunn was locked inside the Colonial Collection Room by the murderer. If it was Mr. Hamish, he would have had to run up to his workplace to trigger the fan situated above it, taking into consideration the condition of his foot.
Well, it is still possible.
Perhaps, but it is rather strange that such a person as Mr. Hamish decided to base his plan on the speed of his gait.
You mean to say that somebody helped him?
So the suicide is questionable?
Correct. Mr. Hamish accuses only himself in his letter, and so the investigation stops.
Possibly an accomplice, then? That idea had not occurred to me, Mr. Holmes.
I have another idea, Inspector. Thanks to the testimony that we have collected, we are able to rebuild the events as they took place that day.
With a timeline, such as we did in the Jack the Ripper case.
Precisely.
The map at the entrance of Kew Gardens should help us with our timeline.
Let us analyze the facts and statements so that we may recreate the events of that morning.
아침 9시 30분경 해미시와 몬테규 더는 동자 보관실에서 알버트를 만났습니다. 9시 30분. 그리고 해미시는 리틀로 갔다. 9시 40분. 그리고 10분 후 9시 50분에 열대식물관 쪽으로 갔고, 마틴 해미시는 9시 50분에 동자 보관실로 돌아왔습니다. 마틴 해미시는 10시경에 대화했습니다. 10시 40분까지 있었고요. 그 후에 만났다. 10시 반에 독살되었고, (10시 10분경) 화이트를 만나고 돌아오는 해미시를 목격했다. 10시 10분. 오케이, 이거다.
Let us summarize. Montague Dunn was poisoned inside the Colonial Collection Room. He forced open the door, which means that someone locked him inside there at 10:20. Martin Hamish was last seen at 10:10. This means that he has approximately 10 minutes to lock the door of the Colonial Collection Room. Given that he was club-footed, it is doubtful. Albert also has 10 minutes to lock the door of the Colonial Collection Room, which is quite enough time. Miss White was last seen at 10 o'clock, which means that she had approximately 20 minutes to lock the door, more than enough time. Perfect, Watson. Now, let us ascertain who assisted Martin Hamish in killing Montague Dunn.
일단 혜미 씨가 죽인 건 확실해요. 근데 공범이 누구인가? 알버트는 무고하다. 알버트도 시간이 있었다. 10분 안에? 이렇게 되면은 마가렛도 몰랐겠네. 마가렛 화이트는 범행을 공모했다. 마가렛 화이트와 마틴 해미씨는 몬테규 던의 살인을 공모했다. 몬테규 던과의 관계가 끝장나면서 학자로서의 야망과 사생활을 포기했던 마가렛 화이트는 살인을 통해 상황을 극복하려 했습니다. 저는 항상 선처를 베풀었기 때문에 마가렛 선처를 베푸겠습니다.
But Holmes, how can you be certain that
어? 여긴 신성인데?
It is obvious, Watson. Just use your brain.
I am using it. I do use it.
Now that the rope has tightened around Martin Hamish, Miss White must act to erase all traces of her implication. After the suicide of her accomplice, there is one final trace remaining: the deadly plants of the Divine Syndicate. She will be there.
Very good. Shall we go?
Just one moment. Now listen to me, Watson. I shall see her alone. You will conceal yourself behind her, quietly.
Whatever are you planning?
Nothing spectacular. The impulses of women have always been a mystery to me, but she is a bold one, and so we must be cautious.
All right. You can count on me, Holmes.
오, 진짜 왔었어.
Mr. Holmes, good day to you.
You do not seem surprised, Miss White.
Well, I was expecting you.
Not for too long, I believe. So please tell me, as it is still unclear, who planned the murder? Was it you?
You were wrong, Mr. Holmes.
It was Martin Hamish, then. You managed to convince him to take on a more prominent role.
You could not be further from the truth.
You think that you can fool me?
You don't care what I think.
I am not blaming you, Miss White. You are a young and brilliant woman, trapped in a dull and hostile world. Life has never been easy, men in particular.
You... It is hopeless.
Indeed. Well, it may be true that I cannot yet change the world, but I can spare your life.
My life. There is nothing left to save. I have lost everything. Do you hear me? Everything! And you were just like all the others. You would abuse and take advantage of a vulnerable woman.
I hardly think so. Now just listen to me.
I've tried so hard, but I have had enough.
Oh.
Miss White, no! I beg you not to do this, Miss White.
Don't come any closer.
Please remain calm. We can help you.
Not one step further. Don't try to stop me.
Stop this foolishness. You cannot truly want to die.
No, it's too late.
Well done, Watson. She was not faking.
Miss White, you have no right to take your own life.
Dr. Watson? You just saved me. Or worse.
뭐야, 그냥 이대로 끝냈어? 왜 절 살리신 거죠? 끝? 자, 결론을 제시합시다. 자, 저는 이제 성인 군자가 되었고요. 저와 같은 방법으로 해결하신 분은 91%. 정의롭게 살려주신 분은 겨우 24%. 모두가 마가렛을 다 규탄했습니다. 왜 이렇게 다 못했어?
Where are you going, Holmes? Have you been invited somewhere?
We have been invited, Watson.
We have? Where to?
To the Baker Street Irregulars' annual dinner. They sent us an invitation. It is on the table.
A dinner? How could those street urchins afford anything like that? I can't understand your interest in them, Holmes. They're dirty. They wouldn't hesitate to steal your wallet.
Watson, you should be excited. It is a secret dinner. Its location changes every year. Read the menu. Sounds mouth-watering.
All right. We, the secret police of
우국대에서 개최하는 연례 행사에 셜록 홈즈와 아슨 박사님을 초대합니다.
Annual dinner. Menu, entree, frozen rat head salad.
살짝 얼린 쥐머리 샐러드.
Not at all. Pray continue.
Main course, sow's udder in Danny Nutcracker's
호두까기 데니 특제.
Sounds disgusting, Holmes. Hedgehog goulash. Street turnips in homemade juice. And it goes on.
Ah, I can hear them on the stairs now.
Oh, we can't go there. We can't eat that.
Watson, you'll hurt the feelings of those poor children. We have to go.
Oh, Mr. Holmes.
It is fine, Mrs. Hudson.
Mr. Holmes!
Wiggins, Dr. Watson is getting ready. He will be delighted to join us. You don't look well, my young man. Is there something wrong? Don't tell me the dinner is cancelled.
Mr. Holmes, it's my brother Leighton. He's in a prison cell. They say he's killed 2 men. You have to help us, Mr. Holmes, because I know he didn't do it.
Where is he now?
From what I've heard, they took him to the yard, and they gave him a good beating already. You know what they're like. They'll hang him. They won't look any further.
Holmes, we have to help him.
Well, and forget about the dinner. Wiggins, I'll take the case.
You're fantastic, Mr. Holmes. I'll be waiting for you at the crime scene. You'll be there, right? It's on Half Moon Street in Whitechapel.
Very well.
그리고 편지 확인해야 되죠. 알버트 던의 고백. 친애하는 홈즈 씨께 살인사건의 진상을 알고는 충격에서 헤어나오지 못하는 중입니다. 마가렛 화이트 양처럼 아름답고 가녀린 여성이 해미시 씨와 끔찍한 살인을 공모했다니요. 화가 치밀어 올랐습니다만 그녀의 사정을 알게 되자 심정을 이해할 수 있었습니다. 식물학의 재능을 보이던 화이트 양이 금전적인 문제로 학업을 포기했으니까요. 부를 누렸으면서도 일말의 동정심조차 없었던 아버지와 부딪힐 수밖에 없었을 테죠. 친절을 베풀어 주셔서 감사합니다. 제 곁에서 떠난 그녀가 벌써부터 그리워지네요. 진심을 담아 알버트 던. 뭐야?
Please, gentlemen, leave the scene now. Oh, Mr. Holmes, is that you?
Good evening, Constable...
Constable Marrow. I was here with Inspector Aberline during the Ripper case, Mr. Holmes, back in '88. But then this is nothing like that case. With this one, we've got the murderer, the weapon, and the statements, which speak for themselves.
Of course, Marrow. But you know that appearances can sometimes be deceiving. Who were the victims?
The 2 men here, both shot. The stab fellow was Brian Vercotti, a well-known ruffian. The other, Kenneth Butler, a jeweller by trade.
You spoke of statements. You have witnesses?
Well, I was there, so I gave my own statement. And then there were 2 other witnesses who said they saw the killer Chapman. Mr. Turner, a gentleman who lives in that flat over there. And Polly Powell, a flower seller, who was over at the far side of the street.
So, Constable Marrow, I should be delighted to hear your testimony.
I was standing at the north side of Half Moon Street. That was the side that you came from.
But you would have been unable to observe this part of the street, where we are standing now.
That is correct. But I saw the two victims slowly enter Half Moon Street, and then shortly after, the fireworks started. A few minutes after that, the fellow chapman rushed towards me and ran into Half Moon Street.
Please continue.
I didn't pay attention, but suddenly I heard a woman's cries and police whistles on the other side of Half Moon Street. I rushed over there and I saw the two dead bodies on the ground. When I reached Whitechapel Street, I saw Leighton Chapman. He'd been caught by two police constables.
Did you hear the shots?
I didn't hear any shots. The fireworks were all over the sky. They were so loud I couldn't hear anything else.
What were the fireworks in honour of, Constable?
Well, today's Queen Victoria's birthday, Mr. Holmes.
Yes, I appear to have lost track of the days. It is May now, of course. Constable Marrow, what else caught your attention while you were running through Half Moon Street?
I saw nothing but rats, and I took the time to light every corner with my lamp.
Did you happen to look up at Mr. Turner's window when you were on Half Moon Street at that time?
Yes, I saw that the window was open, but no one was there. It was dark in the room.
Constable, your statements have been of great value to me. A
장대.
fairly long pole with a forked end.
요주의 물건이에요. 나중에 쓰이겠죠? 브라이언 베르코티부터 살펴보도록 하겠습니다.
A tattoo from Westgate Prison. Vercotti must have done some time there. Brian Vercotti suffered greatly. What a terrible way to die.
그렇죠. 끔찍한 경험이죠.
He tried to stop the bleeding with his hand. Death was not instant. The bullet penetrated his stomach, a dreadful wound.
그리고 또 다른 피해자, 케니스 버틀러. 총이 맞아서.
The bullet struck his head. This man didn't stand a chance. This is an ordinary key. I wonder what kind of door it opens.
직감, 판, 껴있는 물체, 나무 쪼가리.
A piece of wood that has stuck between the cobblestones. Let us take a closer look. This shard of wood is quite new.
이분이 이제 목격자죠, 터너. 얘기해 봅시다.
Good evening, Mr. Turner.
I heard Constable Marrow reply to you as Mr. Holmes. Are you that detective gentleman? I've heard of you. And well, I know things about this evening.
Excellent. Might we hear your story?
진술.
Could you tell us everything that you may have seen or heard?
I was already in bed when the fireworks started. A few moments after, I clearly heard two gunshots from outside.
Please continue.
I quickly got up and I grabbed the lamp from my nightstand and I rushed towards the window. I looked down and I saw two bodies. And there was a man with a gun who was standing nearby.
Where exactly?
Well, near this body.
Did he notice you?
I don't think so. He rushed towards Whitechapel Street without looking around.
다른 사람은 없었는지.
Mr. Turner, did you see anyone else in the street?
No, I saw no one but that man, the murderer, the fellow they caught.
총성.
Were the two shots you heard consecutive?
Yes, there was a very short pause between them, and they sounded different somehow. It seemed to me that the second shot was louder than the first.
That is an interesting comment. Mr. Turner, what were your actions after you stepped up to the window?
I was afraid that the man with a gun might return. so I stayed close to the window till I saw the policeman coming in the Half Moon from Whitechapel. Then I walked out to tell them everything I saw.
인물 묘사. 지팡이가 필요합니다. 절뚝거리는 다리, 저른발이. 구렛나루는 남자의 생명인데 그걸 밀면 괜찮아요. 전 밀었거든요. 명예훈장, 방어모를 쓴 군인, 크린 전쟁, 참전 용사. 오. 단추가 떨어져 나갔고요. 빈곤한 삶.
You have helped us a great deal, Mr. Turner.
우리 또 다른 목격자, 우리 꽃 파는 아가씨, 미세스 파월 씨 만나보겠습니다.
Mrs. Powell?
What do you want?
My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm assisting the police with their investigation of the crime that took place this evening.
Well, I've already gave my testimony, but very well.
Could you tell us everything that you may have seen or heard?
Yes. I was selling my flowers as usual, and then the fireworks began, in honour of Queen Victoria. I enjoyed those. But then, all of a sudden, a young lad ran out of Half Moon Street and stopped just by me. He had a gun in his hand. He was like a ghost, and all covered in blood. It was dark, but I could see him, because of the flashes from the fireworks.
And then?
I screamed as loud as I could. I knew that a policeman should be on duty in the vicinity. He had no time to escape. 2 constables got him. Then another constable came out from the very same street, and I heard him talking of a horrible murder.
총성.
Mrs. Powell, did you hear the gunshots?
I'm not sure. You know, what with the fireworks?
다른 사람은?
Did you see anyone else leaving Half Moon Street, prior to or at the time of the crime?
No, sir, I did not. Even with all the fireworks, I was very attentive, as I'm always on the lookout for customers.
My thanks to you, Mrs. Powell.
자, 런던 경찰국에서 레이튼 체프먼을 신문하고 그의 소지품을 조사해야 됩니다.
Mr. Holmes, whatever brings you here so late at night?
I'm interested in the case of young Leighton Chapman. He was arrested earlier this evening and accused of a double murder.
I beg your pardon? That case is quite clear to the police. Or are there any new facts that we don't know about?
Who knows, Inspector?
Look, you are free to investigate, of course, Mr. Holmes. Chapman was arrested with a revolver in his possession, which you can find in the evidence room. The suspect himself is in custody.
Did you find anything else on his person?
A few personal belongings.
경관님 컨텐츠를 지키고 있구나. 반짝반짝.
Thank you, Lestrade.
자, 소지품을 검사하러 갑시다. 여기가 아니라 초롱초롱. 레이튼의 소지품. 담배. 확 그냥 말아버리려니까.
These cigarettes are filled with cheap tobacco. Nothing interesting. Cheap watch. Bought with his own money, no doubt. So this is the gun that Leighton was holding when he was caught by the police. It is a Webley revolver, a reliable weapon.
탄창.
It seems as though the shells were not removed from the cylinder.
오, 네 발 들어있어요?
2 out of the 6 shells have been fired. There were 2 shots. Please escort this suspect for interrogation. Good evening, Mr. Chapman.
오, 칼빵.
Who are you? I've got nothing to say.
오.
It's all a mistake.
쪼커야?
Calm down.
Why
Leighton.
so
I have come here to
serious?
help you. To find out if you truly are innocent, as your younger brother Wiggins has told me.
My brother? You know him? Then that means you're...
Sherlock Holmes.
Oh, blimey. All right, Mr. Holmes. I'll tell you everything.
가르마가 상당히 인상적입니다.
Good. Tell me your account of what happened.
I left my work, and I hurried up to see the fireworks in Whitechapel. I was late, so I decided to cut through Half Moon Street. I saw the first fireworks light up in the sky. I bumped into a constable on a corner before entering Half Moon. Then suddenly, what with all the firework flare, I saw two men. They were both lying flat in the middle of the street. I stopped where I was. I thought about turning back to the police, but as I was thinking of that, I saw a third person. He was leaning over the body that was furthest from me. The second I saw him, he raised his head and he stared at me. In a flash, I saw his gun, but he made a dash for it instead and he escaped through Whitechapel Street.
신고할 시간 있지 않았나요?
So you might still have had time to return to the constable.
I panicked. I didn't know what to do.
아, 멍 때렸답니다.
Anyway, I approached the bodies just to see if they were still alive. I saw that one had blood pumping out of his stomach. He was dying. It was horrible. The second one was already dead. He had a hole in his head. He was holding a gun in his hand though. I took it. And then I followed the third man.
용의자를 쫓아가는 거를 그 꽃파는 파월 부인이 그걸 용의자로 오해한 것 같아요.
Interesting. Pray continue.
I turned a corner.
아닐 수도 있죠.
And I saw the man standing in the middle of the street. He seemed to be in some sort of panic. And then, Mr. Holmes, something strange happened. I told the police and they laughed at what I said, but I swear to you, my words are true. I started running towards him. But then I was blinded by a flash. It was so bright that I hardly saw anything for a good dozen
눈뽕
seconds.
당했대요.
I
성광
kept running
캡처.
forward. As I arrived in Whitechapel, I heard a woman screaming. And then I was caught by the police. But there wasn't a trace of that man. Of course, then they found a gun and all that blood. I couldn't see the murderer escaping and all that mess. Perhaps I was still half-blinded at that moment.
A thrilling account, my young man.
연구판 아기니까. 손대지 마. 손모가지 날아가 본게. 또 다른 용의자.
Leighton, are you able to describe the person whom you saw standing in Half Moon Street?
Well, I wasn't able to see his face at all. It was too dark. And he was too far away. I could see his silhouette.
And what about that?
Nothing so special. He was wearing a jacket. He was quite average in size and his weight.
I see. Was there anything else that struck you at the time?
No. But perhaps it's strange, but I can't remember the sound of his footsteps as he was running away. Perhaps it was because of the fireworks or the surprise of me seeing him.
인물 묘사. 일단 칼빵. 깊게 패인 흉터, 잦은 번싸움, 길거리 충실. 최근에 얻어맞음, 경찰에게 저항함, 다혈질. 손수건, 사무용 정장, 사무직. 직원이죠. 같은 문신이 있어요. 평가 기록 있죠. 쫓아간 이유를 물어봅시다.
Leighton, I confess I am puzzled. Why should a young lad like you take a gun from the hands of a dead man and set off in pursuit of a probable killer?
I know. I keep wondering that, but at the time it was like a reflex. A criminal ought to be arrested, and he was armed.
You were willing to risk your life. That was a little foolish, unless you wanted revenge.
No, Mr. Holmes. I was just being brave and stupid.
무모자의 말로? 아닐 텐데. 전과자.
I'm sure that you were, but I believe that you may have recognized one of the victims, Brian Vercotti. You knew that gentleman well, did you not?
However could you know that?
You have a typical tattoo of the Westgate Brotherhood upon your hand. I observed exactly the same mark upon Mr. Vercotti. You came to know him from your sharing a past prison sentence. Am I correct, Mr. Chapman?
God. You're right, Mr. Holmes.
지켜보고 있다. 자, 베르코티와의 관계에 대해서 알아봅시다.
Would you tell me a little about Brian Vercotti?
We were convicted for a robbery. Once in prison, both of us joined one of these fraternities. During that year, we tried to help each other out, you know?
You were quite young then, I believe.
Yes, Mr. Holmes, we were. We'd only stolen a pound of meat. After we were released and when I saw what my little brother had become, I decided to work towards living an honest life.
And Vercotti?
He had a hard time. His sister had died in a Whitechapel dispensary while he was in prison. He had no family anymore. Our paths split. He fell back into crime.
So you lost him?
Yes. And for around 2 years, I heard no news of him at all.
We shall see you soon, young man.
피해자 그대로 놔뒀네.
What's up with you, lad? What are you waiting for?
I'm waiting for my brother to be released.
Your brother?
The one that you caught, beat up and imprisoned.
Ah, the murderer.
He ain't killed no one, copper.
Watch your mouth, lad, else you'll be joining that worthless brother of yours.
두 발의 총성과 권총. 레이튼과 권총과 진술. 피해자. 불거지 창가. 권총과 목격자들의 진술. 레이튼의 진술과 목격자들의 진술. 절도 혐의 없음과 오래된 친분. 자, 상상 속의 인물. 모순된 증언. 터너는 경찰에 도착할 때까지 연립주택의 창가에 있었다고 진술했지만 메로 경관의 진술에 따르면 창가에는 아무도 없었습니다. 자, 타격 지점이 서로 같은지 다른지 동시 겹발의 가능성을 한번 알아보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 시뮬레이션으로 한번 해볼까요? 자, 만약에 이쪽을 먼저 쐈다면 그러면 저쪽이겠죠. 반대로 얘가 먼저 권총을 쐈다면 그러면 이렇게 됩니다. 자, 장대를 챙기고요. 두 명 중에 한 사람은 진짜 피해자예요. 그걸 알아내야 됩니다. 너무 어두운데? 뭐가 있을까? 뭔가 흘러내린 자국이 있어요. 탄은
This
있다.
is most definitely a bullet hole. The brick cracks are fresh. Watson, there was a third shot fired in this street.
세 번째 총성이 있었다고 합니다. 그러면 세 번째 탄원인데 피해자는 2명. 모순되죠? 모습을 감춘 누군가. 체프먼은 외투를 입은 남성이 갑작스레 사라져버렸다고 진술했습니다. 이 인물이 실제한다면 세 번째 탄원이 발사됐던 사실과 현장에서 두 번째 권총이 사라졌던 사실을 증명할 수 있습니다. 자, 이걸 알아내야 됩니다. 우리 경관과 추격전을 제안합시다.
Constable Marrow, I would value your assistance in this investigation.
It would be my pleasure, Mr. Holmes.
I would like to make sure that there are no places in Half Moon Street where a man could hide while you were running through it with your lamp.
All right, Mr. Holmes, what should I do?
Take your lamp and start walking, just as you did before, and try to find me.
숨바꼭질. 숨바꼭질이에요. 오, 깜짝이야.
I can see you very well, Mr. Holmes.
All right, Constable. Let's try again. I'll find another place to hide.
여기 있었네.
Here you are, Mr. Holmes.
All right, Constable. Let's try again. I'll find another place to hide.
이건 잘 보이네.
Mr. Holmes, it wasn't difficult to find you at all.
It is obvious now. No one could escape Constable Marrow's lamp while hiding in the street.
숨을 공간 없다는 게 확실해졌습니다. 진술과 또 자, 벽면 등반 범행 시각 반달 거리에 있었던 정체불명의 남성은 모습을 감추기 위해 위로 올라가는 방법을 택했습니다. 과연 자, 불꽃놀이를 흉내낸 다음 벽면에 올라갈 수 있을지 별의별 실험을 다 해봅니다. 선호에게 다시 말을 걸어볼게요. 알아서 바뀌네.
Why are you looking at me all the time like that?
I'm just watching you, lad. I never know what to expect from people like you.
People like me?
Yes, street beggars and thieves.
I ain't a thief.
Oh, no? Then where did you get whatever it is that you're gnawing on? I very much doubt that you bought it.
What ain't seen can't hardly be stolen.
모순된 증언.
Mr. Turner, you have stated that you remained close by your window after the crime, is that correct?
Oh, yes, Mr. Holmes. I stayed at my window until the policeman arrived to examine the dead bodies.
훔쳤다했다고? 뻥치네? 증언과
That
다르죠.
is very interesting, Mr. Turner. Constable Marrow stated that he did not see anyone at the window when he was running through Half Moon Street.
Well, I think Constable Marrow and me, we might have been distracted by the whistles and shouts coming from Whitechapel. We could have missed each other somehow. You understand what I mean? It was a bit of a stressful moment, to tell you the truth, sir.
Allow me to form my own theories, Mr. Turner. Would you mind showing me the view that you had from your window?
Not at all, Mr. Holmes. Please, follow me.
이렇게 말을 더듬지?
Mr. Turner appears to live very modestly.
여기 창문을 보죠.
So, that's the view Mr. Turner had when he opened the window. The dead body of Kenneth Butler. Brian Vercotti's contorted corpse. Mr. Turner had a perfect view of the crime scene. He saw the bodies clearly, and Leighton Chapman standing over them.
상당히 가깝네요.
This kitchen knife is quite sharp.
직감, 부엌칼, 잔해, 잘게 조각난 종이.
There are pieces of shredded paper scattered over the table. This kitchen knife was used to cut the paper.
칼로 종이를 잘랐어요. 과연 어떤 종이를 자른 걸까요?
Mr. Turner was roused from his bed by the sound of gunshots. The books on this shelf are in a mess. It looks as though Mr. Turner was trying to find something in a hurry here a short while ago.
지팡이. 지팡이 끝이 부러져 있어요.
This walking stick is broken. It was placed here quite recently.
맞춰봅시다.
A perfect match. So, Mr. Turner broke his stick when it became stuck between the cobblestones. He did not mention that he was so near to the victims.
증언이 모순됐다는 게 확실해졌습니다. 맥날로도 조사합시다.
This fire is dying out. It was last tended to over an hour ago.
자, 여기도 직감, 물씨, 랫더미, 불타버린 종이뭉치. 쪼가리가
The
있어요.
papers are almost entirely burned. I am unable to see what's written here.
거꾸로 볼까요?
These words are illegible.
이미 너무 늦었어요.
The papers were thrown into the fire just a short while ago.
시뮬레이션 해볼까요? 일어나서 내다봤겠고 내려가서 넣고 자르고 던졌겠지. 자, 빨리 감기로 보깁니다. 요건 맞을까요? 요거네요.
So Mr. Turner used a book to hide an object that he found on Kenneth Butler's body. The question is, what did he find?
어떤 비밀이 있을까요? 직감, 책, 기름때.
I can see prints from greasy fingers upon the cover of this book. Let us take a closer look. Well now, what a find! A precious jewel, concealed inside a book. A bracelet with unique ram's head design, a distinctive feature of ancient Grecian artifacts, probably of the Hellenistic era.
유물을 훔쳐갑니다. 자, 터너 한번 얘기해 봅시다. 창가까지의 여정.
Mr. Turner, how would it be possible for a man of advanced years, such as yourself, to rush from his bed to the window in a matter of seconds, as you have stated?
Well, I'm able to move very quickly, despite my age. And when the situation requires it, Mr. Holmes.
아닐 텐데. 넌 절임발인데.
I highly doubt that, Mr. Turner. I observe that you suffer a severe limp due to your injured right leg. It would have taken at least 10 seconds for you to approach the window. That means you could have easily missed something or someone in Half Moon Street during that time.
You're right, Mr. Holmes. I could have missed something. But it did seem to me that everything happened so quickly. Time can pull tricks on you.
자, 말하지 못한 진실.
And what of everything else that you told us? Mr. Turner, it is vital that we have your complete and true statement.
Mr. Holmes, I do assure you that the other things I said were most sincere.
아니라니까. 할지는 뭔데?
Mr. Turner, you were not sincere with me. Not then and not now.
But Mr. Holmes...
This, Mr. Turner, does not look like anything that a poor man might possess. It is worth more than the home that you live in.
I can explain.
No, merely correct me if I am wrong. You saw Leighton Chapman through the window, but you also noticed a glittering object on the ground, this precious jewel. You walked down and took the bracelet from the body of Kenneth Butler, and when you heard the whistles, you hurried away. That broke your walking stick. It caught fast between the cobbles. Constable Marrow was unable to see you in the window, as you were climbing up the stairs on your way back to your flat. Upon returning home, you hid the precious jewel inside a book.
Mr. Holmes, please don't send me to prison. I didn't do anything bad. I'm just a poor man. When I chanced upon the bracelet,
도둑을
I
잡았습니다.
saw it as an opportunity to make a little money. I was desperate. I only took the bracelet, that's all, I swear.
You made a mistake by lying to me. But you are not a criminal. I believe that. Although I must return this bracelet to its rightful owner.
희귀 전시품. 전시된 희귀 보석류는 그리스 시대의 보물을 대표하는 미술품이다. 팔찌와 목걸이 반지에는 각각 5개의 사냥 머리가 묘사되어 있으며 모든 작품은 순금으로 만들어졌다. 박물관에 전시된 미틸렌의 5사냥은 1885년에 도난당했다.
Here it is. I need to continue my research in my archives.
자, 신문에서 1885년 그리스 시대 보물의 도둑맞다. 절도 사건이 발생하다. 어제 저녁 대형 박물관에서 글래스퍼드 미술 전시회로 수송 중이던 그리스 시대 보물들이 도난당하는 사건이 발생했다. 케네스 버틀러는 이런 역사적인 미술품을 자신이 경영하는 처치가에 전당포에 판매하려 했던 사람이 있었다는 사실을 런던 경찰국에 제보했다. 경찰은 항구를 통해 런던에 빠져나가려던 빈센트 폴리라는 도둑을 검거했다. 그리스 시대의 보물을 운송하던 마부가 그의 얼굴을 확인했다고 한다. 수감 중인 빈센트 폴리는 나머지 보물들을 어디에 숨겨두었는지는 털어놓지 않고 있다. 경찰은 아직까지도 보물을 수색 중이다.
Here it is. One of the victims, Kenneth Butler, was involved in the story of the stolen Hellenistic treasures. A visit to his pawn shop should tell me more.
자, 전당포로 갑니다. 여기네요.
The door is locked, but I won't try to pick it. There are people directly behind me.
자, 아까 자물쇠를 얻었었죠.
Mr. Butler's key matches the
여기네요.
lock perfectly.
자, 버틀러의 무슨 샵이야? 아, 폰샵이네요. 불 켜는 거 없나? 선반.
These tools are exactly what I need to climb the wall.
여기 있구나. 아이젠이랑. 선반.
A flare pistol. Perhaps it was pawned by a destitute sailor. This is exactly what we need in order to imitate the flash of the fireworks.
Wiggins, my lad, what are you doing here? You'd best be leaving and be quick about it.
I've done nothing wrong. You'd learn more by watching Mr. Holmes. He knows exactly what he's doing. Not like you.
Oi, watch your tongue.
Constable Marrow, Watson, I would like to perform another kind of reenactment with your help.
I'm listening, Mr. Holmes.
I want to check if Leighton's testimony can be trusted. If someone could vanish into thin air at a specific moment.
But Holmes, I don't see how.
I am going to be the mysterious gentleman whom Leighton followed. I will stand exactly where he saw him before he was blinded by the flash. Watson, you will be Leighton. When I fire the signal flare, you should start to chase me.
I understand, Holmes.
You, Constable Marrow, just play your part and do exactly as you did. Just, please, wait 5 seconds after the signal flare. I doubt that Polly Powell would have screamed any earlier.
As you say, Mr. Holmes.
Let us begin then. Catch me if you can.
자, 두 가지의 방법이 있습니다. 세 가지 방법이 있죠. 자, 먼저 이쪽 편부터.
This wall is cast in shadow. It would be difficult to see anyone scaling it.
자, 발사됐고요. 어우, 눈뻥. 자, D, A, 연타.
I can barely see anything.
T.
Holmes? Are you there?
자, 왓슨 찾고 있죠?
I should try climbing faster.
어떻게 빨리 올라가?
Where is he? My God, a man can't just disappear like that. Holmes? Holmes? Where are you?
I cannot see you, Mr. Holmes. Dr. Watson, it seems that Mr. Holmes has disappeared.
Don't worry, gentlemen, I am up here, above your heads.
How on earth did you get up there, Holmes?
I am using crampons and a climbing axe, although the person we are looking for did not leave any traces of such tools. Constable, is there any way to get to the top of this building?
Yes, Mr. Holmes, I can show you. The door to the building can be found from Whitechapel Street.
Gentlemen, I am on my way down.
여기를 들어가야겠죠? 다락방을 조사합시다.
These shards of glass are from the window above.
깨져 있어요.
It's empty.
포트.
Someone broke through the window to get inside the attic, but in his haste he ripped his jacket.
외투. 달아 해진 천. 검은색 실.
A cluster of thick black threads. They're unusually strong. I should examine them under the microscope. we can conclude that the person whom Leighton saw climbed up the wall, broke into the attic window, and escaped through the hatch. Let us take a closer look.
야, 다초점 렌즈.
It is not a thread, but a hair. I very much doubt that it is human. I need to compare this sample with a human hair and a horse hair. A shaving brush is usually made from horsehair. Watson, could you please pass me your shaving brush?
Here you are.
Watson, look, what's outside the window?
Well, I don't see anything. Ouch! Holmes!
Oh, don't make such a fuss. One little hair.
왓슨 머리카락을 뗐죠.
The horsehair is thinner than the hair that we found. This is a most unusual hair. Human hair is significantly thinner than the black sample. So, this black hair belongs to an animal, and it is larger than a horse. A hair from a large and exotic animal.
인수가 동반가. 혹시나 놓친 부분이 있는지 확인해 볼게요. 계산대. 목걸이.
The ram's
때.
heads. This necklace belongs to the 5 rams of Michelin collection. Interesting. That means that Kenneth Butler owned a part of this collection all this time, 10 years after the theft.
편지. 브라이언 베르코트의 편지. 페니스에게. 수장머리가 새겨진 고대 그리스의 장신구 3점을 가지고 있다 그랬잖나. 혹시 아직도 가지고 있나? 어떤 녀석이 그걸 애타게 찾는다는 소식을 전하려고 이렇게 편지를 쓰네. 현찰로 두둑히 준비해뒀다는 얘기도 전천하겠네. 물주 녀석과의 만남을 조성해 줄 테니 내 몫으로 조금만 떼어주게나. 이를 저녁 불꽃놀이가 시작하기 전에 대로변에 맞닿은 반달거리에서 기다리도록 하겠네. 브라이언 베르코티. 이렇게 해서 베르코티와 버틀러는 만난 거죠. 오른쪽
It
서랍은
looks as though Mr. Butler
정보가
kept a
있습니다.
careful record of his operations.
장신구와 피해자. 또 화면이 바뀝니다. 또 혼나고 있겠지.
Look here, lad. You'd better go home and start thinking about what a fine pickle your brother's landed himself in.
Ha! But he'll be free tonight, 'cause he's innocent.
Don't be daft, lad. It's a closed case.
눈속임. 체포맨에게만 목격됐던 남성은 벽면을 타서 현장을 빠져나갔습니다. 솜씨 좋은 고개 단원인 모양입니다. 권총을 가지고 있을지도 모릅니다.
Mr. Holmes?
We have good news for you, Wiggins. The investigation has proven very interesting so far. We found facts and details that confirm your brother's innocence.
I knew it, Mr. Holmes.
But for now, Wiggins, we need your help.
Anything you like, Gov.
I need you to locate a circus that has stopped over in London. It needs to have disposed of at least one exotic animal. A very large one.
You can count on me, Mr. Holmes.
희귀한 동물이란 게 뭘까요? 다음날 아침 이른 시각. 좀 끝내자, 제발.
I do hope that those children don't get into trouble, Holmes.
Don't worry, Watson. I predict some news in 7 seconds.
6, 7. 아니잖아.
Mr. Holmes, we found it. Here it is.
코끼리가 올라간다.
Duval Brothers, a well-known traveling circus
이런 듀발.
that is currently stopped in London, is a young Indian elephant, the highlight of the show. I believe that is exactly the type of circus we are looking for. I'll pay it a visit.
Holmes, I won't be able to join you. I promised to visit a patient today.
It's all right, Watson. I think that I can handle this alone.
이번에는 왓슨이 함께하지 못합니다. 왕진 의료가 있어서. 예, 두발 형제 유랑극단으로 가보겠습니다.
Hey, you! Stop right there.
Good morning, sir. Pardon me, but why am I not allowed to walk around here?
Because it's private.
Well, I only wanted to meet the artistes.
Hmm? You're wanting to apply for... Nah. You don't look like the type of, artistic lockpicker that we're looking for.
You might be surprised.
What? Nah. I don't think so. Clear off.
자, 변비원과 얘기를 해볼까요?
You're a bit slow to catch on, eh? Get lost.
욕 먹었어요. 변장해야 되는구나. 무성한 털과 지저분한 옷까지 신분을 숨길 모자를 준비하시기 바랍니다. 이거는 그 유명한 소자 수염합니까? 소자. 예, 사랑해요 그거. 뜨거운 코트. 안경을 안 써야겠네.
Stay where you are. What are you doing here, and where is Sherlock Holmes?
Calm down, Watson. Take deep breaths now. It's me.
Thank God, Holmes.
아니
I can't
어떻게
get used to your disguises.
옷장에서 들어서 나온 걸 아는데도
That means I am ready to go.
저렇게 모르지?
Who are you? What's your name?
My name is Nigel. I'm here to open the locks.
Talented, eh? Let's see. Go inside the marquee and show yourself to Charles Foley. And I'd highly advise you not to trick him. Got that?
I've got it.
똑똑똑똑똑 나랑 같이 열쇠 딸래.
So, everything is here just as you asked. And what about the money?
Some of the barrels are wet.
Transportation issues, it couldn't be helped.
Whatever. We'll be here after midnight to pick up the supplies.
I want to be paid first.
No. You'll be paid after we make the transfer, as I said.
Right.
I hope that no one saw you. The police are on the lookout.
Of course not. I'm a professional.
Glad to hear it. Be ready for tonight, then.
This wooden barrel is damaged. It is difficult to say what is inside.
틈새에 뭔가 있어요.
There is a spot on this barrel that was intentionally painted out.
직감.
The crest of the Honourable Artillery Company. Could it be gunpowder? I need to be sure. This wooden
뜨기.
Judging by the fractions and the scent, I can confirm that it is, in fact, gunpowder. The barrels are roughly clustered. It seems as though they were brought here in a hurry.
외발 자전거도 보이고, 일화가 보입니다. 라이저, 일어나.
That's a picture of a contemporary gentleman wearing a Robin Hood hat. Interesting. From lambs into lions. Those are words of encouragement and defiance. This poster was clearly made to fire up rebellion amongst the people. This printing press is old, but still quite capable of printing hundreds of pages per day. There are enough posters to paste across half of London's walls. Powder kegs, a printing press, and a great many blank papers. All of this was stolen by the Merry Men quite recently. And these poster samples. I am quite sure it is not a coincidence. The Merry Men are planning some sort of sabotage.
Stop right there. Who are you?
Are you Charles Foley?
Maybe.
They say that I can open any door.
Do they now? We'll see that lock near the chains on a table over there. Open that.
인물 묘사. 열쇠, 안전금고, 피 묻은 붕대, 최근에 생긴 상처. 오, 혈관 뚜렷한 것 봐. 무장함, 권총, 극악무도. 수장머리가 다시 수장머리가 새겨진 반지, 미틀렌드 다수 수량, 도난당한 정식품. 붕대를 감은 손가락, 민첩한 못놀림, 고개사. 풀어볼까요? 됐다. 이 정도면 풀어보는 껌이죠.
I need to find out what's behind this Charles Foley.
권총과 반지. 외투를 입은 남자. 찰스 폴리는 다소 수량의 일부인 골든부 반지를 끼고 있었다. 게다가 허리춤에는 권총까지 찬 상태였습니다. 반달 거리에서 모습을 건쳤던 정체불명의 인물은 찰스 폴리일 것입니다.
Ah, well, they're right. What's your name?
Nigel Shirley, from York.
Ah, Nigel from York. Never heard anything about you. How'd you hear about me?
당연히 감옥에 갇힌 도둑이죠.
It's a long story. I met your brother, Vincent the Butcher Foley, in prison. He told me all about his betrayal and all about you. Before I was released, he told me that you might find a job for me one day and pay me some money for me craft.
Well, he died 7 days ago in prison.
I'm sorry to hear that.
That's all right. The traitor has paid the blood price for it. And you'll do the job anyway, because I need a talented lockpicker. I know just where to search for his legacy.
It's all about the Hellenistic treasures, isn't it?
Gosh, you fool. Now, listen up. You'll come with us tonight, and you better mind yourself.
Us? Wait, who's coming then?
Billy, Jack and me.
And what will I get for that?
We'll share the loot. The one you seem to know about.
Right.
Wait for us at the abandoned manor house on a corner of Ladbroke Grove and Kensington Park Road at midnight.
Deal.
자, 노팅힐 저택으로 갑시다.
Here I am at the manor. Somewhere inside it are the Hellenistic treasures.
자, 오늘 제가 집을 뜯어오고 제 집은 이 집입니다. 자, 오늘 하우스 플리퍼 계속해서 진행해 보도록 하겠습니다.
This lock is quite old. It shouldn't be much of a challenge.
문도 땁니다. 들어가. 됐다.
I need to find where the safe is hidden and lockpick it.
오.
This cupboard is an absolute mess.
예, 팔 거 많죠?
Several books have fallen from the shelves. It seems as though this cupboard can be moved. I'll give it a try.
이시오. 짜잔.
So, that's the lock I must open tonight. Let me see.
아, 또.
What a surprise. Another lock. And I won't be able to pick it. I recall that precious key around Foley's neck. It might prove a decent fit. I suppose they hired me to only open the first lock. Let us wait for the thieves, trap them, and find out. Let us check the thieves' possible escape routes in the event that they are caught off guard by the police from the front door.
나홀로 집에가 생각나네요.
This door is a perfect means of escape in an emergency. This chair is very solid and well made.
창문으로 깨고 나가면
This should be useful.
의자로 막습니다.
The door is now blocked.
이런 식으로. 자, 그럼 바뀌었죠? 네, 잠겨 있으니까. 아, 해머로 깨는구나. 똑같이 도망가네요. 저 해머를
The door is now blocked.
없애야겠습니다.
This should be useful.
밧줄이 생기고요.
The ground floor window is a perfect way to escape the police.
창문으로도 가능하니까.
That is quite a heavy cupboard.
천장으로
This
가립시다.
works very well. No one will escape through this window now.
아까 해머. 샹들리에.
I wonder what this old chandelier is doing on the floor. It looks as though it was poorly attached.
밧줄을 매달고.
I suppose that the thieves already tried to open the lock with this formidable hammer, but they were unsuccessful.
해머를 묶어버려.
Now, if anyone takes the hammer, the rope will uncoil and make the chandelier fall.
오. 자, 그러면 시뮬레이션을 보면은
If he runs through the dining room and takes a sledgehammer to force open the door, the chandelier will knock him down.
어이야, 아프겠다. 쪽문.
This hatch leads to a cellar. There is no ladder. If anyone falls here, he will need assistance to get out.
왔다가 있는 거 보고 펄짝 뛰겠죠. 그러니까 없는 것처럼 보이게 해야 됩니다. 중단.
Oh, that's a lovely old carpet. This should be useful.
융단을 깔고.
Now, it's not an open hatch.
진짜
Just a
감쪽이네.
nice carpet on the floor. I should walk carefully here, else my plan will be ruined.
그러면 왔다가.
Now, if a thief runs through the kitchen, he'll pay a surprise visit to the cellar.
2층으로 또 도망갈 수가 있겠죠. 2층.
Although this window is high above the ground, it would be possible for one of the thieves to attempt to use it for their escape.
인주 먹거리.
A simple but rather attractive bead necklace. This should be useful.
계단에다가 촥 깔아놓는 거지.
This is the perfect place to set a trap.
그렇죠. 뒷문으로 도망가려다가 저 세상으로 갑니다.
One step on these beads, and our thief will go flying. I should walk carefully here, else my plan will be ruined.
자, 그러면은 이렇게 올라가다가 저프다.
Any thief who finds his way upstairs will roll down very quickly. The traps for my circus companions are all prepared. I can leave now, but I'll return later with Charles Foley and his companions.
Police! Police!
Stop where you are! Where are they?
Trapped, Watson, with your assistance.
놀라 자빠졌다는
How so?
왓슨.
You sounded just like a real Bobby, my dear fellow. You startled them into the traps.
I did?
I assure you, Watson, it was quite an entertaining show. They will not escape the house now.
You scum!
And this is the pistol used for the murder in Half Moon Street.
How do you know about that?
Have you closed the case yet, Sherlock?
Mycroft, what are you doing here? Did you follow me?
Sherlock, it may seem that I used you, but you should be pleased to know that you have served our Queen well, in this instance. So now, let us catch the big fish. But this man is not one of the merry men?
No.
Then why exactly are we here, Sherlock?
This gentleman, Charles Foley, has been involved in a double murder, and the hunter of a set of valuable antiques, the Hellenistic treasures, which disappeared in a theft many years ago.
You're no better than the coppers!
근거를 따봅시다. 짠.
Holmes, that is incredible. The Hellenistic treasures.
Indeed.
Nothing but trifles. Where are the merry men?
I don't know why you are asking me, Mycroft. They are yours to find.
I'll see you soon, dear brother.
아, 이렇게 용의자들은
Don't move, you flimflammer.
자, 찰스 폴리
The
얘기를
trap
해볼까요?
with the chandelier worked perfectly. Charles Foley has been knocked down. What a beautiful collection of art. It was thought lost. One of Foley's companions. He is unconscious.
Oh.
One of Foley's companions. He is unconscious.
금고와 전시품. 이러면 이제 모든 단서를 활용했습니다. 끝이 보입니다, 여러분. 숨겨놓은 전시품. 버려진 노팅힐 서팅에서 발견한 비밀 금고에서 1885년 도난당했던 그리스 시대의 보물들 중 일부가 발견되었습니다. 결론은 폴리의 복수극. 찰스 폴리는 그리스 시대의 보물들을 훔치려다가 반달거리 살인사건의 용의자가 되었습니다. 레이튼 체포먼은 해당 사건의 목격자죠. 선처를 베풀지 규탄할지. 제가 이때까지는 다 선처를 베풀었거든요. 이 마지막 이해는 진짜 나쁜 놈이잖아요.
Charles Foley, you committed the crime of premeditated murder and of theft. You will be severely punished for your deeds.
You are pitiful, you Scotland Yard dog.
Save your words for the gallows. I'm sure the journalists will love them. I shall leave now, Watson. Gentlemen, please take our friends here into custody.
Where are you going?
I have unfinished business. I'll see you at Baker Street. Charles Foley, you were a witness to a double murder. You were standing next to Vercotti when Butler fired at your accomplice. The jeweller missed him, but they proceeded to kill each other with simultaneous shots. Even if your intention was to retrieve the stolen treasure, you did not intend to kill. I shall inform Inspector Lestrade of that fact, so your sentence should be the lighter.
You are a fine gentleman, with your fake pity.
I do what I think is right. It is never due to pity. Farewell, Foley. I shall leave now, Watson. Gentlemen, please take our friends here into custody.
Where are you going?
I have unfinished.
Be careful with the lamps. Don't bring them too close to the barrels.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Who's there?
That is of no importance. What matters is who you are and the plans that you have here.
So you can stop us from carrying them out?
Eventually, yes.
Hey, careful. You'll blow us all up.
I'm listening.
We are a group known as the Merry Men. But I suppose you knew that already. We are the men who've already lost everything of value in their lives. We are ruined shopkeepers. We are workers who were fired from their jobs, honest people who were robbed. We were forced out from our homes and thrown onto the street, and all of this in the name of the so-called law. The laws that were set out by our government. The laws that make the commoners only more vulnerable and the wealthy more protected. We are not only from the British Empire. Some of us are from the New Lands, America, Australia, and we are many. But men we are still, and we are merry for that we stopped being afraid. For those powers that be had done their best to plant the fear inside our souls, and we accepted it so easily. The fear advised us to keep our heads bowed. It prevented us from fighting. Bankers and politicians, they own our lives, our work, our bread, and they push us to compete between each other, just to see who may serve them better. But in the end, they are the few, so they are weak. They are nothing without their titles. We should not fear them. Our so-called masters should fear us instead. The time has come for our group to stand tall. Our great and many merry men. We are going to blow up the London Stock Exchange. No life shall be lost. But ownerships, debts, and property titles? They shall all be destroyed. They're only papers, after all. So many people will be freed over this night.
That is a radical step to take. What result do you truly expect?
Chaos. But soon people will understand that they are free, and that they don't belong to anyone. They will be able to work for themselves, together, without letting the rulers dictate what to do, and finally justice will arise.
What you are intending to do is a crime. It is not justice.
How do you see justice, then? Kids go to prison for a loaf of dry bread. And how many lords do you see punished for stealing from their people, sending them to their deaths in mines or overseas to fight for land? Our masters wouldn't hear us. So now it's time to sing the song of the merry men. Will you let us do our duty?
아, 담배를 어느 쪽으로 던질지. 에이.
When the law serves only the few, it can no longer be trusted. Every man is equal, and he has a right to choose his own way. And I shall not stop you.
So, you're interested in Russian literature now?
Quite, lately.
It is an interesting book. I remember a few lines.
Really? I tried reading it myself, but I had a hard time understanding it.
Yes, Doctor. It's about intelligence. Sherlock, I vaguely recall one of the lines. Sometimes it takes something more than intelligence to act intelligently. There were also a few words along the lines of, pain and suffering are always inevitable for a large intelligence and a deep heart. Tell me, Doctor, does my brother show any signs of pain or suffering?
Not that I know of.
Because you see, Doctor, behind all of his masquerade, my brother does possess a deep heart. So deep that he does not recall where he places his love.
Well, I'm sure that...
His love and his duty that, in the first place, should be directed towards the Empire. For without it, we would be nothing. A country filled with uncivilized men. I should leave now. Sherlock, Dr. Watson.
Holmes, what just happened? What was that?
The start of a new world. Anything in the post, Watson? Any clients worthy of our attention?
Only a second reminder from Mrs. Hudson about our new neighbour. She urges you to remove your...
Oh, I don't care about that.
Holmes, the lady who will be moving in shortly has requested the use of our spare room to place all of her boxes.
Wait, what? A lady? When
Bang.
people fight the order, they are too blind to see the consequences that throw society into chaos. I shall stop your actions, but not you. Run. Now!
So, you're interested in Russian literature now?
Quite lately.
It is an interesting book. I remember a few lines.
Really? I tried reading it myself, but I had a hard time understanding it.
Yes, Doctor. It's about intelligence. Sherlock, I vaguely recall one of the lines. Sometimes it takes something more than intelligence to act intelligently. There were also a few words along the lines of pain and suffering are always inevitable for a large intelligence and a deep heart. Tell me, Doctor, does my brother show any signs of pain or suffering?
Not that I know of.
Because you see, Doctor, behind all of his masquerade, my brother does possess a deep heart. So deep that he does not recall where he places his love.
Well, I'm sure that...
His love and his duty that, in the first place, should be directed towards the Empire. For without it, we would be nothing. A country filled with uncivilized men.
And the Empire needs order and discipline. It has no room for chaos.
도망쳤죠, 당연히.
People who commit crimes, or at the very least intend them, deserve punishment, Sherlock. Without justice, there can
무조건
be
봐주지
no
말아야 하는 거죠.
civilization.
But we serve the truth, not justice.
Your truth, Doctor, that may prove immoral. Allowing people to terrorize London, destabilizing the whole empire.
Terrorize only the powers whom you serve, Mycroft. Not I, not Watson, not Mrs. Hudson, not Wiggins.
Sherlock, the merry men are to be stopped.
Not by me. You created the merry men. Stop them yourself. Only make sure that you don't create 10 more merry men by arresting the one.
Good night, Dr. Watson.
Anything in the post, Watson?
Only a second reminder. Holmes...
Wait.
저 여자가 누구죠? 결론은 뭐 이거는 뭐 볼 필요도 없이 정답이죠. 자, 인성 수치 구세주. 동일한 방법으로 사건 해결한 비율 96%. 와, 그럼 4%가 다른 걸 택했다는 거야? 동일한 도덕적 선택을 제시한 비율 겨우 17%. 자, 도전과제 3개 달성. 자, 이렇게 셜록 홈즈와 제어벌 마치게 됩니다. 자, 끝났습니다. 자, 다들 고생하셨습니다. 혹시 또 쿠키 영상이 있을지도 모르니 수고하셨습니다. 다들. 자, 죄와 벌이라는 챕터 생겼군요. 계속하기. 아, 그냥 이러고 끝이야? 아, 마지막에 조금 아쉬운데?